In Pingyang Town, one of the many small towns under the jurisdiction of Zhonglang City that belonged to the country of Deqi, a group of cavalry gradually entered the town. The leader was clad in armor and wearing a firm and resolute expression. He was Chao Gang, one of the 5 wolf guards of Zhonglang City. The other individual was a young man with clear, bright eyes and delicate features. He wore a green robe and exuded a strong scholarly aura. The young man's name was Su Zimo, the second young master of the Su family in Pingyang Town. He was a famous household name, having passed the provincial examination at the young age of 17. Second young master Su is different from the other scholars that I know of. You may look frail, but you have excellent riding skills. They are as good as that of my guards. Chao Gang said. Lord Chao is too generous with your praise. Su Zimo gave a faint smile. My elder brother has been in the business of selling horses for a long time. Horses have been my companion since I was a child. I have some foundation. Moreover, Zhui Feng is quite spiritual. Having said that, Su Zimo patted the fine horse that he was riding. That horse by the name of Zhui Feng seemed to have understood Su Zimo's praise. It looked up and responded with a snort, revealing an intelligent gleam in its eye. At this moment, loud noises could be heard nearby. Someone was shouting, "Big news! I heard that girl of the Shen family has been chosen by the Immortals. She is going to be accepted into the Immortal sect." The girl in the Shen family? Which Shen family? It's Shen Mingqi, the one who is in marriage talks with second young master Su. The news had spread rapidly. The people in the surrounding area were already beginning to discuss this. Many people were casting peculiar looks at Su Zimo. Immortal, Su Zimo murmured quietly. His knowledge of immortals still remained at those in the illusory legends. Would humans possess the power to summon wind and rain, burn the sky and boil the sea? If he did not see it with his own eyes, Su Zimo did not believe that immortals existed in this word. At the sound of the word immortal, Chao Gang's body quivered. He wore a strange expression. Worry and fear flashed across his eyes. However, Su Zimo did not notice this as he was frowning and deep in his own thoughts. At this very moment, a beam of light suddenly flashed across the sky with lightning speed. Just as it flew across Su Zimo's head, it reversed and stopped in midair. Everyone looked up instinctively. They could see 3 people standing in the air without any form of support. Seemingly, invisible powers were holding on to them. Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. Immortal. Ordinary mortals would neither understand nor come into contact with such skills. The Immortal has made its presence. Immortal, please bestow us your blessings. The impenetrable and dense crowd knelt and kowtowed at the same time. They were muttering prayers, their faces full of fear and reverence. Chao Gang was extremely quick in his movement. He alighted from the horse and knelt on the ground, shouting loudly, "Zhonglang City's commoner, Chao Gang, pays respect to the Immortal." Su Zimo was shocked by Gao Gang's action. As one of the 5 wolf guards, Chao Gang had extreme power and authority within hundreds of miles of radius from Zhonglang City. Yet, upon seeing the Immortal, he knelt to him without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was sticking out like a sore thumb on his horse. He looked extremely eye-catching in the black sea of people who were all kneeling. There was pressure everywhere. Su Zimo was silent for a moment. He leaped down from Zhui Feng and looked up. In mid-air, the man in the middle of the trio was dressed in a long turquoise robe. He looked cold and aloof. His pair of long and narrow eyes gazed at the people below his feet, emitting an overbearing aura of arrogance from between his brows. Beside the turquoise-robed man stood a man and a woman, both from Pingyang Town. The man's name was Zhou Dingyun. He was the most infamous rogue in the town who bullied men, ravished women, and carried out all sorts of evil doings. 2 years ago, Su Zimo sent him to prison. Now, that turquoise-robed man had taken him out of prison. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Given Zhou Dingyun's temperament and conduct, he could have a chance to enter the Immortal sect as well? If Zhou Dingyun were to become an immortal, how many people would suffer as a result? Su Zimo's gaze turned to the young girl standing mid-air. The young girl's name was Xianxia. At a prime age of 16, her complexion was fairer than snow and she exuded a natural and gentle charisma. Su Zimo had deciphered Xianxia's intent through her eyes. Their once promise had become so vulnerable in the face of the legendary immortal fate. Su Zimo did not expect to see such a scene when the two met again. One was high and mighty in heaven and the other was standing on mortal ground. Xianxia was also gazing at Su Zimo, a man that she had once admired so greatly. Once, Su Zimo was invincible in her heart. Enlightened at 3 years old. Proficient with the 4 books and 5 classics at 7 years old. Passed the college examination at 12 years old and completed the provincial examination at 17 years old. Such a talent was unprecedented in the country of Deqi. He would definitely become a giant among men in the future. Under the intervention of elder young Master Su Zimo had never learned martial arts. Even so, Xianxia believed that Su Zimo would also be able to rise in the official rankings if he were to pick up martial arts. However, Xianxia discovered that she had been wrong. Su Zimo's achievements ultimately belonged to the mortal world. It was not worth a mention in the eyes of the immortals. It was just an opportunity and she was already qualified to look down on Su Zimo. "Mortal, why aren't you kneeling?" All of a sudden, the sound of this interrogation exploded by Su Zimo's ears like thunder striking across the ground. Dizzy and numb, he almost fell to the ground. He did not mind kneeling to the legendary immortal. However, the attitude of the turquoise-robed man was too much like that of a bully. It triggered feelings of injustice in Su Zimo's heart. These feelings of injustice arose from the resoluteness in Xianxia's eyes, the doubts on the immortal's criteria on choosing disciples and his own pride. Su Zimo took a deep breath and suppressed the annoyance in his heart. He said loudly, "I have received scholarly honors all my life. I can even choose not to kneel to the ruler of Deqi. Why do I have to kneel to you? The more you wanted me to kneel, the more I refused to." The so-called scholarly honors were of course Su Zimo's excuses. Shrouded by the domineering aura of the turquoise-robed man, the commoners in the surrounding were keeping mum out of fear. They dared not even lift up their head. On the other hand, Su Zimo's aura did not seem any weaker although he was confronting the immortal as an ordinary man. "True enough, you are a foolish mortal." The corners of the turquoise-robed man's mouth curled up slightly. His gaze was cold and aloof as he said calmly, "Since that is the case, from today onwards your scholarly honors will be written off." His tone was monotonous, but there was no doubt about it. The turquoise-robed man continued to say, "Whichever state that dares to accept this individual as an official will be declaring themselves as an enemy of Iridescent Cloud's palace and me, perfected Song Lang." At the sound of the few words, Iridescent Cloud's palace and perfected Song Lang, Chao Gang, who had been kneeling, was dumbstruck. He quickly said in a quivering voice, "Perfected, be rest assured. In the country of Deqi, Su Zimo will be an inferior commoner for life. An inferior commoner for life." With just a few words, Su Zimo's destiny had been decided. There was a flash of reluctance in Xianxia's eyes. On the other hand, that rascal Zhou Dingyun was looking thrilled. Su Zimo looked very calm, as if this did not impact him. After a while, Su Zimo laughed and mocked himself. "If scholarly honors are so cheap, what do I need them for? MMM? Perfected Song Lang's long and narrow eyes gradually formed a line, beams of icy cold lights flashing in them. Su Zimo's provocation had aroused his murderous intent. At this moment, Zhui Feng, who was standing beside Su Zimo, suddenly became agitated and uneasy. His hooves rubbed against the ground and he neighed continuously. Su Zimo was expressionless, but his heart jumped. Zhui Feng had also behaved in this way during the few occasions that he had encountered danger in the past. "It is actually a spiritual beast. Hermp! How dare he cause a ruckus in front of me?" Perfected Song Lang gave a faint yell. He stretched out his index finger and pointed it at Zhui Feng lightly. There was no time to react. A flash of red light had already entered Zhui Feng's body. Under the gaze of everyone, A gush of scorching flames surged out from within Zhu Feng's body and engulfed Zhu Feng in a matter of moments. Swoosh! This flame was strong and was actually going to engulf Su Zimo too. Su Zimo was not as weak as the typical scholar. However, he had never seen such eccentric methods. He was completely stunned and stood rooted to the ground. With Su Zimo almost engulfed by the flames, Zhu Feng neighed sorrowfully and galloped away madly. Petrified, the crowd fled in all directions. Just after a few steps, Zhu Feng fell to the ground listlessly. In the blink of an eye, it had been burnt into a cloud of ash. Neither the corpse nor bones was left. The entire process occurred within the moments of a few breaths. Such flame definitely did not belong to the mortal world. One could just imagine. If Zhu Feng had not galloped away in time and Su Zimo were to catch on to any of the flame, his life would definitely not be spared. This is a psychic fine horse that protects its master. What a pity. Chao Gang, the wolf guard, exclaimed his regrets quietly. There was a gentle breeze. Zhu Feng's ash was floating in the air and did not dissipate for a long time. It seemed to be saying goodbye to its master. Su Zimo looked at the other party dazedly, tears welling up in his eyes. His lost and distracted demeanor made one's heart ache for him. Perfected Songlang did not manage to kill Su Zimo on this occasion. There was a flicker of coldness in his eyes. He was having murderous intent again. Master, forget it. He is just a mortal. Why do you need to lower yourself to his level? Shen Mengqi said in a low voice as she looked at the Su Zimo beneath her. She eventually could not bear to harm him. Perfected Songlang hesitated a little. If he had to take actions continuously to deal with someone, it would certainly lower his status. Zhou Dingyun did not wish to let Su Zimo off so easily. He quickly said, Master, you have to nip this problem in the bud to eliminate it completely, in case this person becomes your greatest problem in the future. Perfected Songlang was initially undecided. Upon hearing Zhou Dingyun's words, feelings of arrogance rose in his heart. He smirked and said, He is just an inferior commoner without any spirit root. He won't be able to cultivate for life. In terms of potential, he can't even be compared to that beast earlier. So what if I spare his inferior life? Is he fit to become the greatest problem in my life? Maybe in the next life. Zhou Dingyun secretly cursed. He did not expect his words to be counterproductive. Su Zimo was silent. He quietly picked up a handful of Zhu Feng's ash, turned and left. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Perfected Songlang's eyes. He said lightly, Although the inferior ant yearns for the sky, how can they ever touch the eagle's wings? At the sight of Su Zimo leaving unscathed, Zhou Dingyun looked indignant. If not for this person, he would not have suffered so badly in prison. At the thought of this, Zhou Dingyun's eyes turned resentful and vicious. His expression was as capricious as the weather. One was uncertain what he was scheming about. Looking at Su Zimo's lonely and sad silhouette, Shen Mingqi quietly sighed in her heart. In less than half an hour, this man had lost everything. Perhaps he was only left with that pitiful pride. However, what was the use of that? Second young Master Su had lost his honors and became an inferior commoner. He is no different from a good-for-nothing now. The two young masters of the Su family. One is good in martial arts and the other a scholar. In recent years, they have the potential to rise in power and ranks. Unexpectedly, they have been dealt with such a blow. Fortunately, elder young Master Su is a Khanate expert. What's the use of being a Khanate expert? That Lord Chao of Songlang is also a Khanate expert. Didn't he also kneel in fear upon seeing the Immortal? Based on the Immortal's words, second young Master Su is not even fit to cultivate. I'm afraid he will eventually die of depression. Su Zimo lowered his head. He walked on quietly, seemingly oblivious to the discussions of the passers-by. Zimo, wait a minute. This voice was so familiar. Yet the address was somewhat strange. Before today, the girl behind him had always addressed him intimately as Brother Zimo. Su Zimo continued to walk, without halting a step. Shen Mengqi caught up with him. There were delicate beads of sweat on the tip of her nose, and she was frowning slightly. Panting, she said, "Zimo, have you become a fool by studying too much? What does it matter if you kneel down for a while?" "It doesn't matter. But I am not willing to," Su Zimo said calmly. Shen Mingqi was already angry at Su Zimo for not stopping for her. Upon hearing this, she was furious. She quickened her steps and blocked Su Zimo's path. "Su Zimo, sober up." Shen Mingqi stared at Su Zimo's eyes and said loudly, "Don't think about revenge. It is impossible. You are already 17 years old and have missed the best age to learn martial arts. Moreover, you don't have the spirit root and can't cultivate at all. Even if you were to attain the postnatal or connate levels, they are mortal abilities. It is still vulnerable before the immortal." Su Zimo was silent. He looked at Shen Mingqi quietly. Shen Mingqi could not withstand Su Zimo's gaze. She lowered her head and said softly, "Yes, we did have a promise. I am also grateful to you for helping the Shen family all these years. But they are already a thing of the past. Moreover, we are people from two different worlds henceforth." Su Zimo laughed. He raised his eyebrow. "Is your world so great?" Shen Mingqi said, "Zhou Dingyun and I will be leaving Pingyang town with the perfected tomorrow. I came to bid you farewell. I don't wish to argue with you on these meaningless things. Go ahead. I am not able to send you off. We will meet again if we have fate." Su Zimo was downhearted. He walked past Shen Mingqi and moved on. Just as the two rubbed shoulders with each other, he heard Shen Mingqi mutter softly, "Our fate has come to an end. We are separated as mortals and immortals. I'm afraid we will not see each other again." Su Zimo paused slightly in his steps. In the end, he walked away without saying another word. This came as a strong blow to Su Zimo. It had totally changed how he looked at this world. It turned out there were indeed immortals in this world. With their powers, any immortal could be above the country, notwithstanding their backers' iridescent clouds palace. To Su Zimo, it was nothing to lose his scholarly honors. But Jue Feng was his companion since a young age. It was more than a horse to him, it was his closest kin. Not long after, Su Zimo reached his mansion. This mansion was small and deserted. There were only a few rooms. His older brother Su Hong rewarded him with this mansion when he passed the college examination at 12 years old. Su Zimo carried Jue Feng's ashes and buried them beside the peach blossom tree in the center of the courtyard. "Jue Feng, I planted the peach blossom tree by myself. It will keep you company in the future. There will be a day where I will pour the blood of perfected Song Lang on your ashes." Su Zimo's eyes turned red. He stood by the peach blossom tree quietly for a long while before he turned to leave. Su Zimo caught sight of someone as he turned to leave. It was a woman in a blood-red robe. She was beautiful. She was not flirtatious nor garish. She did not put on any makeup. She seemed like someone who had just come out from a painting. Su Zimo sighed. Like the ancient saying, she was a natural beauty, seemingly like a hibiscus that rose out of clear water. Despite being an exquisite beauty free from worldly cares, she was dressed in a scarlet, blood-red long robe. It did not seem to match, but the contrast created a unique aura about her. 2 years ago, Su Zimo returned home to find an unconscious lady near Zhonglang Mountains. He was worried that she might be eaten by the beasts and hence he brought her back with him. The red-robed lady regained consciousness not long after she reached the mansion. She seemed to be well. However, she refused to say a word no matter how Su Zimo asked about her name or place of residence. The red-robed lady had lived here for 2 years, and Su Zimo never tried to drive her away. There was no servants in the mansion. Su Zimo was not used to being waited on. He took care of his 3 meals a day by himself. To him, it was nothing to have one more person in the mansion. All he needed to do was to prepare one more serving of food. In the past 2 years, whenever Su Zimo prepared the meals, he would bring one portion to the red-robed lady. He would put the food outside her room, knock on the door and leave. The red-robed lady rarely appeared, and Su Zimo had never seen her venture outside the mansion. The two of them had not even had a proper conversation before. The Su family and Pingyang town did not know of her existence. The lady's name was Dai Yu. She was reclusive and was a person of few words. That was all that Su Zimo knew about her. Su Zimo had no idea since when Dai Yu stood behind him. However, it seemed strange in the way Dai Yu looked at him today. He could not put it into words. Su Zimo nodded towards her and went back to his room. Both of them had already become used to this form of greeting in the past 2 years. Besides, Su Zimo knew that even if he spoke to her, Dai Yu would ignore him. Su Zimo shut the door and took out a sharp knife with a 1-foot-long handle from the corner. It was rusty. It seemed like it had not been used for ages. Su Zimo searched around before he took out a whetstone. He looked solemn as he sprinkled water on it. There was a cold glare in his eyes as he sharpened the knife. After a short while, Su Zimo seemed to think of something. He pushed the door open and looked at Dai Yu, who was at the courtyard. "Miss Dai Yu, have an early rest today. You must not come out of your room if you hear any sounds tonight." Dai Yu made no comments. She remained cold and aloof. Su Zimo could not help but have a strange notion inside his head. Dai Yu, who was right in front of him, resembled an immortal in terms of her temperament and the way she conducted herself. She was graceful and beyond worldly cares, indifferent to everything around her. A true immortal would never get angry and injure people just because a mortal refused to kneel down before him. Of course, this was just his thoughts. Su Zimo did not think too much about it. Su Zimo carried a jar of wine from the cellar in the courtyard. He dusted the mud off and deliberately spilled some strong wine on the way back to his room. Upon reaching the door, Su Zimo let go of the jar of wine and it shattered onto the floor. The wine was spilled all over the floor, giving off a strong smell. Dai Yu witnessed the entire scene. There was a vague smile in the corner of her lips. Su Zimo went into the room but did not shut the door tightly, leaving it unlatched. Su Zimo went to the corner and continued to sharpen the knife. It was destined to be chaotic tonight. Su Zimo waited. He was waiting for a person. The dark night had come. A sneaky figure trailed along the wall and slipped into Su Zimo's mansion. He made quite a large commotion when he landed on the floor. The dark figure rushed to the corner agilely. The dark figure waited for a while in the corner. The courtyard seemed quiet and there was not the slightest abnormality. The dark figure finally stood up and took out a dagger from his waist. The cold dagger glittered in the dark. Through the glitter of the dagger, one could vaguely tell that it was Zhou Dingyun who joined the Immortal sect together with Shen Mengqi. Zhou Dingyun was one who sought revenge over the smallest grievance. Initially, he was wary of the Su family and Su Zimo, who had scholarly honors. Now that Su Zimo was reduced to an inferior commoner, while he had joined the Immortal sect, soaring to new heights, he would not let Su Zimo go easily. Besides, he would kill Su Zimo without anyone knowing tonight and leave Pingyang town with perfected Songlang tomorrow. Even if the Su family realized the murder, they would not dare to make trouble. Otherwise, perfected Songlang might exterminate their entire family when angered. Zhou Dingyun was not highly skilled except that he was strong and had physical strength. He believed that it would be easy to take down a frail scholar. He treaded carefully and smelled the fragrance of strong wine. He swept his gaze across the courtyard and noticed that there was a broken jar of wine in front of one of the rooms. "Ha ha!" Zhou Dingyun felt reassured. He grinned. "Indeed, you have not suffered any setbacks before and decided to drown one's sorrows in wine. You must be dead drunk now. It is just nice. I will cut off the tendons of your hands and legs and take the time to torture you." Zhou Dingyun swaggered to the door of the room. The room was unlatched. He peeped through the door and saw that there seemed to be a person lying on the bed. But the light was weak, therefore he could not see clearly. Zhou Dingyun did not stop to think, but pushed the door open with a menacing look on his face, dashing into the room. There was an even stronger smell of wine in the room. Zhou Dingyun frowned and walked stealthily toward the bed. When he was about to reach the bed, a shadow came out from behind the door like a ghost. Suddenly, there was a cold light in the dark. Zhou Dingyun had yet to react and he could feel a cool touch to his neck. It was prickly and there was a cold voice next to his ears. "Move and I'll kill you." Zhou Dingyun felt a chill on his back. He had goosebumps all over his body. He might be physically strong, But Zhou Dingyun was unable to exert any strength. He knew very well that the thing that was on his neck was a sharp weapon, which could easily pierce through his throat. Who are you? Zhou Dingyun panicked, feeling as if his throat had been punctured, and warm liquid flowed down from his neck to his chest. The feeling was terrifying. It was as if his life was draining bit by bit, but there was nothing he could do. All of a sudden, someone pulled Zhou Dingyun's hair by force and jerked him to the back. There was a tearing pain in his scalp. It felt as if it was close to being torn off from his head. Ah! Zhou Dingyun screamed in pain. Zhou Dingyun's legs went limp and he fell to his knees at the severe pain and life-threatening knife at his neck. Zhou Dingyun never felt so close to death. Take a look at who I am. The person behind him spoke up again. It was cold and eerie, as if the person was a ghost from hell, seeking his life. Zhou Dingyun threw his head back in an odd posture, widening his eyes to look upward. One glance at the person and Zhou Dingyun was terror-stricken. In the dark, Su Zimo did not have the scholarly aura of a scholar. His expression was grim and menacing. His eyes were sharp and scary. The expression in his eyes was colder than the sharp knife in his hands. At this moment, Zhou Dingyun could sense Su Zimo's determination and strong intention to kill. Oh no! Now that Su Zimo had lost his scholarly honors and been reduced to an inferior commoner, he is serious about killing me. No, I am joining the Immortal sect. I can't die. Thousands of thoughts fleeted through Zhou Dingyun's mind in that split second. They all morphed into a strong desire to survive. Zhou Dingyun quivered. Why you can't kill me? If others know about it, why you can't escape death? Hee. Su Zimo smiled. My life is worthless. I want to get someone to die with me. You are really down on your luck to come looking for me. You mustn't blame me. To Zhou Dingyun, Su Zimo's smile in the dark seemed particularly eerie. Zhou Dingyun felt even more fear at his calm and indifferent tone. Crazy. Su Zimo is crazy. He had barely shouted when Zhou Dingyun felt the slight movement of the sharp knife at his throat. Zhou Dingyun had a mental breakdown at the pulsating pain at his throat. Second young Master Su, I beg you to spare my cheap life. I will never do evil in the future. Second young Master Su, I swear that even if I am lucky enough to join the Immortal sect, I will never seek revenge on you. If not, I will suffer a painful death where countless of arrows pierce through my heart. Su Zimo was silent. He squinted his eyes and looked at Zhou Dingyun. Zhou Dingyun panicked further at the dead silence. Zhou Dingyun could not tell what was on Su Zimo's mind. Time trickled by. Just when Zhou Dingyun was close to despair, the grip on his scalp was loosened and the sharp knife on his neck was being removed slowly. Scram! Su Zimo said coldly. To Zhou Dingyun, the words sounded like an immortal's voice. He felt as if he was being pardoned. He crawled and rolled, fleeing from the room. Zhou Dingyun covered the wound on his neck with his hand and ran to the courtyard, panting heavily. After the narrow escape from death, Zhou Dingyun gritted his teeth and had a malicious thought again. Su Zimo is after all a scholar. Previously he was prepared, but right now he won't have chances of survival. There was a murderous look in Zhou Dingyun's eyes. He could not help but turn to look toward the room. Su Zimo stood at the doorway. He was clad in green clothes, with a sharp knife that had a 1-foot-long handle in his right hand. His eyes were cold. He looked like a tiger that was capable of devouring humans. There was a murderous aura about him. There was a sense of ridicule in his expression. He seemed to have seen through Zhou Dingyun. Zhou Dingyun's evil thought vanished instantly. Zhou Dingyun had no idea about how deep the wound on his neck was, and he was clueless about whether Su Zimo had any other tricks up his sleeves. No matter what, he would not take the risk again. Revenge is a dish best served cold. With that, Zhou Dingyun fled the mansion hurriedly. Su Zimo waited till Zhou Dingyun had long left before he let out a long breath, his face looking pale. The encounter was brief but dangerous. But luckily, it was as what he had predicted. Su Zimo took note of a piece of information during the conversation with Shin Mingqi. She and Zhou Dingyun would leave Pingyang town with perfected Songlang tomorrow. Su Zimo expected that Zhou Dingyun would definitely seek revenge tonight. Su Zimo had thought of seeking help from the Su family. But in this way, other than implicating the Su family, it would not change the outcome in any way. This was because Zhou Dingyun could not be killed. He was no longer the ruffian he used to be. Instead, he was about to join the Immortal sect. If he died, perfected Songlang would definitely come looking for him. By then, who would be able to stop him? Su Zimo had never killed anyone before. But when the knife touched Zhou Dingyun's throat, he was not the least nervous, scared, or frightened. Instead, he was slightly excited and eager to try. He did not give a damn as to what would happen tomorrow. The sky might collapse or the ground might sink. He would be able to relieve his pent-up frustrations if he killed the bully. That would be so cool. Su Zimo indeed had the murderous intent and aura. He did not disguise it. He almost could not control himself and wanted to stab him with the knife. This was the first time that Su Zimo discovered that the blood that flowed inside of him was not the scholarly blood, but more of a general in the battlefield that was used to killing, or of those brutes who believed in an eye for an eye. He might used to have scholarly honors, but he was unable to stop the evildoers. Instead, it was his sharp knife that sent them away. Long years of hard study could not be compared to the sharpness of the knife. Su Zimo laughed at himself. A scholar is indeed useless. He could only do this much. Su Zimo returned to the room. He threw the knife aside, lying on the bed, but he did not sleep at all. He was worried about one thing. Given Zhou Dingyun's temperament, he would definitely return to Pingyang town after cultivation and seek revenge for what happened today. He would meet his end then. It might be a month later or perhaps a year later or 10 years later. Nevertheless, Zhou Dingyun would definitely come back. Su Zimo knew it very well, but he had to tolerate the wicked acts of him today. That was because if he killed Zhou Dingyun, he would definitely die tomorrow. However, if he let Zhou Dingyun off, at least there was still a glimmer of hope. The glimmer of hope was that he would be able to gain the ability to fight against him before Zhou Dingyun came back after completing his cultivation. But was that possible? What was a spirit root? Why did he not have a spirit root? Why could he not cultivate without a spirit root? Why? Su Zimo felt confused. He was curious about the Immortal sect and was bewildered about the future. Su Zimo's eyelids felt heavy and he drifted off to sleep. Su Zimo had a weird dream. In the dream, an immortal whispered into his ears, "Do you want to cultivate?" Yes, Su Zimo would love to do that. Never before had he felt so eager to have power. Su Zimo felt that something was odd. Su Zimo was startled awake shortly after. He sat up suddenly. There was uncertainty in his eyes, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He finally realized what was wrong. This was not a dream. Someone was really asking whether he wanted to cultivate. Su Zimo got up and opened the door, witnessing a scene that he would never forget in his entire life. There was an exquisite beauty next to the peach blossom tree in the courtyard. She was clad in a blood-red robe. She stood there with sparkling eyes, watching him quietly. The clouds seemed to have dispersed, and the moonlight was clear as water. The petals of the peach blossoms fell off the tree, and the lady was standing in the midst of it. It seemed as if there were mist and clouds in the twilight. This did not look like the mortal world. "Do you want to cultivate?" Dayu asked once again. Her voice was gentle and pleasant, seeming somewhat lazy. Su Zimo took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. He had lots of questions and doubts, but he only managed to utter a single word. "Yes. Well, I'll teach you," Dayu replied casually. It was as if teaching Su Zimo was a simple chore like eating or dressing. Su Zimo walked down the stone steps and stopped in front of Dayu. He gazed into her clear, watery eyes. Dayu was gazing at him as well. After a while, Su Zimo realized that the lady in front of him was like a mystery. He could not see through her at all. On the contrary, Su Zimo felt as if he was seen through by Dayu, and he could not hide any secrets from her. For a moment, Su Zimo had a flickering thought that Dayu knew everything that happened to him today. She knew everything that he was thinking about. "I have no spirit root." Su Zimo took a while before he said, There is a cultivation technique that does not require spirit root. What cultivation technique is that? Su Zimo asked automatically. The cultivation technique of the demon clan. Yu widened her eyes and there was a special aura about her. Su Zimo's countenance changed and he could not help but retreat half a step. Even though he knew nothing about cultivation, Su Zimo knew that human beings and demons belonged to different paths. According to legends, there were many cases where fiendish demons harmed human beings. Did he want to cultivate the cultivation technique of the demon clan and to become a fiendish demon who was bent on killing? It did not take long for Su Zimo to make up his mind. I'll learn. Su Zimo did not know what he would become in the future, but he knew that if he did not make use of this opportunity, soon afterwards, when Zhou Dingyun returned, he would certainly die, not to mention what would happen in the future. Yu was not surprised at all. It seemed she had expected Su Zimo would say yes. She continued on. If you want to learn the cultivation technique of the demon clan, you have to agree to 2 conditions. Firstly, don't ask me about my identity or background. I will teach and you will learn. Secondly, you must not tell others of this cultivation technique. Okay. Su Zimo nodded. Yu continued on. One more thing, if you want to learn this cultivation technique, you will experience unimaginable dangers. You may lose your life at any time. Do not expect me to save you. Su Zimo smiled faintly. Life and death are preordained. If there are any questions, you can go ahead and ask. Yu smiled lightly. This was the first time in 2 years that Su Zimo saw a smile on Yu's face. He marveled at her smile and seemed to be lost in it. But Su Zimo cleared his thoughts in the blink of an eye and asked in a low voice, "What is the spirit root? What is cultivation? Why did perfected Song Lang say that I can't cultivate without spirit root?" Cultivation can also be called cultivation or cultivation of Tao. There are 3 oldest major schools of cultivation of the humans clan: Immortal, Buddha, Fiend. The so-called spirit root is the Immortal sect's way of calling it. For Buddhism, they called it as the root of wisdom, while the Fiend sect called it as Fiend seed. It is basically the same. As humans, if one doesn't have spirit root, one cannot join any of the sections. Su Zimo understood her words. What Yu meant was that demon cultivation did not need the spirit root. Yu continued. Humans have 5 senses, namely sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and the spirit root is equivalent to the 6th sense. It is the key to sense the aura between heaven and earth. Su Zimo suddenly saw the light. Without the spirit root, one could not see the aura of heaven and earth and one could not cultivate. Su Zimo continued to ask, "Are there different realms to cultivation? Which level of cultivators does perfected Song Lang belong to?" The Immortal sect can be divided into Qi condensation realm, foundation establishment realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm. He is a golden core realm cultivator. There are different realms to demon cultivation, immortal cultivation, fiend cultivation, and Buddha cultivation. It is just different means of achieving the same end. But no matter what, the path of golden core is the natural chasm that everyone has to pass through. There are many cultivators, but half of them would be stuck at the path of golden core, with no hope of success. Cultivation is to be in defiance of the natural order, and to seize the good aura of heaven and earth. Once one entered the path of golden core, it means that one breaks the shackles of heaven and earth for the first time. One's lifespan could increase to 500 years. There is the saying that once one swallows an elixir, one's lifespan will not be decided by nature. Yu continued. The cultivation technique that you are going to learn is divided into 9 sections. The first section is body tempering, the second section is tendons transformation, the third section is bone strengthening, the fourth section is marrow cleansing, the fifth section is organs refinement, the sixth section is orifice clearing, the seventh section is core formation. If you want to take revenge, you must cultivate to the 7th section. What is the name of this cultivation technique? Su Zimo asked. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Su Zimo was shocked. He could feel a strong, menacing aura surging toward him at the mention of the title. It was suffocating. Body tempering, the first section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, can be divided into 2 parts, to harden and refine the skin and flesh. There are different breathing and expiration methods, techniques and moves that correspond to it. There was a demonic glitter in Dai Yu's eyes. Thereafter, there were several lengthy and profound incantations in Su Zimo's mind. There were no mountain of immortals or clear waters, grotto heaven paradise, or bejeweled jade palace. Su Zimo had started on the path to cultivation right in the inconspicuous courtyard, under the peach blossom tree that was in full bloom. It seemed to be casual and coincidental, but it also felt as if everything was predestined. Not long after, Su Zimo's inspiration gradually became different under Dai Yu's guidance. This did not seem like the breathing method of normal humans. After being repeatedly corrected and going through countless practices, Su Zimo gradually seemed to get the hang of it. With this breathing and expiration, his body felt warm and his blood and flesh seemed to be burning and boiling, turning into boundless energy, bubbling to the surface of his skin. Su Zimo felt an itch in his skin. This skin-tempering breathing method originates from the wild bovine demon king. One can practice when on the go or when sitting or sleeping. There is no definite posture to it. The bovine is resilient and has tough skin. Knife or sword will not be able to penetrate it. Take your time to appreciate it. Seeing that Su Zimo's breathing was gradually on the right track, Dai Yu turned to go back to her room, not disturbing him. Su Zimo had long been immersed in this wonderful breathing and expiration method. He could feel that his skin had become tougher, stronger, and more powerful with every breathing cycle. The night faded. Su Zimo had lost track of time. He even forgot where he was. He was focused on comprehending the incantations and his breathing and expiration. The first ray of sunshine lit up part of the sky. Su Zimo was stunned to realize that something hard and strong seemed to be sticking out of his head, facing the sky. There were two of them. At this moment, Su Zimo seemed to have turned into an unrivaled bovine demon, taking in and breathing out the entire heaven and earth. Dai Yu, who was meditating in the room, jolted. Her gaze pierced right through the walls to land on Su Zimo. He actually understood the essence of it within such a short time? Oh, he is indeed a genius meant for demon cultivation. I have not wasted my efforts in giving him such a chance. There was a look of praise in her eyes. Although she did not make a single movement, strangely, she had ended up at the courtyard and appeared before Su Zimo. Bang! Su Zimo, who was immersed in cultivation, was hit by an external force all of a sudden. He flew to a small distance away and stopped his breathing and expiration exercise. Su Zimo got up from the ground, feeling slightly dizzy. He looked around, but there was no one in the courtyard. Su Zimo frowned as he saw Dai Yu, who stood in the distance. Are you courting death? Dai Yu hid the look of praise in her eyes, and instead spoke in a cold tone. What? Su Zimo was dazed. Dai Yu waved the sleeves of her robe and a sparkling water mirror emerged out of nowhere to appear in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo looked dumbstruck. This was far beyond his imagination. When Su Zimo saw his own reflection in the water mirror, his surprise turned into panic. How could this be? Su Zimo was originally on the thin side, but his reflection in the water mirror was far thinner than his original build. He seemed to be emaciated. If not for the familiar facial features and the contours of the cheek, Su Zimo could not believe that the person in the water mirror was himself. No matter what kind of practice, the power will not appear out of thin air. Cultivators from the Immortal, Buddha, and Fiend sects take in the aura of the heaven and earth into their bodies, while those stronger demons clan will use the essence of the sun and the moon to harden the body. You have yet to attain that realm. Therefore, whenever you breathe in and out, you are using the essence of your own blood and flesh. If this goes on, you will die in 3 days. What then? Su Zimo was startled. You will naturally have to devour flesh and blood to supplement your energy before you continue with your cultivation. At the mention of eating, Su Zimo's stomach began to growl. He felt severe pangs of hunger that almost drove him crazy. Su Zimo dashed straight to the kitchen in lightning speed. In less than a quarter of an hour, he made a clean sweep of everything edible in the kitchen and gobbled them down his stomach before he slightly eased his hunger. Su Zimo only discovered until now that he did not sleep all night. Not only did he not feel tired, instead he was energetic and full of strength. Su Zimo picked up the thin iron basin next to him and squeezed it. To his surprise, there were a few clear fingerprints on the iron basin. Pest! That powerful. Su Zimo was secretly amazed at himself. He underwent a huge change with a single night of cultivation. Su Zimo was full of confidence in the days to come. I suppose even if Zhou Dingyun comes back from the Immortal sect, I will have the capability to spar with him. At this time, Su Zimo still did not know the scariness of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. This cultivation technique was the supreme demon classic that disrupted the balance of yin and yang, seizing the good aura of heaven and earth, changing the universe and turning the vital energy. This was something that did not belong to this world. On the second day, Su Zimo went to the market early in the morning to buy a few cattle as his food supply for the next few days. After putting them aside, Su Zimo went to Dai Yu's room, knocking on the door. Miss Dai. To Su Zimo's surprise, the door slowly opened at his knocking. Although the sky was bright, the room was strangely pitch dark. Come in. Dai Yu's voice could be heard coming from the room. Su Zimo took a deep breath and stepped into the room. Su Zimo could not help but feel awed. He seemed to have passed a soft and cold water curtain into another world. Su Zimo took a look and was startled. The sight in front of him was no longer Dai Yu's room. Instead, it was much more spacious than his mansion. He stood on a green lawn and there was a wooden barrel that was slightly more than half as high as normal humans. Dai Yu sat slanted on a huge green stone, lazing around. Although she had a large blood-red robe around her, it could not hide her slim and exquisite figure. This is... Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly. Dai Yu had shown him a lot of incomprehensible prowess within a day. To him, it was strange and fascinating. This is to insert the largest thing into the smallest one. You will understand when you reach a certain realm. There is no need to think too much about it right now. Dai Yu replied, leaving no room for doubt. This is the cultivation field that I have created. You will cultivate here in the future. Dai Yu jumped down lightly from the green stone. I will teach you 3 more styles. These are called the tri-bovine style. Practice it in conjunction with the breathing and expiration method. The first style is plow heaven stride. Although there is only one style, it is ever-changing. It is the only way to cultivate one's leg strength. While talking, Dai Yu walked on the grass. Su Zimo widened his eyes and concentrated on what she was doing, staring at every step and movement of Dai Yu, for fear that he would miss the details. After a few steps, Su Zimo vaguely grasped what Dai Yu was talking about. There did not seem to be anything fascinating about her steps. But if he observed carefully, he discovered that Dai Yu seemed to be making her way through muddy water. She drew in her chest slightly and erected the back, bending her knees and lowered her center of gravity. She never let her knees bend past her toes, but her strides were very wide. She seemed to have calculated the distance between each step. It was exactly the same. Dai Yu stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Su Zimo. Your turn. Su Zimo was not in a hurry to practice. Instead, he stood in place for a long time to ponder before he took the first step. Su Zimo had just taken the first step and he sensed that he had made a mistake. Dai Yu came to Su Zimo's side without any expression. She extended her leg and gave a slight kick at Su Zimo's extended leg. Pest! Su Zimo gasped. Dai Yu's kick sent unbearable piercing pain down his thigh. He felt as if someone poked his legs mercilessly with needles. Hold this position. Continue. Dai Yu's indifferent voice could be heard in the room. Su Zimo lowered his head and realized that after being kicked by Dai Yu, the extended leg had a higher resemblance to plow heaven's stride. She is helping to correct me. Su Zimo understood Dai Yu's intentions. Su Zimo pursed his lips and tried to recall the stance of plow heaven's stride, making another stride with his left leg. Wrong. The sole of the foot had just touched the ground and Dai Yu's voice could be heard again, followed by a piercing pain on Su Zimo's left leg. Su Zimo automatically corrected his stances under the stimulation of the pain in his leg. Su Zimo took a breather before taking another stride with his right leg. Wrong. He could feel the familiar sting again. Wrong. Stinging pain. He continued to practice and was being corrected over and over again. In the end, Su Zimo could not even feel his legs. It was numb from Dai Yu's constant kicks. Su Zimo clenched his teeth, drenched in perspiration. His only thought was that he had to keep walking. Time passed by without him knowing. Finally, he no longer heard the word wrong being hollered at him. It sounded like a nightmare to him. Su Zimo also realized that he had begun to understand the crux of Plow Heaven's stride. Don't you remember what I taught you last night? Su Zimo suddenly saw the light with Dai Yu's reminder. He began to use the breathing and expiration method that he learned yesterday night as he practiced Plow Heaven's stride. At the beginning, Su Zimo could not apply both of them together. He could not breathe properly after making a stride. But with the passage of time, Su Zimo gradually found a way to use the breathing method together with the Plow Heaven stride. In fact, this breathing method coexisted with the Plow Heaven stride. Su Zimo went faster and faster, and he no longer felt numbness in his legs. His flesh and blood seemed to be burning, and he had infinite strength in his legs. His strides became wider as well. He did not make any movement, but he was able to move 5 feet wide in a stride. Su Zimo was thrilled to know that he was learning it correctly. But Su Zimo could vaguely feel that his Plow Heaven stride seemed to be lacking something. Su Zimo automatically looked toward Dai Yu, who sat slanted on the green stone. Dai Yu had a look of disdain on her face, her eyes cynical and morose. Su Zimo thought to himself, I am very skilled at using the breathing and expiration method with Plow Heaven stride. Why does she still look down on me? Su Zimo felt angry. Hence he deliberately practiced the Plow Heaven stride, circling the green stone, moving about in front of Dai Yu. Dai Yu sneered after a short while. Do you intend to train yourself to become an ox? This stride is meant to plow the heaven. It is not for you to plow the land. Su Zimo was startled. He stopped in his tracks. Dai Yu floated down the green stone and went outside. She said coldly, when you can understand the profound meaning of Plow Heaven, you will then be able to master the essence of this set of footwork. Su Zimo finally realized what was missing in his Plow Heaven stride. His every stride was supposed to plow a ravine out of the heaven. How much boldness and vigor would one need to do that? Although he was skilled in this footwork, he lacked the vigor and boldness. Therefore, he could only be reduced to the cattle that plowed the land. Plow Heaven, Plow Heaven. Su Zimo kept pondering over it, and he gradually saw the light. Dai Yu walked out of the room to the courtyard, with a faint smile on her face. Gone was the harsh and cold attitude that she displayed in front of Su Zimo. He could achieve this with 1 day and 1 night of cultivation. He seems to be slightly better than me back then. The lady's whispers could be faintly heard under the peach blossom tree, but it was gone with the breeze. For a month, Su Zimo spent most of his time practicing Plow Heaven's stride in the cultivation field. He worked hard in grasping the essence of Plow Heaven and had a deeper understanding of the footwork. During this period, Su Zimo occasionally went out to buy some cattle and sheep, and he vaguely heard some news. Success was a relative term. It brought so many relatives. The Shin family in Pingyang town used to be an ordinary family. But many pugilistic experts worked for the Shin family during this period of time. In the eyes of all, it was inevitable that the Shin family would rise to success. As long as Shin Mengqi succeeded in her cultivation, even if she made a one-time visit to her family, it was enough to bring success to the Shin family for generations. The pugilistic experts might even have the chance to join the Immortal sect. They would not mind even if it was as their servants. On the contrary, the Su family had been in constant trouble lately. There were originally 3 large families, namely the Zhao family, the Li family, and the Yang family in Pingyang town. Su family rose to success in recent years. Furthermore, Su Hong was a Khanate expert, and Su Zimo had scholarly honors. Therefore, the 4 families had been living in harmony. And now, Su Zimo's scholarly honors had been written off and he had been reduced to an inferior commoner. He also offended an immortal. The three families got restless and could not wait to take over the Su family's business in Pingyang town, and there had been several conflicts and clashes between them. However, Su Zimo did not take these to heart. There was Uncle Zhang to take charge in the Su family, as well as Lu Yu and other postnatal experts to help out. The most important thing was that his older brother was not at Pingyang town now. When he was back, given his swift and harsh style, he would be able to suppress those evildoers. This day, Dai Yu came up to Su Zimo and said, "I will teach you the other two styles. Afterward, you can practice the three styles together." Dai Yu paused for a while before continuing. Most of the styles in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness are killing techniques. The next two styles are meant for killing. Bear that in mind. First style, bovine's moon gazing. Dai Yu took a step forward. That was the stance of plow heaven stride. She then leaned forward, her arms suddenly outstretched from the abdomen. She clenched her fists, with her index finger slightly raised. She dabbed her finger and shifted slightly upward. At this moment, Dai Yu seemed to have disappeared right in front of Su Zimo. In replacement was a domineering bovine demon with its horns upraised. Dai Yu's arms were the horns. The clenched fists with the raised joint of her index finger was the pointed part of the horn. Plow heaven stride is the foundation for bovine's moon gazing. Get into the plow heaven stride stance, and exert force at the waist and abdomen. In the meantime, throw out your fists. You must be able to charge toward the top as well as to do an upward thrust. Dai Yu explained in detail while Su Zimo listened attentively. Even so, when Su Zimo really practiced it, it was still inevitable that he suffered kicks from making mistakes. Dai Yu stood by the side with a cold face. She would give him a kick whenever there was the slightest mistake. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Su Zimo was starving. He rushed to slaughter a cow. He prepared a wok and began to boil a pot of delicious beef. While waiting, Dai Yu picked up the cow tongue that Su Zimo threw aside, saying, "Take the knife to stab at me." "Ah!" Su Zimo was startled. He did not understand Dai Yu's intention. Dai Yu replied, "I will teach you the third style. There is no way to show you how to do it. You will have to appreciate and understand the moment of change by yourself." Su Zimo knew that given Dai Yu's abilities, even if he exerted all his force, he would not hurt her. Su Zimo gripped the knife and made a stab toward Dai Yu's shoulder, while concentrating on watching her movements. Dai Yu looked aloof. She raised the smooth and tender cow tongue and tapped it gently on the knife. Pa! There was a brittle sound, leaving Su Zimo gaping in shock. The cow tongue was intact, while Su Zimo was only left with the handle of the knife in his hands. The blade had shattered into pieces onto the ground. Su Zimo slaughtered the cow by himself. He knew that the cow tongue was just an ordinary tongue, could never withstand the blow from the sharp knife. Moreover, Su Zimo could not tell that Dai Yu had exerted any force just now. Otherwise, he would not be holding on to the handle. It would have flown out of his hands. This was just an ordinary cow tongue, but it shattered the sharp knife into pieces. If the cow tongue tapped on a man instead of a knife, would the person turn into powder? The third style is called bovine-tongued saber. It may sound ordinary, but it represents the essence of this style. Dai Yu continued, "You once asked me when would you know that you have made initial success at cultivating skin tempering? Let me tell you now. When your palm has the same force as this cow tongue, you will be considered as having initial success at it." Su Zimo often heard from other people that time passed by very fast when one cultivated. After he started cultivation, he finally realized what it meant. To his surprise, Su Zimo had spent 3 months in the cultivation field, and his body had undergone a total transformation. Others might not sense the change in Su Zimo, but he knew it very well. During this time, he was already skilled in using the two styles, plow heaven stride and bovine's moongazing. Coupled with the breathing and expiration method, Su Zimo's skin had toughened and was impenetrable to ordinary swords and knives. He felt immense strength in his every movement. The only thing that Su Zimo was distressed about was the bovine-tongued saber. He could not get the gist of it. At the cultivation field, Su Zimo took a deep breath, drew in his chest slightly and straightened his back. He took a step forward with his left foot, getting into the stance of plow heaven stride. Originally, when Su Zimo stood there without moving, he looked like a frail scholar. But when he took a step forward, there was a drastic change in his aura. It was as if he had the whole sky under his foot. At the same time, Su Zimo exerted force at his waist and abdomen, punching his fists forward, pointing and thrusting upward. He seemed to let out a mooing sound similar to bovines. It was deep and powerful, startling other people. When executing plow heaven stride and bovine's moon-gazing, it was natural and unforced. Coupled with the breathing and expiration method, it made them even more powerful. Dayu, who sat on the green stone, saw this scene and nodded secretly. After executing bovine's moon-gazing, Su Zimo continued by opening his fists and giving a harsh slap. The third style, bovine-tongued saber, pa. The palm made a loud cracking sound in the air. Su Zimo sighed, shaking his head. There was still something off about it. The palm looked strong, but he was unable to execute the flexibility of bovine-tongued saber. Dayu shifted her gaze elsewhere. It had only been 3 months, but Su Zimo was able to achieve this level. It had already exceeded her expectations. Bovine-tongued saber was the most difficult and most powerful style among the tri-bovine style. It was useless to keep practicing. One would never comprehend the essence of it. One needed to have the power of understanding in order to grasp its essence. Otherwise, notwithstanding 3 months, one might not be able to succeed for 3 years or 30 years. Su Zimo felt frustrated after constantly failing at this style. He left the cultivation field and took a stroll in the courtyard, looking around. Inadvertently, Su Zimo's gaze fell on the cow that was chewing on the grass not far away, and he stopped suddenly. It was the most common cow in the market. It was used by the farmers to plow the fields. It chewed the grass in its mouth and swallowed them into its belly. It then lowered its head, sticking out its tongue to sweep over a handful of tender grass, rolled them about and took them into its mouth. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he suddenly saw the light. The tender grasses were the most common couch grass. Its leaves were thin and slender, and they had serrated edges. When Su Zimo was a child, he was scratched by the leaves accidentally. The cow tongue was so tender, but it had no fear of these couch grasses. The palm was the cow tongue, while the blade was the couch grass. This was the essence of bovine-tongued saber. Su Zimo was exhilarated. The scene where the cow ate the grasses kept coming up in his mind. He tried to comprehend the changes in that instant and thought it over and over in his mind, and began to practice automatically. I heard that the Su family had suffered a misfortune. It was said that the Su family's restaurant was being smashed. I don't think it can open for business. I heard that someone died as well. Is it that serious? Su Zimo heard murmurs coming from outside the mansion, and he was startled from his cultivation. Su Zimo sobered up from his cultivation and his heart sank at the rumors. He pushed open the door and dashed to Su family's residence. Su Zimo overheard the discussion of others along the way, and roughly knew what was the cause of the misfortune this time. Several people picked quarrels and started trouble in the Su family's restaurant. They smashed the furniture and Uncle Zhang brought people with him to the restaurant. However, those people turned out to be postnatal perfected experts. They came prepared and Uncle Zhang was injured instead. Damn! I can't take this lying down. Su Zimo had just arrived and he heard angry shouts coming from the house. He was Yuchihua. He was one of the guards at Su family, and he had a fiery temper. Everyone in the house was Su Zimo's trusted men. Su Zimo lost his parents when he was 2 years old. Uncle Zhang and others had been with the Su family for the longest time and they were very fond of him. In the beginning, it was these few people who helped his older brother to gain a foothold in Pingyang town. The brothers had a close relationship with these uncles. A strong smell of medicine wafted toward him, and there was also a faint smell of blood. Second young master is back. Although he had lost his scholarly honors, everyone in Su family were very respectful toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo nodded and went to check on the elder that laid on his sides on the bed. Second young master. The old man's hair was white and his face was gaunt and yellow. He seemed to have 1 foot in the grave. Despite that, he still smiled at seeing Su Zimo. There was a tenderness in the way he looked at Su Zimo. Uncle Zhang was in charge of managing the Su household. Although he did not know martial arts, everyone in the Su family, including Su Hong, showed respect toward him. Uncle Zhang had become thin and was getting on in years. Now that he was injured, it was still unknown whether he could survive or not. Uncle Zhang. Who is the other party? Although Su Zimo was boiling in anger, he appeared very calm, speaking softly at the bedside. Who else could it be? It must be the grandchildren of the three families: Zhao family, Li family, and Yang family. Wuxia shouted in anger. It's not that simple. The man who spoke up was over 40 years old. He looked calm and composed. He was the leader of the Su family guards. Uncle Lu, what do you mean? Su Zimo asked. Lu Yu looked at Su Zimo, swallowing back the words on the tip of his tongue. Wuxia could not contain his anger. He hollered. Lu Yu, why are you being wishy-washy? Don't you know the seriousness of the situation? Mr. Zhang was wounded by them, and old Guan had suffered a terrible death. If those young lads under you were not smart and broke out of the siege, Mr. Zhang would have died. Those people wanted us dead. Uncle Guan is dead? Su Zimo's heart ached at the news. When he was a child, Su Zimo often rode on Uncle Guan's shoulder, grabbing and clutching his hair. But no matter how much Su Zimo fooled around, Uncle Guan would never get angry at him. He would laugh it off and play with him. Su Zimo spoke through gritted teeth. Won't the authorities step in? The authorities will be in charge of the affairs of the civilians. This is the conflict between several family clans. They would try all means to avoid it. Besides, whatever that is in the pugilistic society will be settled in the pugilistic way. Lu Yu shook his head. Su Zimo's voice sank. Uncle Lu, what is going on? Lu Yu gave a slight sigh. My guards followed those people and saw them entering Shen family's residence. The people from Shen family are such ungrateful scumbags. Wuxia smashed the table next to him with his fist, breathing angrily. Due to the relationship between Su Zimo and Xianxia, the Su family rendered a lot of help to Shen family these past few years. Now that Xianxia joined the Immortal sect and skyrocketed to a top position, the Shen family turned to target the Su family. Lu Yu continued. I have done some investigations. The Shen family has been preparing to open a restaurant these days. Our restaurant is in their way. Su Zimo was expressionless as he listened to Lu Yu's analysis quietly. Ahem. Uncle Zhang coughed, panting slightly. Although the Shen family is the one who started it, the three families might have been adding momentum to it. This is the end of the matter. We shall wait until the young master is back. Do we just put up with it? Wuxia gritted his teeth. Lu Yu sighed. Let's endure it for now. The fact that the Shen family has risen through the ranks within such a short period of time, I suspect that Khanate experts might be working with them. If we go to them without any plan, we might suffer even more casualties. When will young master return? I don't know, but I guess he will be back soon. Su Zimo suddenly said, Uncle Zhang, have a good rest. I will go out to take a breather. That said, Su Zimo turned and left. 3 months ago, Su Zimo's scholarly honors were written off and Xianxia left the town. Zhui Feng was also dead. Su Zimo had been suppressing his anger and frustration at all that had happened. That was why he almost gave in to his urge to kill the ruffian with one stab that night. During this time, under Dai Yu's guidance, Su Zimo had been working hard on his cultivation. But in fact, he had never forgotten his grievances and he still could not take it lying down. Now that the Su family suffered this misfortune, Uncle Zhang was seriously injured and Uncle Guan died a terrible death. All these events further sparked the anger in Su Zimo's heart. Su Zimo left the Su family's residence. This was his only thought in mind. Those people had gone too far in bullying them. Su Zimo had some vague idea of the differences between Khanate and postnatal in the pugilistic society. Postnatal and Khanate were divided into early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and perfected. His older brother, Su Hong, was an early stage Khanate expert. Su Zimo had no idea which stage he belonged to. He was clueless as to which expert and from which stage could he handle. In Su Zimo's opinion, he had only cultivated for 3 months. he would not be able to defeat others who had cultivated for more than 10 years. Despite that, Su Zimo had to demand an explanation from the Shin family. After all, he had spent more than 10 years studying. He believed that everything must be based on reasons. The Shin family had to give him an explanation. Shortly after, Su Zimo reached the Shin family's residence. In just 3 months, the Shin family had undergone tremendous changes, changing from an ordinary family to the prestigious Shin family now. On the two sides of the vermilion-red door stood 2 majestic stone lions. If Su Zimo did not remember its location by heart, he would never believe that this was Shun Mengqi's house. Su Zimo walked up the stairs. He did not bother to knock, but pushed the door open. At this moment, many people were gathered at Shin family's residence. They were happily drinking, laughing, and chatting with each other. Now that Su Zimo suddenly barged into the residence, the crowd in the courtyard slowly dispersed. Many of them stopped whatever they were doing, staring at Su Zimo with a grim expression on their faces. These people seemed wild and uncultivated, looking ferocious. Their cold and flashing weapons were placed by the side. One of them had sharp eyes and recognized Su Zimo, speaking in a peculiar tone. "Oh, isn't this second young Master Su, the successful candidate in the Imperial Provincial Examination in country of Dachi? Why do you have the time to grace Shin family's residence? Haha, you must not have known." Second young Master Su's scholarly honors had been written off. Right now, he is a big idler. The ruffians of the pugilistic society ridiculed Su Zimo one after another. They stared at him with obvious evil intentions, and they hit their weapons against each other to send sparks flying, creating the piercing sounds of metal clashing against each other. If he was just an ordinary scholar, he would have gone limp in his legs at the current situation, where he was surrounded by menacing ruffians. However, Su Zimo maintained the same expression, and he even moved to stand in the center of the courtyard. Back then, when Su Zimo had yet to start cultivating, he was brave enough to confront perfected Songlang at the unjust treatment. Right now, the ruffians in front of him were worlds apart from perfected golden core. They did not exude the same vigor and aura like him. There was no way that he would be scared of them. Su Zimo maintained a calm expression while his eyes swept across the courtyard, speaking calmly. "I want to see Shin Nan." Shin Nan was Shun Mengqi's older brother. Second young Master Su came uninvited. "Please pardon me for not welcoming you." The voice was heard first before seeing the person himself. Su Zimo turned his gaze to the direction where the sound was coming from. A man in a white robe slowly walked over from the long corridor of the courtyard. He was all smiles, but he did not make any effort to conceal the mockery in his eyes. Shun Nan wore a white brocade robe, with a jade hanging at the waist. He seemed like a rich man's son, but everyone in Pingyang town knew of his background. Shun Nan used to be the manager of the Su family's restaurant. He was given the job on account of Su Zimo. Shun Nan took a cup of wine next to him and walked up to stand in front of Su Zimo, passing the cup of wine to him, putting on a fake smile. "Welcome, second young Master Su. No matter what, I have to serve you wine. Please accept it." Regarding what happened today, whose idea was it? Su Zimo ignored him but asked him softly. Shun Nan maintained the smile on his face, leaning his head to the side, pretending not to know. "I don't understand what second young Master Su is talking about. Shin Nan, I want an explanation. Who is the murderer?" Su Zimo stared at Shin Nan's eyes, but his tone remained very calm. Shun Nan raised his eyebrow, putting away his smile. He looked upward and finished the cup of wine as he said lightly, "It seems that second young Master Su wants to make things difficult." With that, Shun Nan threw the cup in his hand onto the ground, smashing it into pieces. All the ruffians in the courtyard stood up at the sound, unsheathing their weapons from their scabbards. All of them looked menacing and eager to fight. Damn, I can no longer stand this guy. Did he really think that he is a young master? He is merely an inferior class commoner. We gave him a way out, but he refused. I am Mo Song. I am the one who slaughtered the man by the surname of Guan. There's me as well. Hee hee. It's a pity that the old man did not die under my palm. Su Zimo swept his gaze over everyone who spoke up. He nodded and said, very well, very well. Shen Nan sneered. Su Zimo, don't seek trouble for yourself. Today I will take into account your relationship with my sister and let scram. Shen Nan was not finished, but he was interrupted by Su Zimo's holler. Everyone in the courtyard found it weird and unbelievable. Shen Nan looked ferocious as he said coldly, how dare you scold me? Su Zimo glared at him. Shen Nan was taken aback by his sharp gaze. He had yet to recover and Su Zimo made his move. Su Zimo did not make any other movement. He stretched his palms and slapped Shen Nan on the face. Pa! After being slapped by Su Zimo, Shen Nan was sent 10 feet away under the watchful eyes of everyone. Shen Nan had been practicing martial arts for the past 3 months and he had made huge improvements, achieving the postnatal early stage. He could not imagine that he would fly away after being slapped by Su Zimo. The other party was not being swift in his attack. Why could he not react in time? In the eyes of the ruffians, they had different views to Su Zimo's attack. No ordinary man would be able to send people 10 feet away with the strength of the palm. But everyone present survived through battles and fights. Many of them were postnatal experts. Mo Song and several others were postnatal perfected. They thought nothing of Su Zimo. Kill him for me. Shen Nan's cheek was swollen and there was blood at the corner of his lips. He laid on the ground and hollered as he pointed his finger at Su Zimo. Without waiting for Shen Nan's orders, Mo Song already led a group of men to slash at Su Zimo. They attacked him from all sides. It was frightening. Although Su Zimo had been cultivating for 3 months, he only knew 3 styles and he had never engaged in a fight with others. Su Zimo felt a slight panic at the current situation. He automatically used Plow Heaven Stride and charged toward Mo Song. Swish! Su Zimo took 2 steps forward, covering a distance of more than 10 feet. His speed was alarming and he managed to escape from most of the attacks directed at him. The rest of the people seemed to have blurred vision. A shadow flashed past them and their knives and swords missed the target. No! Mo Song's eyelids kept twitching. His countenance changed. The other people could not tell. But Mo Song, who was at the front, shivered at the monstrous force that was directed at him when Su Zimo took 2 steps forward. Su Zimo was no longer a feeble scholar. He was obviously a ferocious beast that devoured humans. Mo Song had yet to recover from his shock and therefore he was slow to react. By then, Su Zimo had already reached Mo Song's side. He stretched his arms from under his abdomen, clenching his fists with the joint of his index finger slightly raised, thrusting and pushing forward. Su Zimo was very familiar with these series of movements. He would be able to execute it with precision even when he shut his eyes. And right now, Su Zimo directed all his pent-up frustrations in the past 3 months in his attack. Poof! Everyone turned silent. Mo Song had an odd expression on his face. He lowered his head slowly and realized there were 2 bloody hollows as huge as bowls in his chest. 2 muscular arms were protruding from the hollows. The blood was gone from Mo Song's face. He slanted his head and died on the spot. In the eyes of the other people, the 2 sides had only sparred with each other for a single round. Mo Song had yet to land his saber on Su Zimo, and the latter had already driven his arms into Mo Song's chest. 2 bloody fists were seen protruding from the back of Mo Song's chest. It was a terrifying sight. Although the ruffians of the pugilistic society had been through many fights, they could not imagine the scene that they had just witnessed. How could a fist drive a hole through blood and flesh? A postnatal perfected expert was taken down by a frail scholar. Who would have believed it if they had not seen it themselves? Murder. Su Zimo was in a daze. All he could remember was that Dai Yu once told him lightly, most of the styles in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness are killing techniques. There were killing techniques. If he used them, he would definitely take lives. Until now, Su Zimo finally understood her words. Someone waved a knife to hack at Su Zimo's neck while he was in a daze, while another person attacked him with a sword, stabbing him in the middle of his back. Clang! Clang! Instead of the sounds made by the weapons when they pierced through human flesh, one could only hear the sounds similar to the clashing of metals. The steel knife that was on Su Zimo's neck strangely bounced up, while the long sword in the middle of his back bent into an arc. Could not stab into his flesh. Pest! Everyone present gasped. Su Zimo might have worn superior-class armor and hence the sword could not stab through his flesh. But what about the steel knife that slashed his neck? There was no way to explain why it bounced back. Corporal mortification martial arts? What kind of corporal mortification martial arts would be so powerful? Although the knife and sword did not hurt Su Zimo, he staggered from the force of it. The skin-tempering skill could block the cutting edge of the knife and sword, but it could not block the force directed at him through the knife and sword. Su Zimo felt immense pain in the middle of his back and neck. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain. "Scoundrel, you must be courting death," Su Zimo hollered, executing Plow Heaven's stride and charged toward the person on the left. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo plowed and made 2 deep ravines out of the ground that was made of extremely hard green stone. The gravel and small stones flew around. It was a frightening sight. The person's countenance changed. He finally knew the fear and terror Mo Song felt in the final moments before his death. Su Zimo was too imposing and terrifying. He merely strode forward, but the menacing aura about him was enough to suffocate him. Poof! He executed Bovine's moongazing, making 2 hollows in the chest of a late-stage postnatal expert. He died on the spot. Seeing that Su Zimo seemed immune to swords and knives, everyone had no idea how to take him down. Su Zimo had killed 2 men consecutively in no time. His blood seemed to be boiling. The initial panic and tension had disappeared. "And you?" Su Zimo turned and directed his fiery gaze at the last person. The person had boasted of wounding Uncle Zhang just now. But he felt a chill at his back and had goosebumps all over his body now that Su Zimo fixed his gaze on him. "Everyone, let's attack him at once." No matter how powerful his corporal mortification martial arts is, he would definitely have a vital gait, and there is a limit to his endurance. The man hollered. Everyone in the courtyard felt like taking him down together, but they were still wary of him. They were frightened by his menacing aura and they did not attack at once. Ta, ta, ta. Su Zimo took 3 steps and had already arrived in front of the man in no time. He executed Bovine's moongazing without another word. The man already realized that Su Zimo only executed the few styles. Although he was frightened by the sheer power of Plow Heaven's stride, he was able to avoid the attack by dropping to the ground agilely. He did not care to preserve his dignity, but to execute a lazy donkey roll. Bovine's moongazing was meant to attack one's waist and upper abdomen. The man counterattacked with the move and was able to avoid Su Zimo's fists. Even so, he could still smell a strong and musty smell of blood in the air, extinguishing all his desire to fight back. Run! He is invincible! The man managed to escape from his Bovine's moongazing. Su Zimo watched as his opponent rolled about on the floor, feeling somewhat confused. This was the only movement technique that he knew. If Bovine's moongazing was unable to kill the opponent, Su Zimo had no other way to defeat him. Right then, a thought came to Su Zimo's mind and he took big strides to catch up with the opponent. Lazy donkey roll might be a brilliant move and when used occasionally it was quite effective. However, his speed of rolling on the floor would not be as fast as his running legs. Su Zimo roared and caught up to the man in no time. The man heard Su Zimo's roar and knew that he was in serious trouble, looking upward at him. His view was blocked by flying gravel and stones. Right then, an enormous force smashed right into his chest. Bang! The next moment, the man smashed against the wall, and he slowly slipped off the wall seconds later. His chest was punctured and he died on the spot. Su Zimo was able to react according to circumstances, using the brute force of Plow Heaven's stride to kick at the man. Killing techniques. Plow Heaven's stride was a killing technique as well. Several experts at the courtyard who were jeering at Su Zimo turned silent. There was fear in their eyes. Everyone retreated slowly, for fear that they would be Su Zimo's next target. It was understandable that everyone was fearful of him. Su Zimo had displayed very formidable prowess. It had only been 10 minutes since he made his first move, and he had already killed 2 postnatal perfected experts and 1 late-stage postnatal expert. Su Zimo sneered as he turned to walk toward Xin Nan, who had turned pale in fright. What do you want? Xin Nan's voice trembled. He wanted to turn and flee, but his legs were too weak. They gave way on him, and he could only sit limply on the ground, while he inched slowly away from Su Zimo. Whose idea was it today? Su Zimo towered Xin Nan, looking down at him as he posed his question, enunciating each word slowly. And no, it's not me. Who is it? Su Zimo roared with anger. Xin Nan trembled, gasping for air. There was a flicker of malice in his eyes as he said through gritted teeth, "If you dare to wound me, Su family will be exterminated." MMM? Su Zimo's expression darkened. He squinted his eyes. Are you threatening me? Su Zimo had barely suppressed his murderous intent, but he could feel the strong urge to kill again. Right then, an eerie and sorrowful sound could be heard from the inner hall of Xin family's residence. You are a junior, you must be courting death. How dare you behave so atrociously here? The voice was still resonating, and the figure that was as fast as a ghost swooshed and appeared right before him. Su Zimo took a careful look. He was a middle-aged man. His cheeks were gaunt, but he had eagle-like sharp eyes. He merely pointed his toes on the ground, and he covered the distance in no time, standing right in front of him. Su Zimo was shocked. The middle-aged man was much stronger than the crowd in the courtyard in terms of his movement technique and aura. Khanate expert. Buzz! The middle-aged man hid his hand behind his back. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and it was accompanied by a clear, buzzing sound of the sword. A cold longsword stabbed towards Su Zimo's face. The tip of the sword trembled like a flexible poisonous snake, giving out tongue-lashing sounds. It was disturbing. The sword had yet to reach him, but a gush of cold air blew against his face. Su Zimo felt slight pain on his face. Su Zimo realized that given the strength and toughness of his skin right now, he could never stop this sword. The power of the Khanate expert was enough to threaten his life. After all, Su Zimo barely had any fighting experience. He lost his focus just now and missed the chance to make the first strike. Even if Su Zimo executed Bovine's moon-gazing to withstand the force from the sword, his head would already be pierced through by his sword. Retreat! Su Zimo had no time to think. He executed Plow Heaven Stride and retreated quickly. Humph! The middle-aged man sneered loudly, increasing his speed, and his sword followed Su Zimo right on his heels. There was no way that Su Zimo could escape from his advancing sword. The tip of the sword was within distances of Su Zimo's face. The situation was very dangerous for Su Zimo. Su Zimo could only see the glitter of the sword in front of him. His eyes hurt, and he could not help but shed tears. Right then, there was a look of malice in the middle-aged man's eyes. Oh no! There is the wall right behind me. Su Zimo's heart sank. The courtyard of the Xin family's residence might be spacious, but there was a boundary as well. Both parties were advancing and retreating in a superior speed, and in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had been forced to retreat to the wall. There was no way to retreat. Even if Su Zimo used brute force to break the wall, there would be a moment of delay. The middle-aged man was able to slash Su Zimo with his sword in that single moment. Stop! A figure suddenly barged in from the door, carrying a steel saber in his hand. The figure yelled and charged aggressively towards the middle-aged man. It's Uncle Lu. Although Su Zimo could not afford the slightest distraction to check the person who arrived, he could tell from the voice the identity of the person. The middle-aged man took a glance and sneered. Lu Yu was only a postnatal perfected. Even if he was a Khanate expert, he would not be able to save Su Zimo. There was only a stone's throw distance away between the long sword and Su Zimo. It's too late, he will die for sure. The middle-aged man snarled lightly. His expression turned cold as he charged forward with his sword. In this moment of life and death, Su Zimo suddenly calmed down. There was not the least bit of panic in his eyes. He was unexpectedly calm, and his senses became sharper than usual. Su Zimo knew very well that he was the only one who was capable of saving himself. Faced with the advancing sword, Su Zimo closed his eyes instead, and the scene of cattle grazing grass in the cultivation field flashed in his mind. Su Zimo raised his palm automatically and rested it on the body of the advancing sword. Rap, hit, pull. Bovine-tongued saber, the most powerful style among the tri-bovine style. Pa! A crisp sound that was as loud as thunder resonated in the courtyard of Shin family's residence. The next moment, everyone froze on the spot. There were confusion, doubt, and disbelief in their eyes. The long sword in the middle-aged man's hands was shattered into multiple fragments. He was left with nothing but the hilt of the sword. The fragments scattered onto the ground. There was a strange brilliance about them. The middle-aged man opened his mouth. His pupil constricted suddenly, as he looked at Su Zimo, who was not far from him. He did not advance, instead he retreated a few steps and looked wary. Su Zimo opened his eyes, panting slightly. He looked somewhat confused. Had he survived? Moments ago, Su Zimo finally realized what death felt like. Until now, Su Zimo still felt that everything was surreal. There was a breeze in the air. Su Zimo's back was drenched in perspiration. He was so terrified that he broke out in cold sweats. "Hurry, let's go." Right then, Su Zimo could hear Lu Yu's voice by his ear. Lu Yu pulled him by the arm, and he automatically followed Lu Yu to run out of Shin family's residence. Apart from everyone present in the Shin family's residence, Su Zimo himself was unable to recover himself. He was in a state of confusion as he hung his head and ran with Uncle Lu. Along the way, Lu Yu kept looking at Su Zimo. Before this, not long after Su Zimo left Su family's residence, Uncle Zhang told him that second young master looked odd. He was worried that he might go to the Shin family's residence to demand an explanation, and he ordered Lu Yu to protect him. By the time he reached Shin family's residence, he already saw the middle-aged man attacking Su Zimo. Lu Yu had good eyesight. He could tell that the man was a Khanate expert. He did not understand why Su Zimo, a feeble scholar, provoked a Khanate expert. The situation was critical and he had no time to think. All he could do was to make the first move to save Su Zimo. However, the scene that Lu Yu saw thereafter was a huge shock to him. Lu Yu's eyes kept lingering on Su Zimo's palm. He had lots of doubts and he wondered what was going on. Could it be that second young master put on an armor-like glove? But even so, how much power would he need to shatter the long sword of the Khanate expert to pieces? The most puzzling thing was that he could not tell that Su Zimo had been practicing martial arts. In fact, he seemed thinner than before. Weird. Lu Yu had an idea and decided to test Su Zimo. He released his grip on Su Zimo and increased his speed. Su Zimo hung his head, looking absent-minded. He seemed to be deep in his thoughts, but he followed right behind Lu Yu automatically. Lu Yu and Su Zimo reached Su family's residence in no time. There were beads of perspiration on Lu Yu's forehead and he was breathing heavily, but he could not hide the surprise in his eyes. He sped up thrice consecutively on the way back. To the end he had already reached his limit, but Su Zimo was still following closely behind. The most scary thing was that Su Zimo was breathing like usual, and he did not seem as if he was tired or exhausted. It was obvious that he still had a lot of energy. Su Zimo had finally recovered himself upon reaching Su family's residence. Actually, Su Zimo was just as shocked as everyone. Although Su Zimo could tell more or less that the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was extraordinary, he did not expect that he would have such power after cultivating for merely 3 months. Su Zimo looked at his palm. There was no injuries. Success. Su Zimo had mastered bovine-tongue saber during the life and death moment just now. Su Zimo was overjoyed and thought of sharing the news with Dai Yu later and to show off to her. But then, Su Zimo seemed to sense something and he looked up to see that Lu Yu was staring at him with an odd expression. "What is wrong, Uncle Lu?" Su Zimo asked. Lu Yu said in a low voice, "Nothing, go on in. You should rest in your room, I will look for you later." Su Zimo nodded. Lu Yu sent Su Zimo away and went directly to Uncle Zheng's room, telling everything that he saw at Shin family's residence to him. Everyone in the room was surprised. If not for the fact that it was Lu Yu who told them, no one would believe it. Could it be that second young master is a Khanate expert? Wuxia asked. Lu Yu shook his head. People who practiced martial arts would have significant changes in their physique. For instance, the temple will bulge and the knuckles will be bigger. There will be calluses on the hands and one will have a strong physique. But I don't see these changes in second young master. He does not have any calluses and he has long fingers. It doesn't seem as if he has used a weapon before. Uncle Zhang also said, second young master has spent all his time on studying. He didn't have the chance to practice martial arts. It's impossible that we not know about it. What's more, one would need to practice for 10 years before one can advance to a Khanate. And we are referring to those who are gifted and cultivated and practiced the mental cultivation method and internal power. Second young master is still so young. Lu Yu thought about it and said, on the way back, I deliberately tested second young master, and I can be certain that his movement technique is faster and above me. Ah! Everyone was shocked. As the leader of the Su family guards, although Lu Yu was not well versed in movement technique, he ranked the top 10 in terms of his speed. Uncle Zhang frowned and asked, did second young master cultivate some superb qigong? There were superior qigong in the pugilistic society that were similar to chasing toad in 8 steps. After cultivation, one was as light as the swallow and it could indeed increase the speed of one's movement technique. Unlikely. Lu Yu shook his head and said, second young master merely kept up with me without using any martial arts. He did not use any clever moves. Everyone was puzzled. Lu Yu said in a low voice, if I am correct, the middle-aged man is Tang Mingjun. He is known as the soul-reaping sword. He is an early-stage Khanate expert. This does not make sense. Why will a Khanate expert attack second young master? Won't it be a disgrace to him? Uncle Zhang frowned slightly. What Uncle Zhang meant was that if the person wanted to kill second young master, he could send anyone who had practiced martial arts. There was no need for a Khanate expert to do it. Actually, Lu Yu arrived too late in time. He did not see that Su Zimo had killed 3 people consecutively. By the time he arrived, Su Zimo was in a dangerous situation. Lu Yu had yet to take in the surroundings around him and he brought Su Zimo to flee from Shen family's residence. No one present would have known that it was not that Tang Mingjun. The soul-reaping sword wanted to attack Su Zimo. In fact, he was forced to do it. Oh no! Right then, one of the Su family guards pushed the door open, looking alarmed and panic. There are many people outside. They look aggressive, saying that they want second young master to pay a life for a life. Don't panic. Who are these people? Lu Yu asked in a deep voice. They are from Zhao family and Li family. Shun Nan from the Shin family also brought many people with him. The Su family guard swallowed with difficulty before he replied, breathing heavily. A life for a life? Uncle Zhang spoke softly, deep in his thoughts. If according to what Lu Yu said, Su Zimo did not kill anyone in the Shin family, why would they demand him to pay a life for a life? Damn! This is a clear provocation. How could second young master kill someone? I will go out to meet them. Wuxia was riled up. He stood up and dashed outside. Wait! Uncle Zhang coughed before he said softly, help me out. Mr. Zhang, you must not move about so as not to aggravate your injuries. Lu Yu hurried to stop him. Uncle Zhang shook his head. His attitude was firm. He who comes is surely ill-intentioned. Now that young master is not around, I have to take a look no matter what. The few of them from the Su family went out to take a look and their hearts sank. There were hundreds of people outside the residence. All of them looked menacing and most of them were postnatal pugilistic experts. 3 of them were early-stage Khanate experts. Tang Mingjun was one of them. Given Su family's manpower and capabilities now, if they did not deal with this properly, all of them might end up dead. The burly chap dressed in martial arts outfit standing behind young Master Zhao might be a mid-stage Khanate. Everyone, try to take things lying down and don't take the offensive. We must wait until young master is back. Uncle Zhang whispered. Everyone in the Su family was shocked. Mid-stage Khanate. Lu Yu whispered. The man looks unfamiliar. He might not belong to Pingyang town. Be on your guard. Where is Su Zimo? Get him to come out. Shun Nen covered his swollen face and shouted angrily. Lu Yu stepped forward and said in a deep voice with cupped fists, "What's with the crowd? Why do you want to look for second young master?" A young man in a brocade robe, who was one of the leading men, held a folding fan in his hands and smiled. "A life for a life. It's right and unalterable. Second young master Su had to pay for killing people." The person was Zhao Yu, young master Zhao. He was a postnatal perfected. He was well known in Pingyang town. The person next to him was Li Yuanmao, young master Li. "To hell with you!" Yu Qihua pointed to Zhao Yu, ranting out loud. "If you insist to pay a life for a life, you must do so first. You have taken Brother Guan's life." Uncle Zhang had a severe cough, gasping for breath. "What proof do you have that second young master has taken 3 lives? Ha ha!" Shin Nan grinned hideously. "Old man, everyone in Shin family witnessed how Su Zimo killed them." With that, the people from Shin family edged to the front carrying the corpses of Mo Song and the rest. Although they were dead, they did not shut their eyes. There were terror and fear in their eyes. It went to show that they were greatly shocked moments before their deaths. Lu Yu and the rest were taken aback when they saw the corpses. It was too ruthless. The chests of 2 of them seemed to have been pierced through by weapons that were as thick as arms, while the chest of the other person collapsed and his bones were shattered. Uncle Zhang swept his gaze over them, remaining calm as he shook his head. "He who has a mind to beat his dog will easily find his stick. Everyone in Pingyang town knows that second young master is a scholar. How can he possibly kill these 3 postnatal experts?" "Enough of your nonsense." Zhao Yu spread out his paper fan, saying coldly, "If the Su family doesn't hand Su Zimo over, all of you will have to die today. I am the one who killed them." At this time, a voice came from outside the crowd, and everyone turned toward the sound. A green-robed scholar strode up with big steps, his head high and chest out. It was Su Zimo. Su Zimo stood in front of everyone from the Su family, displaying no fear at the hundreds of people in front of him, giving a loud shout. "I killed them. I will take responsibility for it. Second young master, don't be impulsive." Yu Qihua stopped him. Lu Yu whispered, "Second young master, they have evil intentions. They are after other motives. It is just an excuse to look for you. Don't fall for it." Hee. Li Yuanmao had a strange smile. "Since second young master Su has admitted to it, things are simple. Get him. Protect second young master." Uncle Zheng's tone was firm and steady. "At no costs." Clang. Everyone unsheathed their weapons. Lu Yu and the rest surrounded Su Zimo and Uncle Zhang, protecting them from the crowd. The 2 parties were on the verge of breaking into fights. Zhao Yu kept his folding fan and coldly said, "Capture Su Zimo. Kill all those who stand in the way." Su Zimo clenched his fists, getting ready to execute Plow Heaven's stride. He wanted to dash into the crowd to fight with the Khanate experts. In all fairness, he could hardly deal with the early-stage Khanate experts. Moreover, there was a mid-stage Khanate expert among them. But right now, there were no other options. Suddenly, galloping sounds could be heard from afar. In no time, it was nearing them. "I will kill whoever who dares to touch my younger brother," Su Hong shouted. The crowd dispersed, as a single man rode a horse and galloped toward them, full of murderous intent. He tightened the reins upon reaching Su family's residence. The man rode on a tall horse and held an iron spear of the flowing spring. There was a powerful and murderous aura about him. His gaze was fiery and one dared not look him in the eyes. There was a hideous scar on the person's face. It stretched from his glabella to his earlobe. Although it had healed, the tender red skin near the wound was protruding from the scar. It looked frightening and the person looked even more vicious with it. Su Hong, young Master Su. Everyone in the Su family was glad to see him. They could not conceal their joy at seeing him. Zhao Yu, Li Yuanmao, have the 2 of you matured? How dare you seek trouble at the Su family? Su Hong did not get off the horse. Instead, he sat on the horse, looking down on the 2 of them, his tone icy cold. "Haha, so it's young Master Su. You have come at the right time. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Zhao Yu smiled. He seemed to have come prepared. The burly chap who stood behind Zhao Yu was dressed in martial arts outfit. His eyes were cold and he carried a thick saber on his back. He shouted, "I heard that young master is an early-stage Khanate expert at 30 years old. You are a giant among men. It's my pleasure to meet you today. Shall we exchange blows to learn from each other? I have no interest in the name of the dead." The person had yet to finish his sentence and he was cut off by Su Hong. "Go!" Su Hong gave a soft yell and his horse charged forward, reaching the burly chap dressed in martial arts outfit in no time, thrusting his long spear at the same time. "You must be courting death." The burly chap looked calm while he took out his thick sword, releasing his Khanate aura. He jumped up, raising his arms while swinging his saber at Su Hong, who was coming toward him. "He is indeed a mid-stage Khanate." Lu Yu nodded. Su Zimo felt nervous upon hearing his words. The Zhao family had come prepared. They even estimated that Su Hong might rush back and therefore they asked a mid-stage Khanate expert to deal with him. Su Zimo swept his gaze over the crowd. To his surprise, neither Lu Yu nor Uncle Zhang and the rest of them were nervous. What did that mean? He was still pondering when Su Hong and the burly chap exchanged blows. Clang! The thick saber of the burly chap landed heavily on the iron spear of the flowing spring. Sparks came flying. The force was so huge that the horse that Su Hong was riding was forced to a stop. "Ha ha!" Su Hong laughed. He flicked the iron spear of the flowing spring. It gave off a buzzing tremor, followed by a stunning force that bounced the thick saber away. The burly chap's countenance changed. Poof! Blood was splattered all over the floor. The burly chap was sent flying by Su Hong's spear, landing on the long street, his blood staining the ground. "You pretended that you are of a lower level, why you are a late." The burly chap had yet to finish his sentence, but blood kept surging in his mouth. It was obvious that he would not get to live past tomorrow. Everyone was shocked. Nobody expected that they had only exchanged blows for one round and a mid-stage Khanate expert would be killed by a single thrust of Su Hong's spear. The most terrifying thing was what the burly chap said moments before he died. Although he did not finish his sentence, everyone present could guess what he meant. Late-stage Khanate. All these years, people in the Pingyang town had underestimated Su Hong's abilities. "Hurry, let's go!" The Khanate experts of the Zhao family, Li family and Shen family reacted quickly by protecting their masters and fleeing from the scene. All the pugilistic experts were frightened by the aura of a single man. They fled hurriedly, having no intention to stay for another second. Su Hong sneered, making no move to chase them. He got down from the horse, nodding at Su Zimo before he said, "Back to the residence." Inner hall of Su family's residence. Su Hong sat in the middle like the master of the house, as Lu Yu gave a report on what happened in Pingyang town these past few months. He would nod occasionally as he listened to him. Su Zimo sat at the side, with his head lowered, keeping silent. Before this, his older brother never allowed him to enter the inner hall and he never participated in such meetings. After Lu Yu was done with his report, Su Hong's gaze landed on Su Zimo. He asked in a deep voice, "Did you really kill the 3 postnatal experts from Shen family?" "Yes." Su Zimo hesitated slightly before he admitted it. Bang! Initially, Su Hong was seated on a chair, but then he stood up suddenly, placing his feet on the ground, letting off a loud sound. He reached Su Zimo in no time and he punched in his direction. This happened too quickly. Everyone in the inner hall, let alone Su Zimo, could react in time. Su Zimo was startled. He had yet to recover from his shock and he automatically stretched out his palm, landing on Su Hong's fist. Rap, hit, and he was about to execute Bovine Tongue Saber. But right then, Su Zimo remembered the scene when he shattered the long sword of the Khanate expert at Shen family's residence. The power of Bovine Tongue Saber had just been executed and Su Zimo stopped in mid-tracks. Bang! There was a loud sound as the palm and fist clashed with each other. The chair that Su Zimo was sitting on broke into pieces. Su Zimo lost his balance under the impact of the strike. He was about to sit back on the floor when he released the power of Plow Heaven Stride automatically. Su Zimo sank, and it seemed as if his entire body was lying flat on the ground. However, his legs did not move a single inch, and he was rooted into the ground. Su Zimo exerted strength at his waist and legs at the same time and stood up. His move was really brilliant, and everyone in the inner hall could not help but be amazed. There was a sparkle in Su Hong's eyes. He kept nodding as he smiled. Good. Good. You have done a good job by killing them. Su Zimo knew that his older brother was testing him just now. Right at the moment when the palm and fist collided, he could feel that his older brother had cut back on the force exerted. Of course, Su Zimo did not use all his force. He stopped in mid-tracks as well. Su Zimo knew the power of bovine-tongued saber. He dared not use it on his older brother. Zimo, you should go back to rest. It is nothing to lose the scholarly honors. There are plenty of good ladies in the world. Don't take it to heart. Xiaoning will be back from Songlang City soon. If you have time, do keep her company. Su Xiaoning was Su Zimo's younger sister. She was 2 years younger than him. She was sent by Su Hong to study at Songlang City as well. Su Zimo smiled as he agreed to it. He then turned to leave. Su Hong watched as Su Zimo left. He remained silent for a long while, seeming to have mixed feelings. Young master, Lu Yu asked softly. Su Hong recovered himself, speaking softly. I don't think Zimo is cultivating any internal power. He used his body strength to withstand the impact from my fist just now. I have heard from others that some people are born with immense strength. Second young master could be such people. Lu Yu was glad. Su Hong smiled. This is not just a matter of strength. When we sparred just now, I felt pain in my arm. It was as if it has been distorted. I suppose he did not use his full force. Yu Qihua said, since second young master is so capable, why don't we tell him about our origin and our intention? No. Su Hong shook his head. His attitude was firm. Previously, I forbade Zimo from learning martial arts as I don't want him to be embroiled in it. I don't intend to live, but nothing must happen to Zimo and Xiaoning. This is final. I will hear no more about it. Uncle Zheng sighed. I watched second young master as he grew up. Given his intelligence, I am afraid he has already discovered something amiss. He won't know as long as we keep it a secret. The Su family came to Pingyang town 15 years ago. There were only Uncle Zheng, Lu Yu, and some other people with them. Su Hong was 15 years old, while Su Zimo was only 2 years old and Su Xiaoning was just born. Their parents died that year. According to the Su family, they encountered a lot of beasts where they passed by Tsonglang mountain range. Many of them died, and their parents were among those who died. Su Zimo had always been skeptical of this statement all these years. Su Zimo felt that his older brother and the rest of the Su family had been hiding many things, other than their parents' death from he and his sister. Back then, when his older brother gave him the mansion, it was said that he could study hard without anyone disturbing him. But Su Zimo knew that his older brother meant to send him away. Su Zimo studied hard to get scholarly honors so that there would be a day where he could help his brother. However, Su Zimo had finally sorted out his thoughts after reaching his mansion. Since his brother refused to tell him, he would not force him. His only hope was that he would become stronger so that no matter how dangerous the situation was, they could survive it. Su Zimo stepped into the cultivation field. Dai Yu was lazing around on the green stone. She did not cast him a look. It was as if she did not see Su Zimo come in. I have succeeded at bovine-tongued saber, Su Zimo said. Dai Yu acknowledged him with an indifferent attitude. Su Zimo knew that it was considered as a praise to get Dai Yu's acknowledgement. Go in to cultivate. Dai Yu pointed to the wooden barrel not too far away. The wooden barrel had been in the cultivation field for quite some time. It had always been empty. Su Zimo had no idea what it was used for. Today, the barrel was filled with a thick black liquid, exuding a strong smell of medicine. So it is for my cultivation. Su Zimo jumped in without another thought. Pest! Su Zimo sucked in a cold breath as soon as he jumped into the barrel. His countenance changed. Cold. Too cold. Su Zimo felt that his hands and limbs were turning numb in no time. His hair was covered with a layer of frost. His face had turned gray and his lips purple. His body could not help but tremble uncontrollably. What is this? Su Zimo said in a quavering voice. Dayu spoke lightly. You can come out if you can't take it. Su Zimo could not stand it anymore. He even felt that if he continued to stay in the barrel, he would freeze to death. Su Zimo had just gotten up getting ready to jump out, when he caught a glimpse of scoff in Dayu's eyes. He was riled. He clenched his teeth and sat back down in the barrel. He had only taken 10 breaths and he felt a chill to his bones. Under the stimulation of the medicinal liquid, Su Zimo began to lose his consciousness. Su Zimo remembered what Dayu said to him in the past. If you want to learn this cultivation technique, you will experience unimaginable dangers. You may lose your life at any time. Do not expect me to save you. Su Zimo knew that even if he froze to death, Dayu would not save him. Su Zimo shut his eyes, trying to ignore the coldness that he felt. He used the breathing and expiration method of skin tempering and began to breathe slowly. All of a sudden, there were a few mysterious and lengthy sutra in Su Zimo's mind and he could hear Dayu's voice. There is, in fact, only one sutra in body tempering. Since you have no foundation, hence I divided it into 2 parts, skin tempering and flesh tempering. What you saw just now is the sutra for flesh tempering. From today onward, you will combine both of them when you cultivate. The breathing method of flesh tempering originates from Rock Bear Demon King. The flesh of the bear is thick and sturdy. It is slow but powerful. It has the power to erect its neck, strengthen its upper limb, come out from its cave with full force, and to fight the tiger majestically. Combine the 2 methods of breathing and it will be the body tempering sutra. Dayu explained while she taught Su Zimo the breathing and expiration method. Su Zimo began to get the gist of it gradually and his breathing became slow and long. With each breathing and expiration, the essence of the medicinal liquid in the wooden barrel would rush into his body through the pores on his skin, supplementing the skin and nourishing the blood and flesh. This kind of cultivation method was much more direct and effective than devouring food and cultivating. Su Zimo felt that his own flesh and blood were being nourished. His skin had toughened and he seemed to have grown more muscular. If Su Zimo opened his eyes at this time, he would see an even more shocking scene. The black viscous liquid had formed a huge vortex in the wooden barrel. Su Zimo hovered in the middle of the vortex. A cow-shaped monster and a bear-shaped monster loomed next to Su Zimo. They were hazy but their eyes were bright and exuded a cold, eerie light. They looked ferocious and they exuded an aura that could shake heaven and earth. With the passage of time, the chill in the body gradually dissipated. An inexhaustible amount of essence continued to cleanse his muscles and skin. Su Zimo's realm had been advancing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. Su Zimo opened his eyes and was surprised to find that the liquid in the wooden barrel had become transparent and was as clear as water. Dayu jumped down from the green stone, saying, I will impart 3 more styles to you. The first style is ground-rupturing palm. The angle of the palm can change as you please. All you need to remember is the technique to execute the force and to understand the concept of rupturing the ground. Dayu raised her hands slightly as she explained. Su Zimo had an idea and he shut his eyes. Su Zimo had a strange thought. It was as if he was not facing Dayu but a hideous bear demon. It raised its gigantic bear paw and smashed it down suddenly. Although Su Zimo knew that it was only an illusion, under the powerful impact of the slam, he could not help but retreat. Swoosh! Su Zimo forgot that he was still in the barrel. He collapsed on the ground, looking like a mess. The water in the barrel was spilled all over the floor. The second style is mountain reliance. You have to exert all your strength and press forward, and the opponent will die. He will have no time to react. Dayu nudged her foot and pressed forward, her body shaking. Su Zimo's pupil constricted instantly. The air around Dayu froze when she executed the mountain reliance. It seemed to turn solid then spread out thereafter. The air around them was not immune to the swiftness and impact of the pressing in movement. The third style, body petrification. Dayu paused before saying, This is the defensive method of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. It can be considered as a mental cultivation method. After you succeed, the flesh and blood will turn into a boulder instantly. One becomes indestructible, minimizing the injuries sustained. Su Zimo began practicing try-rock bear style while Dai Yu watched coldly by the side, pointing out whenever he made a mistake. Whenever Dai Yu pointed out his mistakes, Su Zimo would be in agony. At the end of the day, Su Zimo had not made any progress with the try-rock bear style, but he was already covered with wounds. He had bruises all over his body and he was drenched in perspiration, lying down drained of all energy on the grass, panting heavily. Of course, Su Zimo knew very well that if not for such a harsh environment, it would take him even longer to succeed in try-rock bear style. At night, Dai Yu prepared another barrel of medicinal liquid for Su Zimo's cultivation. The amazing part was that, regardless of how heavily injured Su Zimo was in the day, after cultivating in the wooden barrel for a night, he would be alive and healthy in the day and he would not have any scars on his body. In the next 3 months, Su Zimo slaughtered cattle and ate them, practicing try-rock bear style in the day and going into the wooden barrel at night, practicing his breathing and expiration under the stimulation of the medicinal liquid. Su Zimo gritted his teeth to endure the endless cultivation. Under such a harsh cultivation environment, Su Zimo had a deeper understanding of body tempering sutra. He was able to reach initial success at his ground-rupturing palm and mountain reliance. However, he did not make much progress with body petrification. Su Zimo's skin had changed from the rough texture when he first practiced tri-bovine style to being smooth and delicate. It was as if he had regained the natural state. His skin looked as fair as jade, but in fact it was even tougher than before. Su Zimo had become more muscular and his body was firm and sturdy. He seemed to become taller. Although he was only 17 years old, he was more than 6 feet tall, similar to Dai Yu's height. 3 months ago, when Su Zimo tried his hand at Shin family's residence, he was slashed by swords in the fight. Although he did not sustain any external injuries, the impact from the saber and sword still caused damage to his muscles and he was in pain for a long time. Right now, Su Zimo surmised that if he was stabbed by postnatal perfected experts, it would not cause any damage to him. After cultivating body tempering, and through half a year of tough practice, his body was similar to swords and sabers. Of course, these were not the only changes he underwent after cultivating body tempering. He had immense strength and amazing speed. There was a sharpness in his gaze. All these brought about a transformation in Su Zimo. This morning, Su Zimo walked out of the cultivation field. He changed into a green robe, tidied up and went to the Su family's residence. Su Xiaoning would be back today. Regardless of whether it was Su Zimo, Su Hong or anyone else in the Su family, everyone doted on her and could not bear for her to suffer any grievances. Su Zimo reached Su family's residence in no time. Second young master is back. The people in Su family were delighted and greeted him warmly. Su Zimo smiled and nodded at them. After recuperating for 3 months, Uncle Zheng's injuries had healed, but he seemed much older than before. Brother is not around again? Su Zimo asked casually. Uncle Zheng smiled. He is caught up with business recently. He had to take care of the business and won't be able to make it back today. Su Zimo and Uncle Zheng chatted in the hall while waiting for Su Xiaoning to return. 2 hours had passed. For hours, noon had passed. Songlang City was not too far from Pingyang Town. It would take at most 2 hours to reach by foot. But right now, Su Xiaoning had yet to come back. Su Zimo turned solemn. There was a cold glitter in his eyes. Uncle Zheng frowned, thinking before he shouted. Lu Yu, here. Uncle Zhang said in a deep voice. Bring some men to Songlang City and check whether Miss Su has set off or not. Report to me if there's any news. No need. Su Zimo waved his hands. He knew his sister best. Su Xiaoning had been very obedient since a young age. She would never do things that would cause her family to be worried. Since Su Xiaoning had yet to reach Pingyang Town, there was only one explanation. She had run into mishap. Su Zimo stood up slowly, his expression cold. Uncle Zhang and Lu Yu could feel a suffocating pressure at his single movement. These two people had been through multiple fights and battles and had many experiences where they had a close brush with death. They had no fear even when they faced immortals or thousands of army. But right now, they could not help but tremble with fear when facing Su Zimo. Second young master has indeed changed. Uncle Zhang and Lu Yu stared at each other, having the same thought. Report, Shun Nan from the Shin family is outside the door, seeking entry. One of the Su family guard shouted. Uncle Zhang took in a deep breath. Let him in. Hee hee. How are all of you doing? Shortly after, Shun Nan, who was clad in white, strolled in smilingly. Su Zimo did not utter a word. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Shun Nan. Shun Nan's heart skipped a beat. For some unknown reason, Shun Nan felt like being targeted by a ferocious tiger and a starving wolf. He might be torn into pieces in a blink of an eye. I am only here to send a message. Zhao family and Li family wanted to invite the two young masters of Su family to a banquet. Shun Nan hurried to say, feeling somewhat guilty. Su Zimo came to Shun Nan's side, saying calmly, My brother is not in, I will go with you. Second young master, there must be something funny about the banquet. You must not go. Lu Yu hurried forward and whispered to Su Zimo's ears. Su Zimo swept his gaze at him. Lu Yu bowed his head and said through clenched teeth, Second young master, I will go with you. Su Xiaoning was missing and the Zhao family suddenly invited Su Hong and Su Zimo to a banquet. It was obvious that it was an ambush. He might not make it back alive, but he would never stand by while second young master went alone to fight the enemy. Lu Yu, young master Zhao, has said that he only invited the two young masters from Su family. No one is to go with him, otherwise. Shun Nan did not finish his sentence, but it was obvious that he was threatening them. Lead the way, Su Zimo said coolly. Shun Nan gave Uncle Zhang and Lu Yu a provocative look before he sneered and swaggered away from Su family's residence. Mr. Zhang, what do we do? Should I bring people to attack then? Nothing must happen to second young master. Lu Yu was anxious. No. Uncle Zhang shook his head, frowning. The other party is obviously ready. Right now, the Zhao family's residence is full of danger. Given our current strength, we will not be able to compete with them. Uncle Zhang paused for a long while before he said in a deep voice, Get the nearest black armored cavalry to come as soon as possible. But will they be able to arrive in time? Lu Yu asked. I have no idea. Uncle Zhang sighed. Right now, we can only hope that second young master and Miss Su can hold on for as long as possible. This is the only solution. Su Zimo had just entered the Zhao family courtyard, and the door slowly closed behind him. The two sides of the courtyard were full of people. They were postnatal experts. They had their weapons ready. They were glittering with coldness. They looked surprised when they saw that it was Su Zimo who arrived at the courtyard. Many of them ridiculed and sneered, shaking their heads at him. The hall at the Zhao family's residence was situated at the end of the courtyard. There was an 8-seater square table at the end. Many people were already seated, including Zhao Yu and Li Yuan Mao. Shun Nan arrived with Su Zimo and went to take a seat at the table. Su Zimo walked slowly into the hall, his eyes sweeping over everyone, looking calm and composed. There were a total of 17 people in the hall. Except for Zhao Yu, Li Yuan Mao, and Shun Nan, everyone was a Khanate expert. Among them were Tang Mingjun, the soul-reaping sword, who once sparred with him in Shin family's residence. Out of the 14 Khanate experts, 7 of them had stronger aura than Tang Mingjun. 3 of them had the strongest aura. Not surprisingly, for out of the 7 people were mid-stage Khanate experts, while the other 3 were late-stage Khanate experts. Su Zimo had a grasp of the situation now. The Zhao family was obviously taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. They wanted to get rid of he and his brother today. Unfortunately, Su Hong was not around. We wanted to catch a big fish, but we did not expect to catch a small shrimp instead. If we had known, there is no need to gather such a crowd over here. Zhao Yu sneered, looking at Su Zimo with disdain. Where's my sister? Su Zimo sounded calm and composed. Zhao Yu clapped his hands. 2 women walked out side by side from the back of the hall. To be exact, one of which was being held hostage. Su Xiaoning wore a green dress, looking quick-witted. She was 15 years old, and she was already beautiful and had a flawless complexion. However, at this time, Su Xiaoning had tears in her eyes and she was trying to contain her tears. She pursed her lips as she stared at Su Zimo, refusing to say a word. Su Zimo's heart ached at the sight of her. All these years, this was the first time that he had seen his sister in such a predicament. She must have suffered a lot of grievances. Li Yuanmao smiled. The person next to her is my younger sister, Li Xiangtong. It seems like she gets along very well with Miss Su. The lady next to Su Xiaoning smiled, pulling Su Xiaoning to take a seat. She waved a sharp dagger in her hands while she spoke softly. Sister, don't cry. I'll do manicure for you. While Li Xiangtong was talking, she pulled Su Xiaoning's trembling fingers and glided the dagger gently across the fingertips. Ya! Li Xiangtong gasped softly as drops of blood oozed from Su Xiaoning's fingertips. It was glaringly red. Sister, you must not tremble. Fortunately, I was being careful. Otherwise your fingers would be cut off. Li Xiangtong had a malicious smile on her face. Su Zimo did not move a single inch. Li Xiangtong was no weak lady. She was a postnatal expert. Su Zimo and Li Xiangtong were separated by an 8-seater square table. They were 4 mid-stage Khanate experts, 3 late-stage Khanate experts seated at the table. There were also 7 early-stage Khanate experts who stood by both sides of Su Zimo. Su Zimo had no way to save her. Well. Right then, an elder in his 50s, seated at the 8-seater square table, clapped his hands slowly, as he nodded and said, faced with calamities, he is still able to remain calm and unperturbed. He is a talent. This is no small shrimp. Given his temperament, he is worthy of this banquet. Zhao Yu curled his lips. I am Zhao Chengping, the master of Zhao family. The elder in his 50s pointed to the left and said, this is the Li family's master Li Xing. As for this, Zhao Chengping looked to the right, saying in a deep voice, this is Zhang Yao, swordsman Zhang from Songlang City. People hailed him as Thunderbolt Saber. The person who died under Su Hong's spear 3 months ago was swordsman Zheng's junior martial brother. These 3 were late-stage Khanate experts. Su Zimo remained composed as he spoke slowly. The family should not be implicated in the pugilistic affairs. Will the few of you let her go, and I will stay behind to accompany you? You are not considered as part of the pugilistic society. You are merely an inferior commoner. Li Yuanmao smiled and made a dig at him. Zhao Yu spoke in a peculiar tone. It is all right if it is your brother, Su Hong, but you are not qualified. Brother, run? Su Xiaoning had barely said a few words and her mouth was covered by Li Xiangtong. She could only utter a few sounds, her tears rolling uncontrollably down her cheeks. Zhao Chengping sighed. I am an elder, and I don't want to lower myself to your level and deal with a junior like you. However, the Su family has been too arrogant. Su Zimo spoke with mockery. One should fight openly for any disputes between the family clans. The Su family would not shy from it. Aren't you worried that you will be a laughingstock by doing these insidious things? Ha ha! Li Xing, the master of the Li family, laughed and shook his head. Young lad, you are still very inexperienced. You have not encountered any sinister events in the pugilistic society. This is nothing compared to it. Is Li Xiangtong your daughter? Su Zimo raised his eyebrows slightly, asking a seemingly insignificant question. So what if she is? Li Xing snorted. Then prepare to die. A loud snarl that sounded like thunder resonated in the hall. In the meantime, Su Zimo strode forward, releasing the impact of plowing the heavens. The 8-seater square table was overturned in no time, smashing to pieces. It was too fast. No one would have thought that under such circumstances, Su Zimo would make the first move even when he was unable to save himself. Everyone except Zhao Yu and 2 others were Khanate experts. They reacted quickly and grabbed their weapons, advancing towards Su Zimo, shouting in anger, "What an audacious junior!" All at once, there were glint and flash of cold steel everywhere in the hall. It was cold and terrifying, No one could pass through. Xianxia, Thunderbolt Saber, had a backhand grip on his saber. There was a flash of glaring light and he directed his attack toward the area under Su Zimo's rib. Su Zimo was oblivious to the surrounding swords and sabers. He fixed his gaze on Li Xing as he slapped with his palm, releasing a ferocious and formidable aura. Ground-rupturing palm. Li Xing's countenance changed at Su Zimo's violent and domineering aura. His first thought was to turn and flee. His years of experience in the pugilistic society told him that if he did not flee, he would definitely die. Li Xing widened his eyes in anger, giving out a loud shout. He was not in time to draw his weapon. He could only use his arms to block the attack. On the other side, Zhao Chengping held the sword with one hand. A wicked light shone in his eyes. The sword quivered slightly as it dabbed toward Su Zimo's eyes. Zhao Chengping had long heard that Su Zimo practiced corporal mortification martial arts. But no matter what type of corporal mortification martial arts one practiced, one's eyes were still vulnerable. Snap! There was a loud bone-cracking sound. Li Xing shrieked in pain. Su Zimo slapped his palms against Li Xing's arms, breaking his bones. The broken bones protruded from the flesh, being exposed. It was a gruesome sight. A late-stage Khanate expert could not survive one single stroke of Su Zimo's. Everyone was aghast. After executing ground-rupturing palm, Su Zimo charged forward, capturing Li Xing by the throat. At the same time, Su Zimo took a big step toward the left. He faced Zhao Chengping sideways, putting his cheek at the mercy of his long sword, while his left hand seemed as soft as the cow tongue. Wrapping around his hand, Zhao Chengping stabbed his sword at Su Zimo's cheek. However, it did not pierce through his skin. Instead it bent into an arc at the strong force. Pest! His corporal mortification martial arts is so powerful. Zhao Chengping was shocked. He knew that things were not going well, and he made a move to retreat. Right then, Su Zimo's palm rested on Zhao Chengping's arm that had yet to retract. Rap, hit, pull, poof. Nothing could be seen except bits and pieces of flying flesh and spurting blood. The tendons and bones of Zhao Chengping had been shattered to pieces by Su Zimo's palm. The arm was being abruptly pulled out from the shoulder. Zhao Chengping fell to the ground, staring in shock at the blood spewing from the broken arm, howling in pain. Bang! 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 At the same time, all the swords and sabers that were swinging at Su Zimo bounced back. Although Su Zimo's clothes had been chopped to pieces, there was no blood on his body. Impenetrable? All the Khanate experts could not get past Su Zimo's defense even with their weapons. Poof! Right then, there was an abrupt sound of weapons cutting into flesh. A saber stabbed inches into the area under Su Zimo's rib. Blood oozed out and stained the clothes. Regardless of whether it was Su Zimo or Xianxia who grabbed the saber, both were stunned momentarily. Su Zimo did not expect that someone could break through his defense. Xianxia thought that he would kill Su Zimo with one stab. Instead, the saber was stuck and he could not move at all. Xianxia was hailed as Thunderbolt Saber in the pugilistic society not because he has good with his saber. Instead, it was his saber that was famous. It was extremely sharp. It could cut a strand of hair and split metal as if it were made of soil. To his surprise, the Thunderbolt Saber did not stab through Su Zimo's flesh. Instead, it seemed to hit upon a boulder and was faced with a lot of resistance. In the end, the saber was stuck in between flesh. This was the power of body tempering. Xianxia retracted the Thunderbolt Saber and retreated a few steps. He did not continue to advance. Xianxia was wary of Su Zimo after seeing how he crushed Zhao Chengping's arm. Moreover, although the stab did not result in serious injuries, Su Zimo was wounded. He believed Su Zimo would be drained of energy eventually, and he would not be able to walk out of Zhao family's residence alive. Stop! Stop! Li Xiangtong and Su Zimo shouted at the same time. Since Su Zimo made the first move, it had only been a short while since all the postnatal experts in the courtyard rushed to join in the fight. By the time Li Xiangtong realized what was happening, her father had already been captured by Su Zimo. Li Xiangtong grabbed the dagger and placed it against Su Xiaoning's fair neck, giving a faint shout. "Let my father go!" Su Zimo squeezed Li Xing's throat. Li Xing could not resist as the bones in his arms had been shattered. His face turned a reddish purple, and he made gasping sounds. "Let my sister go and I will let him off," Su Zimo said lightly. Su Zimo had made up his mind from the moment he ascertained Li Xing's identity. It was impossible to save Su Xiaoning right away. If anything went wrong, Su Xiaoning might die. Su Zimo dared not take the gamble. But it was relatively easy to catch everyone by surprise and capture Li Xing. "Su Zimo, don't force me. If my hands shake slightly, your sister will have a wound on her face." Li Xiangtong dangled her dagger in front of Su Xiaoning's eyes. Su Zimo smiled, revealing a row of fine white teeth. "If you dare to touch her, I will annihilate the Li family." Su Zimo sounded very calm. It did not seem like a threat. Instead, he seemed to be telling a fact. He sounded domineering, like it was unquestionable. Li Xiangtong's heart jumped a beat. She felt unsettled at Su Zimo's tone and expression. She had no doubts of Su Zimo's capability. Given what happened so far, once Su Zimo escaped from this place, the Zhao family and the Li family would never have peace. He was much more terrifying and vicious than Su Hong. Who exactly is the person that we have provoked? Why did we provoke him? Li Xiangtong was full of regrets. The two sides fell into a stalemate. Anyone could tell that Li Xiangtong was in a state of confusion and did not know what to do. Li Xiangtong looked toward her brother, Li Yuanmao, automatically, wanting to seek help from him. Li Yuanmao was about to say something when there was a drastic change in his expression. There was terror and fear in his eyes. Li Xiangtong's heart plummeted at the sight of Li Yuanmao's odd expression. She exerted force in her dagger, wanting to slice Su Xiaoning's throat. "You have no chance anymore." This was the last sentence that Li Xiangtong heard. Li Xiangtong felt that someone had a death grip on her wrist. It was close to being squashed to pieces. She had no idea since when Su Zimo had reached her side. That was a pair of cold and murderous eyes, causing palpitations to whoever who saw it. Bang! Li Xiangtong was sent flying into the air by Su Zimo's kick. She was already dead when she was mid-air. The turn of events was so fast that no one had time to react. When Li Xiangtong glanced sideways at her brother, Su Zimo had already exerted force in his fingers, squashing Li Xing's throat, and executed Plow Heaven stride to come next to Li Xiangtong, saving Su Xiaoning from her. Li Yuanmao was scared stiff. This was supposed to be an ambush on the two brothers of the Su family. They were very sure of success. But in the blink of an eye, among the three late-stage Khanate experts, one died and one was injured. Zhang Yao was the only one left. Su Xiaoning trembled slightly. She sobbed as she stared at Su Zimo. There was fear, panic, and a distant look in her eyes. Su Zimo's eyes turned soft, a smile on his face. He tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and covered Su Xiaoning's eyes gently. He turned the cloth for a few rounds before he tied them together. "Don't be afraid, I will bring you home." Su Zimo spoke softly in his sister's ears. Zhang Yao witnessed the scene. He was not in a hurry to attack, instead he felt more assured. If Su Zimo chose to fight his way out, Zhang Yao believed that no one would be able to stop him, including the hundreds of postnatal experts at the courtyard. After which, Zhang Yao would return to Conglang City as soon as possible, leaving Pingyang town with his family, so that Su Zimo could not take revenge on him. But right now, seeing how Su Zimo highly valued Su Xiaoning, his chances of escaping here alive was smaller. To Su Zimo, Su Xiaoning was his burden and weakness. "Everyone, don't panic. He has been injured by me just now. He won't be able to hold out for long. Let's all target the lady." Zhang Yao sneered. Everyone present had years of experience in the pugilistic society. They knew right away what Zhang Yao meant by saying that. In fact, the injury at the area under Su Zimo's rib was not as serious as what other people imagined. If Su Zimo looked at the wound, he would be shocked to discover that the muscles around the wound had hardened and he had stopped bleeding. Body petrification would not only strengthen Su Zimo's defense, it was also effective to stop bleeding and conserving one's energy. "Attack!" Zhang Yao shouted and everyone roared in return, charging forward. Su Zimo protected Su Xiaoning in his embrace, exposing his back to all the pugilistic experts. Bang! 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 There was the smell of blood in the air, with flying arms and limbs everywhere. The sabers and swords were broken to pieces, scattered all over the ground. Mountain reliance. He released all his power at one go, executing the powerful killing style of the Tri-Rock Bear style. Everyone who was blocking Su Zimo from behind was sent flying. Some of them were scattered into pieces instantly. There was a path streaked by blood in the chaos. Although Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness for half a year, and he only practiced the first section, the power and strength of his flesh had already reached an unimaginable level. Although he stood at the same spot, ordinary postnatal and connate experts were unable to injure him. The reason why Xianxia was able to hurt Su Zimo was because of the thunderbolt saber in his hands. With the impact and power of mountain reliance, postnatal experts became completely useless in front of him. Su Zimo stopped for a second after knocking people away for more than 10 feet. More than 10 connate experts led by Xianxia followed him around. They had arrived right in front of Su Zimo. They had swords and sabers ready. There were glint and flash of cold steel everywhere, dazzling and glaring. The most important thing was that the swords and sabers were all directed at Su Xiaoning. Su Zimo only had one pair of hands. He was unable to block the advancing weapons from more than 10 experts. There was a vicious glare in Su Zimo's eyes. He changed his stance, with his back facing the experts, protecting Su Xiaoning as he tried to fight his way out. He executed ground-rupturing palm with his left hand while his right hand executed the killing technique of bovine-tongued saber. Poof! No one was spared with the use of his ground-rupturing palm. Su Zimo's right hand might seem soft, however. As he waved his hands in the air, more than 10 weapons were shattered to pieces, scattering all over the ground. Su Zimo looked domineering and imposing. He was like a man-eating beast. He was too aggressive and powerful. Pierce him. Su Zimo staggered, uttering a small sound. There was blood on his back. Although the connate experts were unable to hurt Su Zimo, Xianxia made use of the chance to make a slash on Su Zimo's back. The wound was more than 1 foot long. It was gruesome and hideous. Su Xiaoning's eyes might have been covered, but she could sense what was going on. "Brother, you should leave. Don't bother about me," Su Xiaoning sobbed. Su Zimo clenched his teeth, a murderous gleam in his eyes as he said coldly, "Everyone who stopped me shall die." Bang! Su Zimo executed Plow Heaven Stride. He exerted strength in his legs and there were 2 chasms on the ground, gravel flying everywhere. The gravel contained the force of Plow Heaven's Stride as well. When the gravel hit onto the people in the crowd, it would cause a huge destruction. Many of the broken weapons were being kicked into the crowd by Su Zimo. In a blink of an eye, Su Zimo had dashed to the surrounding wall of the courtyard of Zhao family's residence. Along the way, Su Zimo sustained 2 more wounds on his body. One of them was in the middle of his back. It was a close shave. If it was a few inches closer, Su Zimo would have died. Su Zimo finally appreciated the power of body tempering sutra. He gradually understood the benefits of soaking in the dark liquid for the past 3 months. If it was someone else, they would be exhausted from the loss of blood. However, Su Zimo's wounds were not as serious as it seemed. Every wound had begun to harden and he did not lose a lot of blood from it. Of course, if Su Zimo was able to achieve initial success at body petrification, the thunderbolt saber that Xianxia had would not be able to hurt him. Su Zimo protected Su Xiaoning by standing in front of her. They leaned against the wall, facing the crowd. His green robe was torn and tattered and stained with blood. He swept his gaze over the crowd. There was a burning and murderous glitter in his eyes. He was fearless. The crowd could tell Su Zimo's intention from his position. Su Xiaoning stood with her back facing the wall. Su Zimo no longer had to worry about the enemies attacking her from the back and was able to launch an aggressive attack on the enemies. As long as Su Zimo remained standing, no one could hurt Su Xiaoning. He won't be able to last for long. Kill him! Xianxia gave a loud shout and launched his attack. Su Zimo squinted his eyes, fixing his gaze on Xianxia. Xianxia was the only one among the crowd who posed a threat to him. To be exact, it was his thunderbolt saber that was able to threaten him. Swish! The long saber broke through the crowd. It was a fearsome sight. Su Zimo was oblivious to all the other weapons. He stretched his palm and held the thunderbolt saber. Rap! Hit! Pull! Zhang Yao's countenance changed. He yelled before the thunderbolt saber was grabbed away from him. If other weapons were being shrouded by the power of bovine tongue saber, they would have shattered to pieces. But thunderbolt saber was still intact and it landed in Su Zimo's hands. Su Zimo grabbed the saber with the back hand, waving it around, blocking the advancing weapons. Clang! 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 All the advancing weapons were cut into two pieces by thunderbolt saber. Good saber! Su Zimo laughed loudly. He took a big stride forward, swinging the saber at Tang Mingjun, who lunged toward him. Tang Mingjun's pupil constricted. There was no way to dodge. Blades of light flashed. Tang Mingjun was cut into two pieces by Su Zimo, blood spewing everywhere. Su Zimo did not know any saber techniques, but the body tempering sutra was meant to cultivate one's body. If his body was powerful and fast enough, although he did not know of any proper strokes, he would be able to cause great damage. After striking with the saber, Su Zimo returned to his spot right away, guarding Su Xiaoning. Zhang Yao lost his thunderbolt saber, but there were still hundreds of people advancing on Su Zimo. However, they could not pose any threat to him. The situation had changed subtly. No matter how the crowd attacked Su Zimo, they could not hurt him at all. Whenever Su Zimo had the chance, he would take the initiative to attack and kill one or two people. Su Zimo was invincible when he had no weapons. Now that he had Thunderbolt Saber with him, his power was redoubled. The people who besieged Su Zimo gradually reduced. Initially, there were a dozen Khanate experts, but right now only 4 of them were trying their best to hold off Su Zimo's attack. The reason why they did not retreat was because they hoped that Su Zimo would be drained of his energy eventually. After all, one would not have endless amounts of energy. Moreover, everyone had witnessed it for themselves that Su Zimo had several wounds on his body. This fight had lasted for nearly 4 hours. If it was someone else, given that he had several wounds on his back, and he had been engaging in intense brawls, he would have died from excessive blood loss. But Su Zimo did not seem the least exhausted. All along, Su Zimo had a ferocious gleam in his eyes. Even after engaging in the fight for 4 long hours, his gaze seemed to be burning and he was stronger after more fights. Not knowing how long had passed, Su Zimo held Su Xiaoning's hands after chopping yet another man. Together they advanced toward the crowd slowly, looking awe-inspiring. While Su Zimo advanced, Zhang Yao and the rest retreated step by step, fear and terror evident in their eyes. All of a sudden, the crowd realized that the predators had become the prey. Su Zimo lowered his head, looking at the long saber that was still dripping with blood, saying softly, "All of you shall not leave today." The ground shook turbulently. Thunderous sounds of hooves could be heard. Under the sunset, a group of steel-armored cavalry armed with long spears charged into Pingyang town ferociously. The leader was Lu Yu, the guard of the Su residence. "Hurry, hurry!" Lu Yu urged the army constantly, his forehead perspiring and his expression full of anxiety. It had been 3 hours since Su Zimo left the Su residence. At the moment, even the calm and collected Uncle Zhang revealed great worries in his eyes. Lu Yu's gaze focused on a few people nearby with ghastly pale faces fleeing in panic towards his direction. They seemed to be terrified. These few people are the guards of the Zhao family. A murderous intent rose in Lu Yu's heart immediately. He wanted to order his troops to surround them. Uncle Zhang suddenly said, "Don't bother about them. Go to the Zhao residence to save people first." From the moment that they entered the Pingyang town and made their way to the Zhao residence, Uncle Zhang and the others saw about a dozen pugilistic experts. All of them were dashing out of the place desperately, looking panic-stricken. "What is going on?" Uncle Zhang and Lu Yu felt very uneasy. Not long after, Uncle Zhang and Lu Yu led the hundreds of cavalry to the doors of the Zhao residence. Just as they were about to break in, the doors of the Zhao residence suddenly opened. A man and a woman stepped out of it. The young girl's eyes were covered with a few layers of cloth strips that had been splattered with drops of blood. Her thin face looked ghastly pale and her delicate frame quivering. She looked so pitiful that one could not help but sympathize with her. The man's clothes were torn, tattered and badly stained with fresh, red blood. He was carrying a long blood-stained knife in his left hand and holding onto the girl with his right hand, slowly making his way out of the doors of the Zhao residence. Everyone's gaze inadvertently drifted across this pair of man and woman to the courtyard of the Zhao residence. It was a creepy scene that one would not forget for life. In the courtyard, dead bodies were scattered all over the ground. Scarlet blood was flowing quietly in between the cracks of the stones. Some people's bodies had been split into half, some of their skulls shattered into pieces, and some of the heads and bodies separated with broken limbs twitching. The deathly aura was pervasive. Smell of blood filled the air. This was simply a terrifying and sinister place of eternal hell. The man was drenched in blood, carrying a long knife. He looked like a slayer who had just emerged from hell. Nevertheless, his gaze was still bright and clear. When the afterglow of the sunset landed on the exquisite and youthful face of that man, it cast a vague and mysterious glow on it. There was pin-drop silence among the hundreds of cavalry, seemingly suppressed by an invisible and imposing aura. Even the fierce horses beneath them lowered their heads and kept quiet out of fear. To everyone, the Su Zimo at this moment was both strange and familiar. Su Xiaoning seemed to have sensed something. She could not help but tear off the strips of cloth covering her eyes and turned towards the courtyard of the Zhao residence. Su Zimo reached out his palm and blocked her sight. He said gently, "Don't look. Go home and rest. Forget about today's matter." Uncle Zheng, Uncle Lu, send Xiaoning back to the residence. Su Zimo sounded very calm, but somehow, everyone present felt very nervous. Uncle Zheng nodded, and Lu Yu immediately went forward to help Xiaoning onto the horse. He then personally escorted her back to the Su residence. After watching Lu Yu and the group leave, Su Zimo strode off gradually. His strides were heavy, leaving a long trail of bloody footprints. It was a ghastly and horrifying sight. "Second young master, you?" With his back facing everyone, Su Zimo waved his hands and said, "Don't follow me." The hundreds of cavalry did not move. No one dared to question or oppose him. It was only until when Su Zimo's figure disappeared at the end of the long street that everyone heaved out a long sigh of relief. Facing this seemingly frail-looking second young master of the Su family, these warriors who had experienced gutsy massacres actually felt overwhelmed by him. "Mr. Zhang, it seems that most of the people inside are dead. There are a dozen of Khanate experts and also the family masters of both the Zhao and the Li family." Yu Qihua ran out from the courtyard of the Zhao family and said in a low voice. There was a commotion. At the sight of the horrible scene in the courtyard of the Zhao family, everyone was already mentally prepared. However, no one expected a dozen Khanate experts to lose their lives in this place in just half a day. Most importantly, the family masters of both the Zhao family and Li family were dead. In addition, hundreds of pugilistic experts had been killed. It meant that these two big family clans had technically been eliminated from Pingyang town. Did second young master kill all these people? This was a doubt in everyone's heart. Yu Qihua frowned and said, "Mr. Zhang, from what I understand from young master and Lu Yu, second young master could barely compete with early-stage Khanate expert 3 months ago. Why did he become so scary after 3 months?" Mr. Zhang looked perplexed. He sighed. "We have been guarding some secrets and refusing to talk about them. Our second young master, I'm afraid he also has many secrets." Su Zimo returned to his own mansion. His face revealed a deep fatigue the moment that he closed the door. He did not lose a lot of blood from the few wounds on his body. However, the pain was still unbearable. Furthermore, Su Zimo had been killing continuously for 3 hours without a moment of rest. The muscles all over his body were already sore and swollen. Su Zimo sat down for a while to rest before entering the cultivation field. After half a year, Su Zimo realized that he had inadvertently become very reliant on the cultivation field. He had the feelings of homecoming when he was back. Dai Yu remained seated on the green stone with a cold and indifferent expression. She did not even look at Su Zimo. However, no one had any idea of when the wooden barrel had been filled with a pitch-dark medicinal liquid that was emitting a faint medicinal scent. Su Zimo conveniently threw the thunderbolt saber aside. He dragged his heavy body and climbed into the barrel. He could feel the icy cold medicinal liquid, but his heart was warm. Su Zimo fell asleep unknowingly. During the past 6 months of cultivation, the body-tempering breathing method had already become his habit. Even in his sleep, Su Zimo could still cultivate and absorb the essence of the medicinal liquid to harden and refine his skin and flesh. The killings this time had made Su Zimo experience the crux of body petrification. If Su Zimo was conscious, he would be shocked to discover that the wounds on his body were healing at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. The reasons were twofold. First, his body had a strong regeneration ability after cultivating the Body Tempering Sutra. Second, it was due to the boundless essence that originated from the medicinal liquid. The first absorption was much faster than usual. Su Zimo woke up only after 3 hours of sleep. All of his previous fatigue had been swept away, and he was full of vigor and energy. Su Zimo felt something was different. He touched the wounds incurred today but did not feel any scars. There was only skin that was as smooth and fine as jade. Such powerful healing ability. Su Zimo was secretly astonished. Simultaneously, an idea flashed across Su Zimo's mind. He mentally cultivated the body petrification quietly. Su Zimo could clearly feel the tightening of his muscles instantly. Every inch of his flesh was squeezed together without any gap. They were as hard and firm as a rock. This is also considered a blessing in disguise, Su Zimo secretly thought and said. Without the trigger of these external injuries, it is most likely very difficult to understand the profound meaning of body petrification in such a short time. Su Zimo got up and said to Dai Yu, "I'm going out." Dai Yu did not seem to have heard him. She seemed to be resting with her eyes closed. Su Zimo walked out of the cultivation field, returned to his mansion and changed into a green robe. He headed to the Su residence directly. Su Zimo had pent-up frustrations in his heart regarding today's matter. However, it was not targeted at the Zhao family and Li family. Instead, it was targeted at the Su family and his older brother Su Hong. At this moment, the night was pitch dark and the streets were isolated. Su Zimo used the plow heaven stride and dashed ahead crazily. Soon after, he arrived at the Su residence. The doors of the Su family were not tightly shut. Instead, it was wide open. Su Zimo pondered for a while before heading to Uncle Zheng's living quarters. The courtyard was not big. There was a round stone table in the middle of it. Uncle Zheng was just sitting there. He seemed to have waited for a long time. "Second young master, you eventually still came." Uncle Zheng was a little emotional. Su Zimo sat beside the stone table and looked into both the eyes of Uncle Zheng. He said in a deep voice, "Since you know the intent of my visit, is Uncle Zheng still going to keep it from me?" Uncle Zheng bitterly smiled and shook his head. "Since a young age, older brother forbade us from learning martial arts. He sent me away to study and forbade us from intervening in the family business. There are too many things. Older brother had intentionally or unintentionally distanced Xiaoning and me from the Su family. Xiaoning is simple and innocent and doesn't sense it. But I have long noticed this." Su Zimo said softly, "If Xiaoning had learned martial arts since she was a child, today's matter might not have happened. I can tell that those people behind Uncle Zheng today are all postnatal experts who had been through countless fights and battles. Since our family clan has such strength and power, why didn't we reveal them earlier? What business is older brother into? Is he only selling horses? Why did he go to the country of Yen and not country of Deqi to do business?" Uncle Zheng looked like he was in a difficult position. He wanted to say something but held back his tongue. The two faced each other in silence. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly stifling. Su Zimo's words were startling when he spoke suddenly. "Were my parents murdered by someone?" Uncle Zheng's countenance suddenly changed. However, it reverted to normal in the next moment. "Uncle Zheng, Zimo is not the once frail and weak scholar. I believe you have also seen it yourself. What exactly is the Su family afraid of? Who is the Su family's enemy? Tell me. Su Zimo held onto Uncle Zheng's arm, his eyes shining sinisterly and coldly. Uncle Zheng gave a long sigh. Second young master, it is not that I don't want to say it. It is just that telling you won't do you any good. Certainly, you are different from before. You have become stronger and can even kill many Khanate experts. But, after pausing for a while, Uncle Zheng shook his head and said, after all, these are still just the strength of mortals. These words seemed familiar. Half a year ago, before she left, Shen Mingxi had told Su Zimo that even if he were to attain the postnatal or Khanate realms in the future, they are only of mortal strength and could not withstand even a blow of the immortals. Su Zimo understood what Uncle Zheng was implying. However, he did not expect that the enemy of the Su family had been the legendary immortal cultivators since a long time ago. In addition, Su Zimo himself had incidentally offended a perfected golden core. All these events seemed to be part of destiny. After numerous twists and turns, they still could not get out of it. At what realm is the enemy of the Su family at? Qi Refinement Warrior? Foundation Establishment Cultivator or Perfected Golden Core? Su Zimo asked calmly. He had long heard from Dai Yu that mortals at the Qi Condensation realm were called Qi Refinement Warrior. There were 10 levels and the 10th level was the perfected level. Those in the Foundation Establishment realm could be called a cultivator. Only those in the Golden Core realm were qualified to be called perfected. You! Obviously, Uncle Zheng was surprised that Su Zimo actually knew the terms of cultivation. His expression was full of shock. After some time, Uncle Zheng said, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator and Perfected Golden Core are far beyond our reach. Ordinary mortals are certainly not a match for even the Qi Refinement Warrior. You may be able to kill the Khanate experts now. However, even a level 1 Qi Refinement Warrior can kill you. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Naturally, Su Zimo did not believe Uncle Zheng's words. According to Dai Yu, demon cultivation was also a kind of cultivation of Tao. It was definitely not any lesser than the 3 sects of Immortal, Buddha, and Fiend. He had already mastered the body-tempering section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Could he not defeat even a level 1 Qi Refinement Warrior? Furthermore, the 2 massacres during the half a year had boosted Su Zimo's confidence greatly. Uncle Zheng, do you mean that you will tell me everything and no longer keep the truth from me if I am powerful enough to attack and kill the Qi Refinement Warrior? Su Zimo asked again. This, Uncle Zheng said hesitatingly. Second young master, you don't have the spirit root. You can only be immortal for life. Ultimately, you won't be a match for the immortals. Su Zimo sneered. He thought of what Dai Yu had said before and casually commented. What kind of immortals are Qi Refinement Warrior considered as? Even the perfected Golden Core dare not be so impudent to call themselves immortal. When Dai Yu said this, Su Zimo was stunned and speechless by her supercilious and domineering aura that belittled the heaven and earth. Now, Uncle Zheng had the same expression on his face. His jaws dropped slightly and his face was filled with shock. Let's wait for young master to be back before we talk about this again. Uncle Zheng finally spoke. Okay. I will ask older brother when he is back. Su Zimo did not stay behind. He turned and left. Su Zimo took the chance to return to the cultivation field when it was still dark. At the sight of Dai Yu, he asked, Miss Dai, I have already mastered body tempering. Although I have only attained initial success, I should have some chances of defeating the level 1 Qi Refinement Warrior. You will die for sure. Dai Yu glanced at Su Zimo and said coldly. Su Zimo stood dazedly on the ground. He could not hide the disappointment in his eyes. He had felt quite disdainful when he heard Uncle Zheng's words earlier, as he thought that he could suppress the Qi Refinement Warrior easily. He did not expect. As such, doubts rose in Su Zimo's heart at this moment. Since demon cultivation was also a form of the cultivation of Tao, why was it that he could not even defeat a level 1 Qi Refinement Warrior? Dai Yu seemed to have read Su Zimo's mind. She said nonchalantly, Your current strength is enough to kill a level 4 Qi Refinement Warrior. However, you don't have a good understanding of combat. There are too many factors that can influence combat, and strength is only one of them. Kill a level 4 Qi refinement warrior. Su Zimo was stunned. He gradually recovered from his senses. So, it was not that he was not powerful enough, but because he lacked the combat techniques. It was akin to a peerless knife that would unleash varying degrees of potency, depending on whose hands it landed in. Since that was the case, Su Zimo still felt a little indignant. He raised his voice. I know a little about fighting. When I was rounded up by hundreds of pugilistic experts, I can also carve out a path amidst the adversity. You have been beaten up so miserably by a group of mortals. Yet, you think that it is something worth bragging about it. Dayu sneered. She waved her hands lightly, seemingly led by an invisible force. The thunderbolt saber that was initially pierced in the ground rose and floated in the air. Gee! A few feet away, Dayu stretched out her finger and pointed at Su Zimo's direction. Swoosh! Blades of light flashed. The thunderbolt saber had already appeared in front of Su Zimo's eyes. It was hanging in front of his glabella without moving an inch. It was too fast. He did not even have the time to react. Dayu said with a lazy drawl, this is the most common attack stroke of Qi refinement warrior, making use of spirit Qi to control the spirit weapon. If you are fighting with the Qi refinement warrior, you will be dead meat by now. As so fast? How do I dodge it? Su Zimo was a little dazed. Dayu said, there are two abilities in Demon that are far beyond that of the cultivators. First, a strong and powerful body. Second, an acute spirit perception. You must remember, most of the cultivators' bodies are relatively weak. As long as you can avert their first wave of attack and take the chance to shorten the distance between the both of you, you will be able to make use of the strong and powerful close combat ability of the demon clan to slay them. Su Zimo frowned and pondered deeply. After some time, he asked, I understand what is meant by strong and powerful body. The objective of body tempering is to train the body. But what is spirit perception? Dayu said, it is hard to explain spirit perception. You can take it that it meant alertness and sense of danger. The demon clan believed in jungle laws and the survival of the fittest. If you don't have a keen spirit perception, you will be eliminated and your entire family annihilated. The cicada senses it before the autumn wind approaches? Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly. Dayu nodded. How do I cultivate the spirit perception? Su Zimo asked again. Simple. The corners of Dayu's mouth curled up slightly. With an odd smile, she suddenly waved the sleeves of her robes and swirled towards Su Zimo. Swoosh! Space became contorted and everything turned black. Su Zimo felt that he had lost all his senses. In the next moment, it seemed that he had been brought to another place. Where am I? After Su Zimo regained his senses, he looked around. There was pin-drop silence in the surroundings. It was pitch black and exuding an aura of primitive wilderness. Peculiar atmosphere filled the air. Dayu casually said, this is the Tsonglang mountain range. If you can survive here for 1 year, you will have successfully cultivated the spirit perception. Su Zimo was stunned. The Tsonglang mountain range was about a few tens of kilometers from Pingyang town. It was famous for being a dangerous terrain. Dominated by demons and beasts, there was danger at every step. There was absolutely no way that one could pass through this place at night. Previously, he had heard many legends about the Tsonglang mountain range. There were fiendish demons that suck in human essence and energy, as well as fearsome beasts with eyes like bronze bells. Of course, the lord of Tsonglang mountain range were the wolves, which were the majority. Bloodthirsty and brutal, they definitely bore grudges. A few decades ago, a hunter from a nearby village caught a small wolf from Tsonglang mountain range. Unexpectedly, that same night, the entire village had been devoured and wiped out by thousands of wolves. Even fowls and dogs were not spared. It had become a ghostly village that no one dared to live at. The surrounding states could not do anything about the Tsonglang mountain range. None of the armies dared to venture deep into the place. Not to mention surviving in it, it was as difficult as reaching the sky just to pass through it safely and unscathed. Dayu continued to say, there is a difference in realms between the demons too. Those at the lowest realm are not even qualified to be called a demon. They are termed as spirit beasts in the cultivation arena, meaning they are beasts that can understand humans. There are weak and strong spirit beasts. That Zhui Feng of yours is considered the weakest kind of spirit beast. Its spirit intellect had just been activated. For powerful spirit beasts, their ability is comparable to a perfected Qi refinement warrior. Above the spirit beast is the spirit demon. There is an even greater gap between the weak and strong ones. The strong ones are comparable to perfected golden core. The weak ones are equivalent to foundation establishment cultivators. Su Zimo frowned and asked, "Are there spirit demons in Songlang mountain range?" According to Dai Yu, he could not even defeat the most commonplace Qi refinement warrior, let alone the spirit demons whose abilities were equivalent to the foundation establishment and golden core realms. "I don't know." Dai Yu smiled imperceptibly. Su Zimo was stunned. What kind of answer was that? Su Zimo believed that it was impossible that Dai Yu did not know. The only possibility was that Dai Yu did not wish to tell him. Dai Yu said calmly, "This is a test. If you can survive, you will completely transform and unleash the true powers of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. If you can't endure it, you will no doubt be shared and devoured by the spirit demons. Everything will end then." Su Zimo realized that if he were to survive in the Songlang mountain range for 1 year, he would definitely face various kinds of spirit beasts. Danger would be lurking in every corner. This was a cruel test. Of course, it was also a form of training. A life and death experience. In the moments of struggle between life and death, one could mold a strong and powerful spirit perception. Dai Yu said, "It's not too late to regret now. If you decide to stay here, I won't take care of you. If I don't see you in Pingyang town 1 year later, I will leave on my own." Regret. Su Zimo smiled. Be it Zhou Dingyun who could come back to look for him at any point in time, the enemy of the Su family, or to seek revenge for Zhui Feng, he did not have a choice. "I will return alive in 1 year's time." In the darkness, Su Zimo's eyes were bright and clear, and firm and resolute. He requested a brush and paper from Dai Yu and wrote the words, "I will be away for some matters. Please don't miss me." Su Zimo folded the paper and passed it to Dai Yu. He said, "Find a way to send this to the Su residence. Uncle Zheng recognizes my handwriting." Dai Yu nodded and said, "There are still 3 hours to dawn. I will impart the tendon's transformation section to you and leave before dawn. You only have 3 hours to cultivate. Make full use of the time." A page of sutra verses appeared in Su Zimo's mind again. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Body tempering is the foundation. If the flesh and skin are not hard and strong enough, when one cultivate tendon's transformation, the body will swell and explode amidst the contraction, expansion, and pulsation of the large tendons. The cultivator will become paralyzed. The tendon's transformation method originates from the Anaconda Demon King and the Sanguine Ape Demon King. Cultivate the Anaconda section, followed by the Ape section. Anaconda is the most agile one. It has the ability to cut swathes, twist and coil, as well as bend and stretch. Apes are adept at climbing the mountains and ascending the rocks. Upon the initial success of tendon's transformation, the body's resilience will increase tremendously. It will be as agile as the python and as light as the ape. It will rise like the wind and fall like an arrow. Your strength will also increase. The pulsating sound of the large tendons will be similar to that of the vibration of bowstrings. Upon phenomenal success, the 3 body parts, skin, flesh, and tendons, will be in perfect harmony. One will be able to expand and contract the muscles and change his figure or appearance. No one will be able to see through him unless the perfected nascent soul make use of his detection methods to do so. Dai Yu spoke about the profound meaning of tendon's transformation tirelessly. In the deep forest it was dark and silent. Even the cicadas were not making any sound. It was only resonating with the pleasant and lazy-sounding voice of a lady. The green-robed scholar beside the lady was focused and listening attentively. Time passed and the dark sky gradually faded. When the first ray of sunlight broke through the mist and landed in the forest, Yu stopped and turned to Su Zimo. She said softly, "I'm leaving." In Su Zimo's memory, he had never seen Yu speaking to him with such a tone. For some unknown reason, there was a strange feeling in Su Zimo's heart. As if he had been possessed, Su Zimo asked, "If I encounter any danger, will you really leave me in the lurch?" Su Zimo regretted as soon as he finished his words. True enough, Yu sneered. "What has your life and death got to do with me?" These words seemed very cold-blooded and inhuman. After inviting a snub, Su Zimo looked embarrassed. He was silent. Yu turned and left. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the dense forest. Su Zimo's lonely figure remained rooted to the ground just as Su Zimo was feeling a little disappointed. Yu's voice rang again. It became increasingly distant and gradually faded off. Songlang Mountain Range is the world of demons, especially at night. If you can tide over the first month, you will have 30% chances of leaving it alive in 1 year's time. Su Zimo was stunned. No matter what, Yu was not completely unconcerned about him. Otherwise, there was no need for her to impart the tendon's transformation to him last night. There is only a 30% chance of survival after enduring the first month? Su Zimo was secretly shocked. He assessed the surroundings with vigilance. After confirming the absence of danger, he tied the Thunderbolt saber on his back and sat cross-legged to recall the contents of the Tendon's Transformation Sutra. If he wished to survive in the Songlang Mountain Range, he would have to master the Tendon's transformation as soon as possible. According to Yu, his ability would be of a threat to the level 8 Qi refinement warrior upon attaining the initial success of Tendon's transformation. This also meant that he could slay most of the spirit beasts in the Songlang Mountain Range. His chance of survival would increase tremendously. Su Zimo constantly used the breathing and expiration method and diligently tried to comprehend the Tendon's transformation. It could be due to the foundation of the body tempering or the pressure of being in danger. Not long after, Su Zimo managed to master the initial stage of the Tendon's transformation breathing method. He did not need Yu's reminder this time. Su Zimo combined the sutras of both body tempering and Tendon's transformation and cultivated them simultaneously. With each breathing and expiration, Su Zimo was hardening and refining not only his flesh and blood but also his large tendons. He had become more flexible and powerful. Su Zimo was immersed in the cultivation and had forgotten his whereabouts. After an unknown period of time, Su Zimo suddenly felt a liquid-like substance dropping onto his face. Felt a little warm and sticky. Is it raining? Just as this thought arose, Su Zimo opened both his eyes immediately. His countenance changed greatly. Wrong. How could raindrops feel warm and sticky? Su Zimo was instantly jolted awake. He finally realized that he was in the danger-filled Songlang Mountain Range and not the original cultivation field. There was danger. Unprecedented feelings of fear arose and Su Zimo felt his scalp blistering. He had goosebumps all over his body. Su Zimo's reflexes kicked in and both his lower limbs moved to flee before he even stood up completely. Swoosh! A malicious and stinking breeze attacked in his direction and Su Zimo dodged it just in time. He could not help but look back. Su Zimo's pupils contracted violently. Instantly, his heart was in his throat. This was an anaconda that was beyond Su Zimo's recognition. Its humongous body was as thick as a water barrel, covered tightly with scales. Its body shone with a cold and metallic luster. It was glaring at Su Zimo with greenish, squinted eyes and big predacious mouth. Saliva was continuously dripping from in between its teeth. He was too careless. Su Zimo still had some lingering fear. He had been approached by such a large species, and he actually did not sense it at all. The anaconda curled itself around an old tree that was as tall as the clouds and looked down at Su Zimo from the great heights. There was a flash of contempt in his eyes. This was a spirit beast. This kind of human-like glances appeared in an anaconda. It was evident that it was psychic and as intelligent as humans. It was just that it could not speak human language. Although there was a huge gap in size between the python and human, Su Zimo did not look the slightest bit afraid after he calmed down. On the contrary, he was very eager to try. This was a rare opportunity. The python's gaze was cold and sinister. It attacked first. The humongous body dropped onto the ground and twisted a few times in the grass. All was quiet. In the blink of an eye, it had slithered to Su Zimo with intelligent movements and lightning speed. Oh no! Su Zimo had a great shock. The anaconda slithered over, erratically moving its head. In that instance, he suddenly found it difficult to grasp the chance and had to abolish all of his original plans. If he were to fail in his first strike, he would undoubtedly die. In between flashes of light and stones on fire, Su Zimo exerted strength on both his lower limbs. His body backed off rapidly and averted the attacks. At this moment, a surge of evil aura that was as resilient as a knife swept over. Before he could react, his body had been hit firmly at the sweep of the python's tail and was thrown off. Bang! 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 After crashing into and breaking 3 old trees consecutively, Su Zimo fell onto the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was as white as a sheet. This collision had injured him greatly. At this moment, Su Zimo felt that the tendons and bones in his body were about to shatter. The pain was unbearable and he simply did not have any more energy to fight. A difference of 1 stroke actually landed me in such a miserable state. Before he could finish this thought, he sighted the anaconda chasing closely and pouncing on him again. A black shadow engulfed him. Su Zimo gritted his teeth, twisted his arm, pulled out the thunderbolt saber on his back and slashed forward with all his might. There were flashes of blood. The anaconda gave a sorrowful cry. A bloody wound appeared on its head. One of the eyes was already blinded. Having suffered such a grievous injury, the humongous body of the anaconda tossed and twisted continuously, causing the surrounding trees to break one by one. The sound and atmosphere was appalling. Su Zimo knew that he was definitely not a match for this anaconda despite the latter's injury. Their abilities were not on the same level. Furthermore, he was more seriously injured. If he were to receive another crazy whip by the anaconda, he would definitely die on the spot. Su Zimo dared not stay any longer. He fled quickly using the plow heaven stride. Before he could run far, he felt drained of energy. His chest felt stifled. He could not help but spit out another mouthful of fresh blood. In the battle at the Zhao family, he was covered in blood, but they were caused by external injuries. The Khanate expert's strength was not powerful enough to penetrate his skin and flesh. However, the tail of this anaconda not only mangled his chest but also injured his internal organs. If Su Zimo had not used the body petrification, that strike was enough to blast his body. Am I going to be buried in this place on the very first day? Su Zimo bit the tip of his tongue and tried hard to stay sober. He quietly pondered and said, I must find a good place to hide as soon as possible. Otherwise, any spirit beast that I encounter can kill me easily. After running for a while, he sighted a steep mountain wall in front of him. There was a cave on it a few feet from the ground. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He arrived at the mountain wall and used the thunderbolt saber to dent the walls as he climbed up. Stepping on these dents, Su Zimo climbed up the mountain wall and carefully peeped into the cave. He flipped inside after ascertaining that there was no danger. This torture had already exhausted his last bit of strength. The cave was not big and could barely fit 3 people. Fortunately, the location was not bad and could avoid most of the terrestrial beasts. Su Zimo lay in the cave and tried to perk himself up. He used the breathing and expiration method continuously and the healing power of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness to recover from his injuries. Time passed quickly and the sun was gradually setting. When Su Zimo was following Dai Yu on the first night, he did not feel the horror of the Zhonglang mountain range. Last night there was complete silence. It was as if all the living things had gone into hiding. Today, the night had just arrived and spirit beasts were already beginning to appear. Sounds of roars shook the wilderness. From time to time, giant birds would fly past the mountain wall, casting their shadows and blocking the moon. In the forest, the spirit beasts prowled fearlessly. The old trees swayed and an eerie atmosphere filled the air. There were constant sounds of terrifying roars. This was the true colors of Zhonglang mountain range. If Dai Yu was not accompanying him last night, he could not even tide over it. Earlier on, Su Zimo saw for himself a spider with a human face as big as a basin. It moved at lightning speed as it climbed towards this wall mountain. To his surprise, a black figure suddenly appeared on the wall mountain, rolled into the spider's body, and disappeared in between the cracks of the rocks. When Su Zimo was fear-stricken, he heard a ferocious roar from the sky. Immediately after, a divine eagle with a pair of purple wings appeared out of nowhere. Its super-sharp claws were shining coldly like daggers. It dug into the cracks of the rocks on the wall mountain and crushed a big piece of rock. Roar! A miserable cry could be heard from the crack of the rocks. The purple-winged eagle had already captured a crawling spirit beast. Its claws pierced deeply into the body of the spirit beast and fresh blood splattered out. The spirit beast was huge. It was 100-fold bigger than the purple-winged eagle. However, it could not escape no matter how it struggled. The purple-winged eagle carried it and soared into the sky. Before it left, the purple-winged eagle had obviously discovered Su Zimo. It even glanced back at the cave on the wall mountain with a chilling glare. It could be that Su Zimo seemed too frail and weak in comparison to that spirit beast. Hence, the purple-winged eagle did not bother. It spread its wings and flew away. That one gaze was enough to land him in trepidation and send chills up his spine. This was a spirit demon. This purple-winged eagle was definitely a spirit demon. It is too powerful. Just the aura that it exuded could make me feel defenseless. I don't know if it is a spirit demon at the Foundation Establishment realm or Golden Core realm. Su Zimo swallowed the lump in his throat. He shifted himself deeper into the cave. In the forest under the wall mountain there were killings everywhere. The air was moist and filled with a bloody stench. The earlier scene was just the tip of the iceberg. This was the Zhonglang mountain range. Bloody, brutal, and filled with the most primitive slaughters. After surviving the second night with much difficulty, Su Zimo discovered that there was another test awaiting him. One night had passed, but his injuries had not completely recovered. Hence, he dared not continue to cultivate. In Pingyang town, he did not need to worry about food. However, food had become his greatest problem in Zhonglang mountain range. Su Zimo was injured and dared not act rashly. However, without food, each time he breathed in and out, he was using the essence of his own blood and flesh to cultivate. His hunger would increase and he would not be able to endure for too long. It was a vicious cycle. Without food, there was no energy source and he would not be able to cultivate. It would be difficult to heal the injuries on his body and advance to another realm. It was even harder to obtain food. Henceforth, every step that he took would determine his destiny. Su Zimo moved his body and used the thunderbolt saber to dig and deepen the cave. He placed some leaves and branches near the entrance of the cave to camouflage it and hide himself. 1 day, 2 days, despite the torture of starvation and pain arising from his injuries, Su Zimo waited patiently and did not leave the cave. On the 3rd day, he finally received an opportunity to turn the tides. Last night, there were many killings below the mountain wall. One of the spirit beasts died and a lot of flesh and blood were left on its dead body. Su Zimo stared at the remains of the spirit demon for a long time. After much consideration, he finally made up his mind and walked out of the cave, carrying the thunderbolt saber. Worried that he would attract other spirit beasts, Su Zimo dared not start a fire. He bore with the disgust and devoured the flesh and blood mouthful by mouthful. His eyes surveyed the surroundings continuously and he was high-strung. He dared not bring the spirit beast back to the cave, for fear that the bloody stench would expose the location of his cave. Only 3 days had passed and his scholarly aura and inexperience subsided. He was strangely calm, as if he belonged to the most primitive human clan. He cautiously struggled to survive in the bleak and remote land, devouring raw flesh and drinking blood. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo's appetite had increased greatly. Soon after, he finished off the flesh and blood on the spirit beast. After returning to the cave, he began to cultivate. He discovered the difference when he cultivated. The energy essence contained in the flesh and blood of the spirit beast was richer than that of ordinary cattle and sheep. Taking in this raw flesh and blood allowed the essence to be absorbed into his belly directly without any wastage. Prior to this, after Su Zimo consumed one cattle, he would cultivate and drain all the energy from the flesh and blood in just half a day. On this occasion, he cultivated for one entire day and night. Of course, the benefit was evident. The injuries caused by the anaconda had completely healed. In addition, the body tempering and tendons transformation realms had advanced substantially. In the time to come, Su Zimo did not venture too far away. He spent most of his time cultivating the tendons transformation in the cave. Occasionally, he would secretly observe the killing techniques of the spirit beast below the mountain wall to comprehend them. After he felt that he had learned something, Su Zimo left the cave to hunt and kill spirit beasts to nurture his spirit perception and polish his martial skills. Although he suffered more losses than victories, was unkempt and covered in wounds at times, Su Zimo could always escape alive with body tempering and tendons transformation as the foundation. In between life and death struggles, he constantly concluded, comprehended, and cultivated. 3 months later, Su Zimo returned to the old place and looked for that anaconda. He then slayed it with his bare hands. Henceforth, Su Zimo completely left the cave that he had been living in. He wandered in countless mountains and ravines, traveled in dense forests and big pools, and engaged in combat with various kinds of birds and spirit beasts. This was a bloodshed world about the survival of the fittest. The so-called most powerful one did not exist. In one moment, one was proud and majestic. In the next moment, he could possibly end up as a prey in the belly of other spirit beasts. There were countless miserable and intensive bloody battles, countless narrow escapes from death, constant vigilance, and constantly on tenterhooks. As time passed by, Su Zimo acquired a unique and indescribable sense of danger. That was spirit perception. In this mountain range that no one paid attention to, a young boy from the human clan without spirit root was undergoing a thorough transformation. A fiendish appearance was taking root. 6 months later, in the residence of the city lord of Zhonglang City, Luo Tianwu, the city lord of Zhonglang City, leaned on his chair. Holding on to his chin, his eyes were closed. He was frowning and deep in thought. "City lord, did you request for my presence?" Shortly after, Chao Gang, one of the 5 wolf guards, walked in, cupped his fists and bowed to him respectfully. "MMM." Luo Tianwu opened his eyes. A beam of light streaked across them but only lasted for a moment. He asked, seemingly casual, "What are your thoughts on the Su family of Pingyang Town?" Chao Gang pondered and said, "The Su family's background is mysterious. Most likely, they are not from our country of Dachi. I suspect that they are from the country of Yen. In addition, the Su family is not as weak as they appear to be. Young Master Su had hidden his ability for many years. He is a figure not to be underestimated. He is most probably hatching a major ploy. As for second young Master Su," Chao Gang paused for a while. Luo Tianwu revealed a look of curiosity. He smiled imperceptibly and asked, "What about second young Master Su?" 1 year ago, I witnessed second young Master Su offending the Immortal." Chao Gang shook his head. "This lad is an inexperienced and aggressive youngster. He is initially quite clever and has also attained scholarly honors. His honors had been written off now and he is reduced to an inferior commoner. We don't need to bother about him." "Quite clever? Haha." Luo Tianwu smirked. "Chao Gang, your judgment is off this time." "Ha!" Chao Gang was stunned for a moment. "This is the information from my subordinate spy. Take a look." Luo Tianwu passed a few confidential papers on the table to Chao Gang. Chao Gang swept his gaze across them. His expression gradually changed. Luo Tianwu said in a low voice, 6 months ago, Su Zimo almost destroyed all the pugilistic experts of the Li family and Zhao family relying on his own strength. These 2 families have virtually been wiped out, although their names still exist. The Yang family avoided the disaster and took the chance to fawn on the Su family. Now the Su family is holding the power in Pingyang Town. This individual is not a frail scholar. He is a character who is more terrifying than Su Hong. How can this be possible? Chao Gang was dumbstruck. Luo Tianwu said, "There are two possibilities. First, Su Zimo transformed from a frail scholar to a top-notch expert in 6 months' time. Second, Su Zimo concealed his abilities and lied to everyone. Regardless of the possibility, this individual is not a mediocre character. What exactly is this Su family plotting at?" Chao Gang drew his brows together. Luo Tianwu snarled, "People from country of Yen. 15 years ago. By the last name of Su. Combining these few pieces of information, can't you guess? Lord Wooding of the country of Yen, Su Mu," Chao Gang said, his voice trailing off. Luo Tianwu nodded and said regretfully, "Su Mu is considered an outstanding hero. He led tens of thousands of armored cavalry and dominated the battlefields, sweeping up victories wherever they went. How famous and majestic was he then? Which of the surrounding states dared to launch attacks and take over the glory? Unfortunately, he was too foolish. In the end, his outcome was akin to casting the bows aside once the birds are gone and slaying the lackeys after they have outlived their usefulness." After pausing shortly, Luo Tianwu closed both his eyes, exuding a sharp and imposing aura. He gradually said, "Since there is a lesson drawn from others' mistakes, we can't follow the footsteps of Su Mu. Although the great Zhou King is ruling the 4 states, there are signs of chaos. The dukes are rising in power. It is time to invade the city, seize the territory and declare ourselves as the king. Chao Gang is willing to obey the city lord, obey the king." Chao Gang was quick to adapt to the circumstance. He changed his address immediately. Luo Tianwu nodded satisfactorily. He said, "Chao Gang, I also have Qi refinement warriors as my backers. I won't act without confidence." At the sound of the 3 words Qi refinement warrior, Chao Gang's eyes lit up and his mood livened up. "Since the Su family has such a background, we can make use of them." Luo Tianwu revealed a playful smile. In the Zhonglang mountain range, after 6 months of wandering in the wilderness, Su Zimo had made tremendous progress in the realm of Tenden's transformation. He was close to initial success. After cultivating the anaconda styles, he had begun to cultivate the ape styles. Most importantly, Su Zimo now possessed a spirit perception that was skin to that of a beast. He was extraordinarily sharp and sensitive. Relying on the spirit perception, Su Zimo had countless narrow escapes from deaths. He even got away from some spirit demons before. However, in the recent 1 month, Su Zimo encountered some trouble. The lord of Zhonglang mountain range, the Wolf clan, that had an astronomical number of members. Su Zimo encountered a wolf preciously. After a bloody battle, he killed it but unexpectedly provoked the endless hunting by the wolves. If he were to fight them on one-on-one, most of the wolves were not Su Zimo's match. However, the most terrifying thing about the Wolf clan was their patience and acute sense of smell. Su Zimo had escaped from the packs of wolves countless times. But not long after, the wolves would hunt him down again with their keen sense of smell. This manhunt continued for 1 month. If Su Zimo's body was not strong enough or did not have the foundation of the 2 classic demon sections, body tempering and Tenden's transformation, he would have most probably died of exhaustion. In the long and endless escape, Su Zimo's clothes had long been torn by the spirit beasts during the combats. He was dressed in the random pieces of beast skins and had a gray stubble on his face. He did not look any different from a wild man. In the recent few days, the Wolf clan seemed to have sensed that Su Zimo's physique had reached its limit. They hunted him even more closely and harassed him repeatedly. Su Zimo had a few terrifying wounds on his body. Although the bleeding had stopped, they had not healed completely. The wolf packs did not give Su Zimo any time to recover from his injuries at all. Su Zimo clearly knew that his condition would only worsen if this were to continue, but he could not think of any solution to get away from the hunt of the Wolf clan. This night, Su Zimo arrived at a valley. Midway at the valley, he stopped in his tracks suddenly. His expression was grave. The cold breeze in his face carried traces of murderous aura. Behind him, pairs of greenish and sinister eyes of wolves appeared. Ferocious gazes were apparent. Wolves walked out from the darkness, filled the entire place and rounded up Su Zimo, who was in the center. On the two sides of the valley, there were also many wolves. They were howling at the moon. "You are finally here." Suzimo licked his dry and chapped lips. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent. 1 month of sleepless and restless nights had reduced Suzimo's spirit perception to its worst state. As a result, he had fallen into the situation of being rounded up by the wolf packs. Of course, this period of killing and escape were enough to prove the wits of the wolves. The current situation was also meticulously set up by them. When Suzimo's strength, energy, and all areas were reduced to their worst states, the wolf packs then launched the final battle. Prior to this, Suzimo hardly used his saber. On the one hand, he did not know the techniques of using one. On the other hand, he wanted to hone his close combat skills as much as possible. Now, Suzimo's used a backhand grip and pulled out the Thunderbolt saber in preparation for the last gamble. Howl! The leader of the wolf pack howled on the top of the valley. The wolves on the two sides as well as front and back of the valley swarmed in like bees. Poof! Suzimo's flipped his hands and slashed. He slayed the first wolf that dashed to him into half. Fresh blood was spilling out crazily. Bang! Suzimo used the ground-rupturing palm with his right hand and smashed the skull of another wolf with all his might, splitting the latter's brains. The killings could not stop the wolves from advancing. On the contrary, it provoked their ferocious nature. Stepping on the corpses of their own clan, the wolves pounced on him continuously. Swoosh! 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 Suzimo began to use the plow heaven stride. Carrying the saber in his left hand, punching with his right hand, he dashed across the valley with ease, attacking on his left side and charging on his right. If one was watching the combat by the side, he would be shocked at a discovery. Despite being attacked and round up by dense packs of wolves, Suzimo could still avert most of the attacks and avoid injuries to the vital points of his body. At the sight of the sharp wolf claws about to pierce into Suzimo's head, without even looking, he suddenly dodged, punched with his backhand and hurled off a wolf. This was spirit perception. It could sense and avert danger without even looking or listening. In comparison to half a year ago, Suzimo's methods had become more simple, direct, and succinct. Nevertheless, they were extremely effective. Suzimo was no longer restrained in his styles. His head, shoulder, wrist, fist, knee, and back could all be used to kill the enemies. This was the close combat techniques that he had honed during the fights. It was filled with the smell of blood. It was swift, sharp, fearsome, and merciless. Pierce. There was now an additional wound on Suzimo's body. Fresh blood was dripping from it. Although he had the aid of the powerful spirit perception, Suzimo's body gradually lost its strength under such successive and intense attacks. After a round of fierce and violent killings, the wounds that had not fully healed burst open. Blood was spilling nonstop, causing disharmony in his vital energy and blood flow. Suzimo felt dizzy and was seeing some stars. "I can't hang on for too long." Suzimo gnashed his teeth and stared at the leader of the wolf pack, which was not too far away. It was about 1 feet tall and the size of a huge elephant. Ignoring the attacks from both sides, he charged forward with all his might with the plow heaven stride. Mountain reliance. Bang! 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 A few wolves collided with one another on the spot, spitting blood everywhere. At the same time, Suzimo also received rampant attacks and suffered many injuries. A piece of his flesh had been torn off by one wolf. Suzimo's legs wobbled and he nearly knelt on the ground. Seemingly sensing Suzimo's intent, there was a flash of mockery in the eyes of the lead wolf, whose entire body was as white as snow. At this moment, the wolf packs dispersed and the lead wolf gradually made his way over like a victor. He was exuding an endless aura of murderous intent. Suzimo stared at the approaching wolf. The palm of his left hand carrying the sword was drenched in sweat. He quietly took a deep breath, in preparation for the last strike. Today it was hard for him to escape death. If he could slay the lead wolf before he perished, he considered himself to have gained something. Swoosh! The lead wolf leaped vertically. A violent aura enshrouded the air and charged towards Suzimo. Suzimo opened his mouth and took a deep breath, seemingly devouring the sun and the moon. He lifted his chest high. The pulsation of his flesh and blood was visible on the surface of his skin. The large tendons were knotted together, seemingly coiled by countless anacondas. PSST. Flows of air surged into his lungs crazily, giving out a strange noise. Anaconda eclipse. This was one of the styles of the tendon's transformation section. It enlarged the large tendons and could unleash mighty powers instantly. Su Zimo lifted the thunderbolt saber using one hand, dashed directly to the lead wolf and aimed for its head. At the same time, his right hand threw a surprise attack with the ground-rupturing palm. This was already considered Su Zimo's most powerful strike. There was a flash of fear in the lead wolf's eyes. The humongous figure was extremely agile. It dodged in the air to avoid the thunderbolt saber coming towards him and landed his claw on Su Zimo's chest. Initially, this claw could penetrate Su Zimo's chest directly. However, Su Zimo had smashed his hand on the side of the wolf's body with the ground-rupturing palm at the same time. Roar! The lead wolf howled in pain. It was flung by Su Zimo. After rolling on the ground once, it climbed up rapidly and shook its head, seemingly fine. Su Zimo had already ran out of ideas and energy. Although the sharp wolf claws did not punch through his chest, it had mangled it. Su Zimo was thrown off by the explosive impact from the lead wolf's blow. He looked like a kite with broken strings as he tossed up and then dropped down towards the pack of wolves. Su Zimo had lost all his strength. He swept his gaze across. Beneath him, numerous wolves were salivating and opening their mouth, waiting for the moment that he dropped to tear him to pieces. In the end, I still didn't overcome this. Su Zimo began to feel dazed. At the sight of Su Zimo falling into the pack of wolves, a figure suddenly flashed in the darkness and swayed past him midair. It took Su Zimo away from the corners of the mouths of the wolves in passing. Miss Die. Su Zimo was startled awake and immediately refuted this thought. A tall, large, and strong-built figure was approaching him. He was covered in long hair and smelled nauseating. How could that be Dai? Su Zimo struggled to open his eyes to catch a clearer glimpse of the person's looks. However, a gush of fatigue overtook him. Su Zimo's vision was getting increasingly blurry. He could vaguely see the dark figure grabbing onto things and swinging to and fro above the valley. His movements extremely swift, agile, and light. Shortly after, he had reached the hill top of the valley and got away from the wolf pack's encirclement. Ga! Ga! The black figure looked back at the numerous wolves in the valley and gave out an eerie laughter. Thereafter, carrying Su Zimo, with 2 to 3 moves at a time, he disappeared into the forest. Not knowing how long had passed, Su Zimo gradually regained his consciousness and struggled to sit up. He was in pain all over and his muscles were numb and aching. Su Zimo looked down and saw that some unknown herbs had been applied on his wounds. They felt light and cool. The rest of the body parts without injuries had also been smeared with some unknown material that emitted a foul and repulsive stench. Su Zimo drew his brows and looked around. This was a rather wide and spacious cave without an extraordinary appearance. However, many wolf skins were hanging on the walls. At this moment, gurgling sounds could be heard coming from the entrance of the cave. A tall and big figure snuggled in. The way he walked was a little odd. He seemed to be tiptoeing and leaping. Su Zimo focused his sight and was stunned on the spot. What came in was not a man but a monkey. He had actually been saved by a monkey? Su Zimo's mood was a little complicated. During the past 6 months at Songlang Mountain Range, there were at least 800 to 1,000 spirit beasts that died in his hands. He did not expect himself to be saved by a spirit monkey in the end. This spirit monkey looked very ordinary. It had super long forelimbs that exceeded the knees when hung down. A dot of red light was swirling in the depths of his eyes. It was a little strange and mysterious. Thank you. Su Zimo cupped his fists at the spirit monkey. The spirit monkey pursed his lips in a human-like manner. He did not reciprocate Su Zimo's gratitude. It waved its hands, pointed at the wolf skins on the wall and chattered walla walla for some time. Lastly, the spirit monkey pointed at Su Zimo, extended one of its fingers and swaying it from side to side in a mocking manner. It was spiritually enlightened. Besides not knowing how to speak, this spirit monkey was no different from an ordinary man. The spirit monkey could convey the emotions of an adult perfectly with gestures and expressions. Su Zimo could not stifle his laughter. He tried to probe by asking, "Do you mean to say that you didn't wish to save me at all? It is because you have an enmity with these wolves." The spirit monkey opened his mouth and smiled. It nodded. "Since that is the case, we have a common enemy. We can join forces in the future." Su Zimo had been enduring loneliness in the Zhonglang mountain range for the past 6 months. He also wished to have someone that he could talk to. The spirit monkey before him was extremely intelligent and was no different from a human. It would make an excellent confidant. Spat! The spirit monkey spat and gave a disdainful look. He made a gesture, showing his contempt to Su Zimo, seemingly mocking Su Zimo for being too weak. Su Zimo was stunned and speechless. He had been looked down on by a monkey. After all, it was his savior monkey. Hence, it was not good for Su Zimo to say anything. He looked a little awkward. Su Zimo glanced at the sky through the cave entrance. Suddenly, a doubt arose in his heart. He had been unconscious for at least 1 day. This time, the wolf packs actually did not chase over. At the smell of that pungent stench on his body, Su Zimo's eyes shone. He could not help asking, "Do you have a way to cover my body smell to avoid the wolf's sense of smell?" Gaga gaga. Upon hearing this question, the spirit monkey opened his big mouth and laughed complacently. His eyes were filled with mockery and laughter. Looking at the spirit monkey, Su Zimo suddenly had a bad premonition. Thereafter, he saw the spirit monkey bending and squatting down, showing the posture of passing motion and placing his palms to catch something below his butt. He then wiped the mess all over his body. "The thing that is smeared on my body is your poop?" Su Zimo turned pale. He asked after much difficulty. "Gagaga." The spirit beast lifted his head and laughed out loud. He waved his arms and skipped around, as if he had done something proud and great. Su Zimo had the feeling of being struck by lightning. He endured the urge to sprout profanities, gnash his teeth and say, word by word, "You, this damn money, I." At the sight of Su Zimo's disgust, the spirit monkey looked even more delighted. He chattered wah, wah, non-stop and was extremely thrilled. Su Zimo gritted his teeth and said, "Damn monkey, I will definitely fight with you when I fully recover." The spirit monkey did not seem to care. It only stood on the same spot and laughed arrogantly while crossing its arms. Su Zimo was covered in pain and wounds. He could not do anything to the monkey for the time being. He lay down swiftly on the ground and tried to calm down. Just as he lay down, not far from his head, Su Zimo saw a red and lush fruit hanging and swaying slowly. It looked juicy and shiny and emitted a tempting fragrance. Su Zimo was thirsty and his mouth dry. Without thinking much, he stretched out his hands and stuffed the red fruit into his mouth. The flesh of the fruit softened as soon as it entered his mouth. The juice was refreshing and sweet, transforming into a surge of warmth into his tummy. The spirit monkey inadvertently witnessed this scene. Its pupils shrank. Sounds of its laughter ceased abruptly. Su Zimo sucked his lips, savoring the good taste of this fruit. When he wanted to look for another one of it, he suddenly sensed a murderous aura in the cave. The atmosphere seemed to have turned stiff. Su Zimo was stunned. He instinctively sat up but nearly bumped into that big face of the spirit monkey. The spirit monkey glared at Su Zimo with bloodshot eyes, gnashing and clenching its teeth, panting heavily. It looked like it could not wait to tear Su Zimo apart alive. Su Zimo's heart stirred. He vaguely guessed that the fruit that he had eaten earlier was probably not ordinary. "Hey, you disgusted me once. I ate your fruit. We are even now." Su Zimo felt a little guilty. Oh. At the sound of Su Zimo's words, the spirit monkey was fuming with anger. He was so furious that he jumped up and pounded his chest, making deafening gwong, gwong sounds. The spirit monkey dashed towards the mountain wall beside him and hit his head against the wall. Rocks shattered and flew all over. The sound was terrifying. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. This spirit monkey was very powerful. He might not be its opponent even if he were to recover fully and was in his best condition. Fortunately, the spirit monkey did not vent its frustration on him. He continued to pound the mountain rocks and almost punched through the mountain walls. At this very moment, Su Zimo suddenly felt his belly warming up and turning boiling hot. Flows of warm air surged towards his limbs and bones, emitting endless flows of heat. Su Zimo's skin began to redden. It was as if a huge stove was inside him and barbecuing his body. The pain was unbearable. Pest! Su Zimo exhaled and looked down. He saw the flesh and blood surrounding his wounds throbbing, integrating and healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Only the scars remained thereafter. In the blink of an eye, the scars came off and the skin was rejuvenated to be like before. Even the piece of flesh on the thigh that had been torn by the wolves was repairing itself rapidly at this moment. Ah! Su Zimo hollered at the sky. He felt like he was exploding. This is bad. This energy is too strong. My body will burst if this continues. Su Zimo did not have the time to think. He circulated body tempering and tendons transformation immediately and carried out the breathing and expiration techniques. At the same time, Su Zimo leaped up vertically with the plow heaven stride. He crazily dashed around the mountain cave, constantly practicing the styles of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. He wanted to vent out this surge of energy. The spirit monkey seemed to be shocked by this scene. He stopped rampaging all over the place. Stunned and with his jaws dropping, it stared at Su Zimo, who seemed even crazier than him. A huge surge of unbearable essence energy ran wildly in Su Zimo's body, constantly nourishing his body, refining, hardening his skin and stretching his large tendons. He was advancing tremendously in the body tempering and tendons transformation realms. Zang! 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 The large tendons in Su Zimo's body throbbed. Sounds of bowstring vibrations could be heard. Initial success of tendons transformation. The body's flexibility and agility had improved. His steps were apparently much swifter and lighter than before. His strength rose rapidly. According to Daiyu, as long as he attained initial success of tendons transformation, Su Zimo's power was enough to be a threat to a level 8 Qi refinement warrior. Despite the case, Su Zimo still could not transform the huge source of essence in his body. Su Zimo's skin was torn apart and blood stains covered his body densely. It was a menacing and gruesome scene. What exactly is this thing? Su Zimo was terrified. He did not expect that casually taking a fruit almost caused him to lose his life. In fact, this red fruit was famous in the cultivation world. It was the spirit item, scarlet flame fruit, whose flowers bloomed and bore fruit only once in 1,000 years. The scarlet flame fruit contained strong and powerful essence. It was a huge tonic. Its medicinal properties were akin to fire. It was heady, dry, and explosive. No one dared to take it in its raw form. Most people would supplement it with other spirit medicine and refine it into elixirs to moderate the effect and make it convenient to consume too. If not for the fact that Su Zimo was cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and had a strong and powerful physique, he would have been consumed by the heat in the fruit and burnt to ashes the moment that he swallowed the scarlet flame fruit. The spirit monkey had guarded the scarlet flame fruit for many years. He was waiting for the scarlet flame fruit to turn ripe in these few days. It initially intended to pick a date and consume this scarlet flame fruit. Unexpectedly, it had been devoured by Su Zimo in one gulp. Neither the fruit nor skin was left. One could imagine how frustrated and upset the spirit monkey was earlier. It was just that now, at the sight that Su Zimo was in so much pain, the spirit monkey was frightened. The spirit monkey was extremely intelligent. He could tell that if he was the one who consumed the scarlet flame fruit, he would not end up in a better state. Most likely, he would perish. At the thought of this, the spirit monkey felt a little guilty. No matter what, this calamity of Su Zimo was caused by him. The spirit monkey scratched his ears and cheeks and looked at Su Zimo, who was in extraordinary pain and red all over. However, he could not think of any solution. Under the impact of the scarlet flame fruit's searing essence, Su Zimo's blood was already boiling. Each time he breathed out, his nose would release a scarlet airstream. The lifespan of the perfected golden core was at most 500 years. A flower that blooms and bear only one fruit in 1,000 years. What kind of concept would this spirit item possess? This flow of energy was rich and massive. Su Zimo could not endure it at all. He should count his blessings on having sustained for 5 minutes with the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Ah! Su Zimo hollered at the sky. He had no place to vent out the energy in his body. It was such a torture that he wished to die. Bang! Su Zimo circulated all the energy in his body and executed mountain pressing. He bumped against the stone walls in the cave with all his might. One by one, many rocks cracked and fell to the ground. Bang! 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 Both Su Zimo's eyes were red. He repeatedly bumped against the stone walls, seemingly wanting to release all the energy in his body. Each time he bumped against the wall, the cave would shake violently, plummeting gravel. The cave looked like it was going to collapse at any point in time. If the cave were to collapse, it would be akin to a hilltop or object weighing up to 10,000s of pounds crashing down. No matter how strong one's body was, he would be crushed into mud. Death in this place was imminent for a man and a monkey. Su Zimo had already lost his sanity, but not the spirit monkey. Obviously, Su Zimo was going to die. He was neither relative nor acquaintance to the spirit monkey. They only met by chance. Escaping from this place as soon as possible would be the wisest option for the spirit monkey. However, there was a flash of worry in the spirit monkey's eyes at this juncture. The spirit monkey hesitated for a moment and did not choose to leave. Standing by the side, he was on pins and needles. He blinked his eyes constantly, seemingly hoping for a miracle to happen. Bang! Boom! Boom! At this moment, deafening sounds could be heard coming from the stone walls. The entire mountain trembled for a while. Oh! The eyes of the spirit monkey shone. He discovered that Su Zimo's knock on this occasion had actually broke the cave's stone walls, and he had fallen into another cave. There was a cave within the cave. The spirit monkey quickened his steps and caught up with Su Zimo. The second cave was narrow and small, and there was a small lake in the middle. The air was chilling and icy coldness penetrated one's bones. Before he could approach the cave, the spirit monkey was already shivering in the cold. He quickly halted his steps. The cool air emitted by the pond was extremely strong and even a little creepy. When the spirit monkey inched closer, a layer of frost appeared and was spreading slowly on his body's hair. Coldness penetrated him, as if countless steel needles were piercing through his blood and flesh. At this moment, Su Zimo was burning all over. When he sensed the bone-chilling coldness, he did not resist. Instead, he stepped towards the cold lake. The coldness was overwhelming and unbearable. However, Su Zimo, who had eaten the scarlet flame fruit by mistake, seemed to have innumerable flames burning in his body that could coincidentally offset the effect of the cold. Su Zimo jumped directly into the cold lake. Thereafter, sizzling sounds could be heard as if a striking hot iron bar had been immersed into the icy water. Cold and hot, ice and fire. These two distinct forces collided in Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo rose and fell in the cold lake, his figure submerged and reappearing from time to time. Vapor rose and mist enshrouded. Felt like an immortal land. The spirit monkey stood and watched this scene from afar. He faintly guessed that Su Zimo had already survived this calamity under a twist of circumstances. As the ancient saying goes, the antidote to any venomous poison will always be present in the latter's vicinity. Everything in the world mutually reinforced or countered each other. This was the order of nature that would never change. Since the cave had bred such a radical fruit like the scarlet flame fruit, a contrasted and radically cold item should be growing within the vicinity in accompaniment. Su Zimo had taken the scarlet flame fruit by mistake and could not endure the massive energy. Nevertheless, He discovered the cold lake by chance and borrowed the coldness to suppress the searing essence and sealed it into every inch of his flesh and blood. These searing essence had not yet been dissipated from Su Zimo's body. However, a huge treasure trove had been sealed in his body. Each time he cultivated, he would refine the essence within him until he drained the energy of the scarlet flame fruit. This was greatly beneficial to Su Zimo in advancing in the realms in the future. From the moment that he leaped into the cold lake, Su Zimo had already regained his senses. Soon after, he realized that the energy of the scarlet flame fruit no longer posed a threat as it had been sealed in his body. Su Zimo wanted to jump out of the cold lake, but his heart suddenly wavered. Since this place could breed the scarlet flame fruit, could there be other such fruits breeding around the cold lake? The cave where the cold lake was situated was small and narrow. One could see everything in it at a mere glance. Su Zimo did not discover anything. If he had guessed correctly, there was a high possibility that they would be at the bottom of the lake. Su Zimo took a deep breath and plunged into the cold lake. The cold lake was extremely cold. Oddly, there were no signs of freezing. Su Zimo dived deeper and deeper, withstanding the intensifying pressure as he dived. The lake's waters were also getting colder and colder. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo's ability to hold his breath was very strong. He could hold it for 15 minutes long. However, as Su Zimo dived deeper, the coldness in his body intensified. His limbs gradually turned cold and his blood circulation slowed down. This cold lake seemed bottomless. Su Zimo realized that he would freeze to death before he could see the bottom of it if he were to continue to swim. At this moment, a beam of red light suddenly streaked across the depths of the corner of the cold lake suddenly. Su Zimo focused his gaze towards the light, but he could not see it clearly as the lake's waters were blocking his view. He could only vaguely see a rock with 4 words engraved present in the deeper waters. The words were very blurry. Su Zimo slid both his arms and dived downwards again. After covering some distance, he had already reached the limit of his physique. Su Zimo opened his eyes wide and looked at that piece of huge rock. Fire. Su Zimo distinctively saw fire, one of the 4 words on the rock. The other 3 words still looked blurry. Coldness entered his body and Su Zimo shivered all over. If this continues, I'm afraid I'm going to die. Su Zimo dared not continue. He moved all his 4 limbs and swam towards the surface of the water. Soon after, Su Zimo climbed out of the cold lake. There was a layer of frost on his hair and brows. His lips were purplish and his face was ghastly pale. Swoosh! Su Zimo panted heavily, white clouds of vapor rising from the top of his head. Wow-wow! Not far away, the spirit monkey chattered while staring at him. He was gesturing to Su Zimo anxiously, seemingly asking how Su Zimo was doing. I am fine. Su Zimo smiled. After resting for a while, he stood up and left the cold lake. After this round of torture, Su Zimo had gained something from the misfortune. He had not only achieved initial success for the tendon's transformation section but also sealed a massive energy source in his body. This meant that, henceforth, Su Zimo could cultivate at any point in time to refine and absorb the essence sealed in his body without the need to consume any food or drinks. Su Zimo's mood improved tremendously. He patted the shoulders of the spirit monkey and said smilingly, "Damn monkey. Thanks." Che! The spirit monkey glanced at the sky and snorted hermp. He did reciprocate Su Zimo's gratitude. Su Zimo could not stifle his laughter. This monkey was very proud. Su Zimo understood its temperament a little. Su Zimo stood aside. He stood with his legs apart, parallel to his shoulders, in preparation to cultivate the 3 styles of tendon's transformation: Sanguine Ape Tri-Style, Sanguine Ape Fist Seal, Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering, and Sanguine Ape Transformation. The first 2 styles were killing moves, while the 3rd style was the core move. Dayu once told Su Zimo that one could not casually execute the Sanguine Ape Transformation unless he was on the brink of death. When he was surrounded by the packs of wolves in the valley, Su Zimo did not release the Sanguine Ape Transformation because he had not attained initial success of tendon's transformation. If he were to do so, his large tendons would split, his body would explode and he would die on the spot. Anaconda's tendons were flexible and resilient, whereas ape's tendons were both strong and soft. The outcome of cultivating ape first would cause the large tendons to burst and split, for they could not withstand the vigorous forces of the constant tugs and vibration. One would become paralyzed. This was the reason for the need to cultivate the anaconda prior to the ape styles. Su Zimo rested for a while. His body straightened, with his left fist guarding his chest. His right fist drew an arc in midair and smashed downwards. Sanguine ape fist seal. Right on the heels of that, Su Zimo retracted his fists, bent his knees and shrunk his body like an agile monkey. Seemingly kneeling with one knee, he put his palms together as if he was holding a fruit and lifted them upwards. Sanguine ape fruit offering. Be it name or posture, these two styles did not seem like killing moves. Su Zimo was baffled. He could not figure it out and had a hunch that he seemed to be missing something. Gaga gaga! At this very moment, a fearless and bold laughter rang in his ears. Su Zimo looked back. He saw that spirit monkey sitting on the ground, laughing out loud and pointing at Su Zimo. His eyes were filled with contempt. He was only short of writing the word fool and similar words on his face. I have been looked down upon by this damn monkey again. Su Zimo glared at him and said, "What is wrong with you again?" The spirit monkey stopped mocking. Leaping up, he suddenly dashed towards Su Zimo like an arrow. Both his hands were guarding the chest. His right hand cupped into a fist, drawing an arc in midair, charging and aiming at Su Zimo's head. MMM? Su Zimo's expression changed greatly. The spirit monkey's punch was completely the style of sanguine ape fist seal. It was exactly the same and even more vicious, filled with a murderous and imposing aura. Su Zimo did not understand the meaning of the word seal in sanguine ape fist seal previously. He had a moment of realization at the sight of the spirit monkey smashing down his fist. The spirit monkey clenched his fist. Its greenish-black large tendons protruded, its flesh and blood expanding. The fist that swelled up like a huge seal suddenly dropped. There was an explosive sound in the air with this punch. So that was the case. After easing the tendons, one could make use of the strength of the tendons to tighten the flesh and skin. When the tendons and flesh were knitted together, one would use the fist as a seal. This was the essence of the sanguine ape fist seal. How much force could a human create by smashing his fist? However, if a huge seal were to smash directly in the face, what would be the outcome? Both Su Zimo and the spirit monkey used the same style, but at two completely different levels. There was a world of a difference in impact. The spirit monkey suddenly executed such a ferocious sanguine ape fist seal. Su Zimo was taken aback. Su Zimo was suddenly enlightened on the gist of this style. Slightly distracted, he was hit right in the face by the spirit monkey's punch. The blow was severe. Su Zimo was caught off guard. He was flung out and he bumped onto the stone walls in the cave, causing a huge dent on it. Dense cracks started to appear around the stone wall. Su Zimo was dazed by the hit. At one moment, this monkey was laughing in such a carefree manner. In the next moment, he turned hostile and attacked. It was completely illogical. In fact, although the spirit monkey was intelligent and psychic, it did not understand the way humans interacted with one another. Hence, it was not influenced by the fighting and scheming as well as deceiving and blackmailing means in the mortal world. In the forest, the only communication between the demon clan was combat. The spirit monkey was simple and innocent. It retained the most primitive instinct of survival. It would fight or smile when it felt like it. He saved Su Zimo only because of its enmity with the wolves. He completely did not care whether Su Zimo was human or demon. When it released its punch, the spirit monkey had not even thought of retracting it. If Su Zimo had not cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and consumed the scarlet flame fruit, attained initial success with body tempering and tendons transformation, this sanguine ape fist seal style would most probably make him half dead. Su Zimo touched the blood flowing out of his nostrils. His face darkened as he said, "Damn monkey, do you wish to fight?" Wow. The spirit monkey was full of disdain. He curled his fingers at Su Zimo and provoked the latter, chattering continuously. Without a word, Suzimo got up and released the plow heaven stride. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the spirit monkey, turned his palm in the posture of rupturing the ground and landed it. Wah! The spirit monkey shivered all over, seemingly shocked by the prowess of the plow heaven stride combined with the ground-rupturing palm. The spirit monkey seemed to have sensed the powers of the ground-rupturing palm. Hence, it did not continue with the fight. It tiptoed and retreated with lightning speed and agility. It was an empty hit, but Suzimo did not take it to heart. He followed on closely. After 6 months of life and death experiences, Suzimo had not only cultivated spirit perception but also mastered close combat ability and various kinds of fighting techniques. Suzimo followed on closely, clenching both fists below his belly. Knuckles protruded, and it was as if a pair of horns was piercing towards the chest of the spirit monkey. At the sight of this, the spirit monkey did not retreat. It attacked instead. His body curled, one knee seemingly. At the same time that he dodged the bovine's moon-gazing, both of its palms seemed to be holding onto a fruit and lifting it up. Sanguine ape fruit offering. When the spirit monkey executed this style, Suzimo could not sense the slightest bit of murderous intent. The posture of sanguine ape fruit offering looked like someone kneeling on one knee and paying respects obediently. However, for some unknown reason, Suzimo suddenly felt his scalp blistering and also goosebumps breaking out all over his body. The spirit perception that he cultivated told him that a huge killing move was concealed in this style. Suzimo closed his eyes and retreated rapidly. At the same time, he paid attention to the spirit monkey's next moves. Pang! 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 The initial curl of the spirit monkey's body suddenly bounced open upon reaching right before Suzimo. The large tendons in its body were pulsating, sounds of the bowstring ran. It was suddenly releasing and gushing with murderous intent. Thoughts flashed across Suzimo's mind. He had faintly grasped the crux of the sanguine ape fruit offering. On one hand, when his large tendons contracted and suddenly stretched, it would release greater powers. On the other hand, sanguine ape fist seal first displayed weakness and restrained the murderous intent, followed by a counterattack. Apes loved peach and fruits most, but it offered the fruit at this point in time. Something was amiss. When it offered the fruit, it was evident that the ape already had a murderous intent. Bang! 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 Suzimo and the spirit monkey sparred constantly in the cave, feet curling and colliding, palms moving like saber. With Suzimo's combat techniques, he could receive and release blows freely. He was forceful and resilient, swift and flexible. He carried an aura that could block the heaven and split the earth. Shortly after, he subdued the spirit monkey. However, it was not easy for Suzimo to defeat the spirit monkey. The spirit monkey realized that it was difficult to gain the upper hand in the combat. Hence, it began to move in all directions and flee from Suzimo with swift styles and agile steps. Of course, from the beginning till the end, Suzimo did not use all of his strength. Hence, although the spirit monkey would occasionally scream loudly, gnashing his teeth, it could still get up and fight again when he was overturned by Suzimo's hit. The spirit monkey was a good sparring partner. Suzimo not only wanted to practice his martial skills but also comprehend the gist of the sanguine ape tri-style as much as possible. A human and a monkey did not interact much, but they had an indescribable, tacit understanding with each other. In the time to come, Suzimo lived in this cave. A man and a monkey occasionally went out to look for trouble with the wolf clan. After killing many wolves, they fled before the wolves could round them up. Of course, Suzimo refused to smear himself with the spirit monkey's poop anymore. He found a type of herb that could conceal his smell and avoided the wolves. Outside the cave, Suzimo and the spirit monkey joined forces to kill wolves. After returning to the cave, after just a few interactions, a human and a monkey would indulge in a sparring match. Later on, when the spirit monkey realized that he could not gain the upper hand, it felt indignant and started to do sneak attacks. Sometimes, when Suzimo was resting, eating, or sleeping, the spirit monkey would sneak up to punch him before turning and escaping, then make funny faces at Suzimo from afar, laughing arrogantly and loudly as if it was the victor. After some time, As Su Zimo's spirit perception became increasingly acute, the spirit monkey found it hard to succeed in his sneak attacks. In the blink of an eye, another 5 months passed. The 1 year of test in Songlang mountain range was almost coming to an end. During this period, Su Zimo had been refining the energy of the scarlet flame fruit and devouring blood and flesh at the same time. The body tempering and tendons transformation realms advanced continuously towards phenomenal success. Su Zimo's body was coordinated. It could be hard or soft, and his strides were as light as a raccoon. When he walked, there was no sound in the air and no traces in the snow. He leaped and shuttled in the dense forest like apes. Using the old tree branches as his support, his feet did not even need to touch the ground. Of course, to Su Zimo, his close combat ability had improved the most. In Songlang mountain range, there were not many spirit beasts that were Su Zimo's match now. A man and a monkey seemed to have become the lord of the place. Many spirit beasts would choose to retreat at the sight of them. Su Zimo had a hunch that the cold lake in the cave was not ordinary. During this period, he dived into the cold lake countless times, wanting to explore it. However, before Su Zimo could travel to the lakebed, bone-chilling coldness would penetrate his body and slow down his blood circulation, showing signs of freezing. He would return without any success each time. Today, Su Zimo planned to check out the cold lake one last time before he left the Songlang mountain range. Not long after, Su Zimo rose to the surface of the water. He could not hide the disappointment in his eyes and shook his head. He still did not succeed. Body tempering and tendons transformation sections trained the flesh, blood, and large tendons. In the deeper waters, the 3 body parts could endure the invasion of the cold, but when the coldness penetrated the bones and seeped through the blood veins, Su Zimo could not endure it longer. In the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the 2 sections after tendons transformation were bone strengthening and marrow cleansing. It seems that I have the capability to get close to the bottom of the lake only after cultivating the marrow cleansing section. I can come again and explore at that time, Su Zimo said secretly. He did not know where the spirit monkey went. Perhaps it went out to look for the wolf clan's trouble. Su Zimo was not worried. The spirit monkey was extremely alert and intelligent. Although there were many spirit beasts in Songlang mountain range, it was difficult for them to hurt it. Furthermore, during this period, the spirit monkey's ability had improved much after sparring and fighting with Su Zimo. Su Zimo was most curious of something. The spirit monkey seemed to have learned the tendons transformation section before. The spirit monkey not only knew the sanguine ape tri-style. His usual breathing and expiration was also similar to that in the tendons transformation section. Yet it was a little different. It seemed a little strange. When Su Zimo questioned the spirit monkey, it seemed to be a taboo. It always averted his question. Later on, Su Zimo no longer questioned him. Today, Su Zimo did not leave the cave. He intended to bid farewell to the spirit monkey upon its return and then return to Pingyang town. 1 year had passed. Su Zimo missed the Su family very much, especially his older brother and younger sister. Of course, Su Zimo also looked forward to meeting Dai Yu again. In the blink of an eye, the sun gradually descended and it was almost evening. The spirit monkey had not returned. Su Zimo furrowed his brows. There was a flash of worry in his eyes. Songlang mountain range was very eerie at night. Scary spirit demons would often appear, looking for prey. Although Su Zimo and the spirit monkey were very powerful, they were not a match for spirit demons. Hence, before the night arrived, they would return to the mountain cave. The situation of the spirit monkey not returning for the entire day had never happened before. Su Zimo felt very uneasy. He suddenly stood up and drew out the thunderbolt saber that was pierced in the stone wall. He tied it to his back and stepped out of the cave. The sky gradually darkened. It was almost evening. It was extremely dangerous to tread in Songlang mountain range at this hour. Even Su Zimo could not guarantee his own safety. If he were to encounter spirit demons, the odds would not be in his favor. However, Su Zimo still decided to look for the spirit monkey. The spirit monkey had not only saved his life but also was deeply bonded to him. After 6 months of interaction and numerous sparrings, A man and a monkey had gradually forged a close relationship. Getting along with the spirit monkey was much easier than getting along with humans. Mutual sincerity was the only requirement. Although the spirit monkey loved to fight and poke fun at Suzimo, it would not lie to or make use of him. There was neither mutual deceit and distrust nor plotting against each other. It was easy to identify the spirit monkey through its awful body odor. After getting a few whiffs outside the cave, Suzimo decided to dash towards a certain direction. It was only later on did Suzimo realize that this monkey had a special preference for its own poop. Hence, the fact that it was willing to smear its poop on Suzimo meant that it had treated him as one of its own. Along the way, Suzimo encountered many spirit beasts. However, Suzimo did not engage in any fights with them. Instead, he detoured and continued to search for the spirit monkey via the latter's body odor. Most of these spirit beasts recognized Suzimo. Hence, they would not court trouble by looking for him on their own accord. Not long after, Suzimo halted his steps. Both his ears wriggled and captured the faint sounds of weapons clashing against one another. Suzimo narrowed his eyes. Why would there be sounds of weapons clashing in Songlang mountain range? Even Khanate experts dared not venture deep into Songlang mountain range, especially when night was nearing. Cultivator. This word flashed across Suzimo's mind. His expression was as capricious as the weather. If it were 1 year ago, like an aggressive and ignorant rookie, Suzimo would be very eager and thrilled to fight them on. However, having gone through a year of solid training, Suzimo was not as immature and impetuous as before. Most importantly, cultivators who dared to remain at Songlang mountain range in the evening were definitely at advanced realms. They could not possibly be level 1 or 2 chi refinement warriors. Most of the spirit beasts in Songlang mountain range were not threats to the spirit monkey. However, the situation would be different if the spirit monkey were to encounter a cultivator. At the thought of this, Suzimo crawled on the ground with both his hands and legs. He was twisting and turning like an anaconda slithering across the forest without a single sound. Anaconda swath. The first style of Tendon's transformation was to approach the opponent without a sound. The sound of weapons clashing ahead were becoming increasingly clearer and intensive. In between the clashes, he could even hear the sounds of some men taunting and a woman snarling. Under the dark and misty sky, Suzimo lay in the grass and observed the battle that was occurring about 10 feet from him. The trees and plants surrounding the battle had already been cut by the weapons. A relatively wide and spacious open space could be seen. 5 men dressed in Taoist robes were surrounding and attacking a lady in yellow robe. Each of the 5 men was controlling a flying sword and brandishing both hands. It was as if an invisible force was connecting the flying sword to the individual. The yellow-robed lady was also controlling a flying sword. There was a layer of frost on the sword. Apparently, this sword was more superior than those in the hands of the 5 men. The flying sword seemed very light and agile under the control of the yellow-robed lady. The yellow-robed lady seemed to have some treasure with her. When she was occasionally pierced by the other party's flying sword, a glowing shield would light up around her body. However, the shine of the shield got dimmer and dimmer as time passed. The yellow-robed lady was fighting against 5 people. Her strides looked clumsy. It seemed that she could not hold up any longer. She was obviously disadvantaged now. At the sight of the fighting and killing between the cultivators, Suzimo felt that he had widened his horizons. Suzimo retracted his gaze and looked at the other side. Beside the battlefield, 2 men were watching the fight. Their attires were completely the same as those 5 men on the battlefield. Obviously, they belonged to the same group. There was a spirit monkey standing in between the 2 men. It was covered with injuries but looked arrogant and indignant, its eyes shining with a murderous aura. Suzimo focused his gaze. Both the fore and hind limbs of the spirit monkey had been cuffed tightly by 2 iron hoops. The sharp spikes inside the rim of the hoops had already pierced into its flesh. The spirit monkey had completely lost its freedom. It was hard for it to move an inch. Suzimo had never fought with the cultivators and did not know their tactics. He was further unaware of the realms that these few cultivators were at. However, A murderous intent rose in Su Zimo's heart at the thought that the spirit monkey was in trouble. His gaze was cold and sinister. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. He did not strike immediately. Instead, he lowered his body and hid himself more. This was because he knew that once he strikes, he must kill his enemies at once. He could not give the opponent any time to react. This was not a one-to-one combat. He faced a total of 7 cultivators. A chi refinement warrior with a gaunt and thin face smiled and said lustfully, "Young lady, your augmentation talisman won't be able to hold out long. I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, you will suffer." "That's right. Swords and daggers don't have eyes. If they cut your little face accidentally, it will be such a pity. Haha. You have been poisoned with our Pisces aqua powder. You can't hang on for too long, even if you are a foundation establishment cultivator." The yellow-robed lady arched her brows in anger, her expression chilly and aloof. She said coldly, "The few of you are courting death. You're just chi refinement warriors. I'm a cultivator from Azure Frost sect. If you know what is good for you, quickly surrender." Su Zimo was stunned. He did not expect the yellow-robed lady to be a foundation establishment cultivator. The frightening thing was that she was seemingly poisoned by the Pisces aqua powder. Hence, she would not be a match for these 5 chi refinement warriors. As to the augmentation talisman mentioned by that chi refinement warrior, Su Zimo had heard about it. One of the chi refinement warriors, who had a large face, sneered, "Hey, since we know that you are a cultivator of Azure Frost sect, the more we can't let you off. You have fallen into the joyful Seven's hands. We'll make you feel so ecstatic that you will crave for death. Be obedient." Seemingly distracted by these words, the flying sword controlled by the yellow-robed lady halted for a moment. As a result, she was pierced by 2 other flying swords. Clang! Clang! A shield with a golden glow appeared around the yellow-robed lady and blocked the 2 flying swords. However, upon the impact of the blow, the shield was filled with cracks and looked like it would break at any point in time. The yellow-robed lady pursed her red lips without saying a word. She defended with all her might and refused to concede defeat. On the other hand, the bald-headed chi refinement warrior beside the spirit monkey looked relaxed. He said smilingly, "We have gained a lot in this trip to Tsonglang mountain range. This lady definitely has a lot of treasures with her. Most importantly, be it face or figure, this lady is of supreme grade. She will be a delight for the 7 of us. Haha. That said, if we don't have the beast trapping hoop that Master passed down to us, we really won't be able to take down this monkey," said another chi refinement warrior who was carrying a long rod. There was a lingering fear in his heart. The bald-headed chi refinement warrior sneered and said, "After we return, let's torture this monkey and force it to pledge a blood oath. I don't believe that we can't subdue a beast." When the 2 saw that the outcome was quite certain, they could not help relaxing a little and chatting casually. At this moment, there was a bloody shine in the spirit monkey's eyes. Initially rooted to the ground, it suddenly turned its body and opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth as it bit the neck of the chi refinement warrior beside him. The spirit monkey's limbs could not move as they had been bound. However, biting was an innate skill of it since the day it was born. If it could successfully bite the chi refinement warrior, the latter would not have any chance of surviving. The spirit monkey was tall and big. It had to lower its head to bite the chi refinement warrior, who was relatively shorter. In addition, its body was restrained. As such, its action was slightly delayed and that person reacted in time. The countenance of the chi refinement warrior holding the rod changed. He quickly dodged. Pierce. Although he had avoided being bitten on the vital point of his neck, a big piece of flesh on his shoulder tip had been torn off by the spirit monkey. Fresh blood was spilling out from it. "Ah!" The chi refinement warrior cried in pain, looking ghastly pale. He touched the small cloth bag below his waist and a porcelain bottle appeared in his palm. He opened the bottle and took out a tuft of powder-like substance before applying it on his wound. This stopped the fresh blood from dripping. It was very amazing. After the chi refinement warrior managed his wound, he lifted his steel rod furiously. There was a flash of light and the rod landed hard on the knees of the spirit monkey. He scolded, "Bastard, kneel down." There was a loud thud on the ground. The spirit monkey trembled. Flashes of pain could be seen in its eyes. However, this hit by the rod did not make the spirit monkey kneel down. On the contrary, it provoked its murderous instinct. The spirit monkey chewed the piece of torn flesh rampantly, revealing a ferocious and menacing glare. It then swallowed it in one gulp. Thereafter, it turned to face the Chi refinement warrior and laughed gaga, loudly with a mocking look in its eyes. He was untamed, obstinate, and unyielding. "Bastard, you're courting death." At the sight of the spirit monkey's behavior, the Chi refinement warrior's fury intensified. He did not care whether his wound would burst open. He lifted the steel rod again and smashed it towards the top of the spirit monkey's head. At this very moment, a cold voice rang in his ears. "You're the one courting death." When this sound was heard, it was accompanied by a strong aura of death that almost suffocated him. "Who is this? You actually sneaked up behind me quietly and I didn't notice it." Before he could finish his thought, his head hurt and he lost consciousness immediately. Initially, the Chi refinement warrior who was standing at the other side looked relaxed when he saw his comrade teach the spirit monkey a lesson agitatedly. He did not expect to see such a terrifying and eerie scene. A distance away, the bush had moved a little, but the bald-headed Chi refinement warrior did not take it to heart. However, a figure mysteriously appeared behind his comrade in the next moment. Enshrouded by the misty and dark skies, the intruder exuded a towering murderous aura, as if he was a ghost from hell. It happened too quickly and suddenly. The intruder slammed his palm on the head of the Chi refinement warrior holding the rod. The latter was caught off guard and could not defend himself at all. Poof! 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 The head of the Chi refinement warrior holding the rod was actually pressed directly into his chest. Blood-chilling sounds of flesh and blood bursting could be heard coming from the neck. The bald-headed Chi refinement warrior looked aghast. Just as he was about to shout out loudly, he saw the intruder taking successive moves. The figure stretched his legs, had reached him in just 2 strides. The murderous aura was pervasive. This overbearing aura forced the bald-headed Chi refinement warrior to swallow the words in his mouth back into his throat again. The bald-headed Chi refinement warrior instinctively stretched out his hands towards the cloth bag on his waist. He calmed down slightly only when a flying sword landed in his hands. However, before the Chi refinement warrior could draw out his flying sword, the intruder's palm had already landed on him. Pa! The skull of the bald-headed Chi refinement warrior was smashed in just one hit. His brain split and he died on the spot. In actual fact, when the spirit monkey tried to bite the Chi refinement warrior holding the rod, Su Zimo had already began taking action. However, as both parties were about 10 feet away from each other, Su Zimo dared not increase his speed, for fear of being discovered. When Su Zimo reached these 2 Chi refinement warriors' sides, they were destined to meet with a fatal calamity. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. To top-notch martial experts, this moment was especially crucial. Ow! Ow! The spirit monkey recognized Su Zimo. His eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. He shouted loudly to express the excitement in his heart. Su Zimo ignored the spirit monkey. Without a word and carrying a calm demeanor, he had slayed the bald-headed Chi refinement warrior. Twisting and moving, he charged straight to the other battlefield. Long before he attacked, Su Zimo had already made the preparations. Once he attacked, he had to give it his best shot and crumble the other party in lightning speed. Putting aside the obvious point that these 7 Chi refinement warriors were ill-intentioned, the painful torture that they administered to the spirit monkey alone had already provoked Su Zimo's murderous instinct. Most importantly, if he were to let off any one of them, they would become a source of endless trouble. Su Zimo heard very clearly that these 7 individuals were from the Joyful clan. Who knew what strong and powerful cultivators were in this clan? Would they hunt him down? On the other battlefield, 5 Chi refinement warriors from the Joyful clan jumped in shock at the sudden change in circumstances. Who would have thought that two of their clan mates would die grievously in a matter of moments? The most perplexing thing was that the intruder was clad in skins of beast and full of black stubble on his face. He looked like an uncivilized, primitive wild man. They also could not sense any flow of spirit chi from his body. He was not a cultivator? Such a barbarian could actually kill 2 level 6 chi refinement warriors in the blink of an eye. The 5 of them already did not have the time to think, because this barbarian had already dashed to them with a pervasive murderous intent and monstrous aura. There was a flash of cruelty in the eyes of the fat-faced chi refinement warrior who was facing Su Zimo. He smiled grimly. Where did this barbarian come from? You have no sense of danger. Gee! This fellow snarled and directed his flying sword to the oncoming Su Zimo. A beam of light shone from the flying sword. The sword's aura intensified. It was so extraordinary. Su Zimo closed his eyes briefly. Facing this flying sword, he had initially planned to use the bovine tongue saber to shatter or hurl away the sword. However, Su Zimo's acute spirit perception told him that this sword was very powerful and might possibly injure him. Su Zimo charged forward in lightning speed. However, the flying sword was lunging at him at an even faster speed. If it was 1 year ago, Su Zimo would not be able to react in time, let alone dodge this flying sword. However, today Su Zimo suddenly lowered his body. All of his 4 limbs exerted strength as he twisted his body, staying close to the ground. Agile and swift, he had a close shave with the flying sword. In a matter of moments, he appeared in front of the fat-faced chi refinement warrior. The chi refinement warrior was stunned. The colors on his face drained. Su Zimo suddenly got up. His body and 4 limbs became as soft and flexible as an anaconda. It coiled onto the plump body of this man. Large tendons pulsated. Flesh and blood expanded and the entire body exploded with energy. After Anaconda Swath, he executed another killing move of Tendon's transformation, Anaconda Strangle. All the spirit beasts in the Tsonglang mountain range were aware. After being bitten by the anaconda, one might still escape. However, if one's body were to be coiled by the anaconda, they would die for sure. Even if one's body was strong enough to wrestle with the anaconda, he would eventually die of suffocation. In the past 6 months, although the spirit monkey often sparred with Su Zimo, it had never dared to allow Su Zimo to close up on and coil it. This chi refinement warrior did not have a body that was as strong and resilient as the spirit monkey. After Su Zimo wrapped and strangled it, all the bones in his body were crushed. Deafening sounds of pa, pa, could be heard. It was horrible and gruesome. Poof! Bloody fog filled the air. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a burly figure burst open on the spot and turned into a puddle of fleshy mud. This was the true powers of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. After killing this man, Su Zimo did not stop. He used Plow Heaven's Stride and headed towards another chi refinement warrior with a gaunt and frail face. Although Su Zimo was unaware of the cultivation realm of the 5 chi refinement warriors present, using his spirit perception, he could vaguely sense that the fat-faced chi refinement warrior who died earlier and the one before him right now were the greatest threats to him. He could reduce the chances of an accident to the lowest if he could kill the 2 of them first. At the sight of Su Zimo killing 3 people, the skinny chi refinement warrior wore a grave expression. He instantly became cautious. A ray of light burst out from his fingertip and entered the flying sword. The flying sword flickered and shone brightly. Go! This flying sword dashed towards Su Zimo, its movements as swift as thunder and as fast as lightning. One of the 3 chi refinement warriors who were attacking the yellow-robed lady also came forward and directed his flying sword to pierce the middle of Su Zimo's back. The 2 chi refinement warriors concentrated on rounding up and attacking Su Zimo. Su Zimo seemed to have eyes grown on his back. Without even turning back, as he was charging forward, he dodged and got away from the flying sword piercing towards his back. Simultaneously, Su Zimo used his backhand to grip the thunderbolt saber on his back, spread his arms and slashed towards the flying sword coming towards him. Clang! Ear-piercing sounds of weapons clashing could be heard. The thunderbolt saber chipped off after colliding with the flying sword. Cracks appeared around the chip. Obviously, the saber was ruined and could no longer be used. Su Zimo was stunned. Since he got hold of the Thunderbolt saber, it had always been of use to him. Could even slash the skin, hair, flesh and blood of spirit beasts. Unexpectedly, it almost shattered into pieces after colliding with the agile, long and slim flying sword of the cultivator. Su Zimo's expression did not change. He was not bothered. This was because he had already achieved his objective. The Thunderbolt saber had hit the flying sword. Riding on the shocking energy that exploded from his body, it had already sent the flying sword on a deviated route that was some distance away. The flying sword that should initially pierce into Su Zimo's skull only passed through the passage beside his cheek. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo had never paused his attacks for a single moment. His speed only increased. He was closing in. Su Zimo used the Thunderbolt saber to block the flying sword so that he could shorten the distance between he and the thin and frail Chi refinement warrior. Su Zimo remembered Dai Yu's words by heart. Most of the cultivators' bodies are relatively weak. As long as you can avert their first wave of attack and take the chance to shorten the distance between both of you, you will be able to make use of the strong and powerful close combat ability of the demon clan to slay them. Su Zimo widened his strides and walked to the front of the skinny Chi refinement warrior. As soon as he flipped his hand, the ground-rupturing palm was violently executed towards the face of the other party. The skinny Chi refinement warrior was very alert and quick to react. At the sight of Su Zimo dodging the flying sword, he had searched out a face mirror from the cloth bag on his waist and chanted something. The mirror enlarged instantly, glistening and crystal clear. Su Zimo had long noticed the small cloth bag hanging on the waist of the cultivators. It seemed to be a cosmic bag. Whenever they touched it, they could retrieve something. However, Su Zimo did not find it unusual. Compared to the methods that Dai Yu used to open up a big and spacious cultivation field, these small cloth bags were obviously much weaker. In a hurry, the skinny Chi refinement warrior lifted the mirror in his hands to shield his head. Bang! Crack! 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 Su Zimo's hands landed on the mirror of the skinny Chi refinement warrior. First, there was a deafening sound of an explosion. Immediately after, lines of cracks appeared on the mirror surface. Ah! The skinny Chi refinement warrior gave out a miserable cry. His arms had been instantly crushed by the powers reflected by the surface of the mirror. His veins and bones shattered and his body was flung off. This time, Su Zimo dared to hit with his bare fists. On the one hand, it was because he sensed that the mirror did not have any attack properties. On the other hand, the surface of the mirror did not shine when the other party took it out. As expected, this mirror had been destroyed in one hit by Su Zimo. The skinny Chi refinement warrior almost died on the spot. He fell to the ground, looking as white as a sheet and shrieking, "Who are you? How dare you intervene in the matters of my Joy clan? I'll kill your people." Su Zimo sneered. He moved forward with large strides, wanting to end the life of this skinny Chi refinement warrior. At this very moment, Su Zimo sighted a flash of strange looks beneath the eyes of the skinny Chi refinement warrior. MMM? Not good. Su Zimo was stunned. He quickly moved backwards. This was the first time that Su Zimo was involved in a fight with a cultivator. He had to be extremely cautious, for fear that the other party might catch him off guard with some methods that he was unaware of. Splash! The skinny Chi refinement warrior suddenly raised his hand and dispersed a powder that emitted a faint fragrance. Nevertheless, Su Zimo was a step quicker in moving backwards and did not come into contact with this mist of powder. "Comrade, this is the joyful reunion powder. You must not breathe this in." The sound of the yellow-robed lady could be heard. It was gentle and beautiful, carrying a tinge of anxiety. Su Zimo frowned and looked at the skinny Chi refinement warrior who was hiding in the mist of powder. He paused for a moment. If he were to wait for a while, these powder would naturally disperse and not pose a threat. However, Su Zimo could not waste time because there were 3 more cultivators nearby. Su Zimo decisively turned and gave up on that fellow temporarily. He then charged towards the person behind him. At the sight of the skinny Chi refinement warrior being reduced to a handicapped by one hit of the palm, The man behind Su Zimo had long turned pale with fright. He quickly controlled the flying sword to charge at Su Zimo's glabella with all his might. There was no flicker or shine of light in this flying sword. Su Zimo closed his eyes and did not intend to dodge it. Maintaining the posture of downward thrust, he stuck out his right hand and gently lay it on the oncoming flying sword. Rap, hit, pull, swash. Although this flying sword did not break, it had been thrown aside by Su Zimo. It landed in the mud, slanted. This chi refinement warrior was stunned. Although he was only controlling a low-end item spirit, he had never seen anyone receiving a spirit weapon with bare hands and not suffering any injury. What kind of monster was this? After a moment of dawdle, Su Zimo appeared by the side of this man. His body curled, one knee seemingly kneeling, his palms put together and lifted up, sanguine ape fruit offering. Bang! This lift-up happened to support the chin of this chi refinement warrior. Sounds of breaking could be heard coming from the neck bones and chin of this man. His head fell backwards and hung on his back. His eyes were wide open, filled with horror. He was already dead. There were two more chi refinement warriors attacking the yellow-robed lady. At the sight of this, they were instantly scared out of their wits. Su Zimo spread his body and charged towards one of them. Left hand guarding his chest, right hand clenched into a fist, large tendons pulsating, blood and flesh expanding. His fists turned into steel and landed from the sky with a deafening thud. A large shadow engulfed, covering the sky and the sun. This chi refinement warrior was stunned so badly by Su Zimo's aura that both his lungs and guts were splitting. How would he dare to try to attack or defend? He hurriedly turned and tried to flee. Believing that he was going to escape from the scope of the large seal above him, he was elated. At this very moment, he could hear the sounds of bow strings vibrating. It was petrifying. Pang, pang, pang. Su Zimo's large tendons stretched and his arms swelled and enlarged. The gigantic seal came crashing down, caught up with that chi refinement warrior who was fleeing in panic and landed on the top of his head. Poof! After his skull exploded, there was still some leftover energy in the gigantic seal. It immediately crushed and shattered this man's body. At the sight of 5 of his clan mates dying and one being severely injured, the remaining chi refinement warrior lost his cool. While he was distracted, the yellow-robed lady controlled the flying sword and circled his neck once. A large head was hurled off and fresh blood splattered. The headless corpse fell to the ground and twitched from time to time without any consciousness. The yellow-robed lady was covered in delicate beads of sweat. After killing this man, her chest was heaving and she was panting slightly, seemingly to have reached the limit of her physique. Su Zimo turned and looked at the skinny chi refinement warrior who lost his arm. However, he discovered that the other party had seized the opportunity to escape to a distance. His right hand was pressing onto his wound. With a flying sword under his feet, he traveled through the sky and disappeared into the forest immediately. Su Zimo frowned. At this moment it was too late for him to chase him. Or rather, even if he could catch up with him, Su Zimo could not do anything to him as he was high in the air. Suddenly, Su Zimo discovered that he had a fatal weakness. He could not fly in the sky. If the chi refinement warrior were to execute the sword kinesis flight immediately before fighting him, he could only be attacked and could not strike back. After this round of killings, night had gradually fallen. One could vaguely hear the roaring sounds of the spirit beasts shaking the heavens and earth. Looking at the back view of the skinny chi refinement warrior in the darkness, there was a flash of worry in Su Zimo's eyes. This man's escape was ultimately a calamity. No one knew when this calamity would begin to erupt. However, another thought flashed across Su Zimo's mind. Night had fallen, and it was the time where spirit beasts and spirit demons come out preying. This man's broken arm would emit a strong stench of blood. He might not leave the Zhonglang mountain range alive. Ow! Ow! The spirit monkey's shouts interrupted Su Zimo's deep thoughts. The spirit monkey was tied up. He leaped about on the ground that he was standing at, shouting at Su Zimo. It wanted him to help it remove the iron hoops around its limbs quickly. Stay there obediently first. Who told you to run around? It was a rare sight for the spirit monkey to be defeated. Su Zimo deliberately cast him aside and went to the corpses of the few cultivators. He removed the 6 small cloth bags from their bodies and tucked them into his arms without even looking. Although he did not know what they were, Su Zimo could sense that these small cloth bags were quite famous and seemed to be cosmic bags. It definitely contained many treasures. Su Zimo turned and picked up a flying sword that had fallen to the ground. The shape of this flying sword was a little unique. It did not have a handle but only a blade that was extremely sharp. Typical people would have problems holding it. However, this was not much of an issue for Su Zimo. Su Zimo held onto the sharp blade with his bare hands and walked to the spirit monkey. He aimed at the iron hoops that bound the spirit monkey's limbs and slashed hard. Clang! Sparks were flying everywhere. A white streak appeared on the iron hoop, but it did not break. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. This flying sword could even shatter the thunderbolt saber. Yet, it could not break the iron hoops on the spirit monkey's limbs. This was a little troublesome. Su Zimo could faintly sense that it was not because the flying sword was not sharp enough, but because he did not use it correctly. Just as Su Zimo was deep in thought, the yellow-robed lady gradually approached him and said softly, "I'm Yao Shui from Azure Frost Sect. Thank you for saving me and fighting for justice, comrade." Su Zimo's thoughts were focused on how to remove the hoops from the spirit monkey's forelimbs. He only glanced at Yao Shui but did not reply. Yao Shui pondered shortly before saying, "Comrade, you wish to remove this beast's trapping hoop, right? Why don't I give it a try?" Su Zimo took a hesitant glance at Yao Shui before nodding. Yao Shui tapped the flying sword in her hands gently. 2 flashes of light appeared and a layer of frost covered the blade of the sword instantly. The aura of the sword was appalling. Su Zimo looked on conscientiously. Earlier on, only 1 flash of light appeared on the flying swords of the 2 Qi refinement warriors from Joyful Clan. However, there were 2 flashes of light on the flying sword in Yao Shui's hands now. Obviously, the sword in this lady's hands was of a better quality. The blade was also sharper. Su Zimo quietly memorized this and paid careful attention to Yao Shui's every move. He saw Yao Shui controlling the flying sword's movement from a distance. When her slim and fair finger pointed forward a little, the flying sword drew an arc in midair and slashed the beast's trapping hoop hard. Pa! Pa! Coinciding with the noise, the beast's trapping hoop broke. Having felt aggrieved for some time, the spirit monkey was thrilled after breaking free from the restraint. Oblivious to its bleeding wounds, it chattered "ow, ow" continuously. "Thank you." Su Zimo nodded to Yao Shui. "It's not a big deal." Yao Shui smiled. Suddenly, a doubt arose in her heart and she could not help asking, "Is this a spirit beast that you reared and nurtured?" Yao Shui could tell that this wild man who was clad in hide knew the spirit monkey. Most likely, he intervened in this matter because he wanted to save the spirit monkey and then saved her in the passing. In the cultivation world, many cultivators would rear and groom spirit beasts to improve their combat ability. Once the spirit beast had pledged a blood oath, they would not betray the cultivator. Otherwise, they would be punished by heaven and die from a reflux of their own blood flow. Upon hearing this question, Su Zimo frowned, shook his head and said, "He is my friend." "Ah!" Yao Shui blinked her eyes. She was very puzzled. It was really hard for her to imagine how a human could become friends with a spirit beast. Since ancient times, human and demon were of different paths and in constant fights with each other. Their relationship was getting from bad to worse. There was only one possibility of interaction: a master and slave relationship whereby one party had taken a blood oath. The term friend truly seemed a little unique when it came to the 2 different clans. After all, there was an ancient saying that those of different clans would not be of the same heart and mind. Su Zimo ignored Yao Shui. He approached the few corpses and picked up the 5 flying swords. Looking at the broken thunderbolt saber, Su Zimo felt a little hesitant. In the end, he still picked it up and tied it behind him. Suddenly, Su Zimo sensed great danger and turned behind. In the deep parts of the forest behind him, 2 dots of dimmed lights appeared in the darkness. The aura was terrifying. They were exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Pest! Su Zimo exhaled a breath of cold air in shock. He said in a low voice, "It's a spirit demon. Quickly leave." Before Su Zimo spoke, the spirit monkey had already ran off. Although it was injured and limping, it could still move swiftly and agilely in the forest. Yao Shui was obviously a little panicky and at a loss of what to do. Su Zimo did not plan to bother about her initially. However, this lady had helped to chop the beast trapping hoop earlier. If he were to leave her behind, she would most probably die here given her current state. Su Zimo took a glance at her and said in a low voice, "Follow me." Just as he spoke, Su Zimo had already begun to move forward. Yao Shui's cheeks blushed faintly. She gritted her teeth and quickly followed him. Yao Shui had been poisoned with the Pisces aqua powder. She would not be impacted much if she could force out the poison and nurse her injuries. However, she had just been engaged in a fierce battle with the Joyful Seven earlier and almost exhausted all her spiritual powers. She could not even fly by standing on her flying sword. As such, she gradually could not endure the effects of the Pisces aqua powder. She felt her entire body heating up and limbs numb. Yao Shui was very clear of the effects of the Pisces aqua powder. No matter how strong-willed one would not be able to endure the power of this drug. If I can't endure it, I will rather be devoured by this spirit demon than to be humiliated by others. Yao Shui bit her cherry-red lips and quietly decided. The spirit monkey had long disappeared after running off. That wild man in front of her appeared faintly from time to time. Yao Shui tried her best to chase up to him. The unknown spirit demon behind followed her closely. Its chilling gaze was like a thorn on her back, never disappearing for a moment. After running for a while, Yao Shui's legs were wobbly. She almost tripped and fell onto the ground. Although she was already prepared to be buried in the beast's mouth, she was terrified at the thought that she would be torn apart and devoured by the spirit demon. Sounds of the spirit demon treading on the grass behind her were getting closer and closer. The murderous intent was pervasive and cold. Yao Shui could even smell the fishy breath of spirit demon's mouth. However, at this very moment, Yao Shui did not have the energy to run anymore. Forget it. To think that I, Yao Shui, would die at this place. If father knows about this. Sigh. Yao Shui was totally exhausted. She stood still, panting. She felt aggrieved and sorrowful. Closing her eyes, 2 streaks of tears flowed down quietly. At this moment, Yao Shui suddenly felt a strong and sturdy arm on her waist. Thereafter, her body felt light. Someone had taken her away from the place. "Miss, pardon me. There is a need to adapt to the change in circumstances." The man's voice rang beside her ears. Yao Shui opened her eyes wide and saw the side view of Su Zimo's face. So he didn't leave me behind. At this moment, Yao Shui had indescribable joy in her heart. She seemed to have found a place to vent all her grievances and sufferings now. Tears streamed down her face. Swoosh, swoosh. Winds howled and shadows of trees retreated. The man held 6 flying swords with his left hand and 1 person with his right hand. Yet this did not slow him down. Instead, he moved even faster. It was only until now did Yao Shui realize that this man did not use all of his strength during the earlier stretch of journey. Otherwise, she would not have been able to catch up with him. This person is not bad. Yao Shui was drained of energy. Leaning closer to the man who carried her, the Pisces aqua powder was continuously taking effect, causing her thoughts to run wild. Yao Shui was stunned. She quickly bit the tip of her tongue and tried hard to maintain soberness. Dashing left and limping right from time to time, the man seemed to be very familiar with the Zhonglang mountain range. Although Yao Shui could hear the spirit beast roaring, they did not encounter any attack. After an unknown period of time, Yao Shui felt dizzy and could no longer control her body. Yao Shui was gradually losing her consciousness. At this moment, the man's voice rang again. "Miss, wake up!" Ooh, ooh. Yao Shui's body was feverish and she was sleep-talking. Swoosh. Sounds of water could be heard. Ubiquitous feelings of coldness surrounded Yao Shui's burning body. Shivering, Yao Shui sobered up, her pair of eyes gradually regaining sight. "See this. Where is this? Shivering, Yao Shui asked and looked at the surroundings. This was a small and narrow mountain cave. She was in the middle of a cold lake, and there was nothing around it. Although the effect of the Pisces aqua powder was still present, the bone-chilling coldness from the lake waters constantly stimulated Yao Shui's nerves and allowed her to maintain sober. You are a foundation establishment cultivator. Coupled with the aid of this cold lake, you will most likely be able to defuse the effects of the Pisces aqua powder. After saying these words, the man turned and left. Before leaving, that man found a few pieces of wolf skins and covered the entrance of this small and narrow cave. Sounds of the man's steps gradually faded away. Noticing all these, feelings of strangeness rose in Yao Shui's heart. After falling into the lake, her clothes were already drenched. Nevertheless, the man did not peep at her at all. He was also very meticulous. He covered the cave's entrance as he was afraid that she would feel awkward. Although the effect of Pisces aqua powder was strong, it did not constitute as a threat to foundation establishment cultivators. Yao Shui was feeling miserable that she did not have a chance to force the effect of the Pisces aqua powder out. Now that she was sober again, she quickly searched out an elixir from her storage bag and put it into her mouth. She then began to circulate the Spirit Heart Sutra. At this very moment, she could hear the man's voice mingled with the spirit monkey's chatters outside. A man and a monkey seemed to be communicating. The man's voice was neither loud nor soft. The volume was just audible to Yao Shui. Yao Shui felt her heart warmed. That man used such a method to tell her that he would always stay outside the cave. He was neither too far from nor too close to her. Hence, she could heal her injuries without any worries. This man is really interesting. Yao Shui smiled gently. She looked so beautiful and flawless. Su Zimo stepped out of the cave. The spirit monkey was waiting for him outside. The spirit monkey laughed gaga, pointing to the inside of the cave. He winked and made faces at Su Zimo with a strange expression. He even wiggled his body a few times. Su Zimo cursed and laughed. This damn monkey. You know everything. In actual fact, although Su Zimo had not heard of the joyful reunion powder, he could vaguely guess the purpose and effect of this drug. He had studied for more than a decade. Su Zimo would not take advantage of another person in a perilous state, not to mention that both of them met by chance. How are your injuries? Su Zimo asked. Whoa. The spirit monkey waved its hands to express that it was fine. The spirit monkey's physique was amazing and body healing capabilities were extremely strong. It would recover in a few days' time. After being silent for a while, Su Zimo said softly, I'll be leaving. Oh. The spirit monkey widened its big eyes. They were filled with puzzlement. In the cognition of the spirit monkey, Su Zimo was similar to him. He lived in the Tsonglang mountain range, had no one to rely on or turn to, and had no strings attached. Su Zimo pointed to the direction of Pingyang town and said, There is a town about a few dozens of kilometers from Tsonglang mountain range. My home is over there. I have to go back now. The spirit monkey stopped shouting. Tears welled up in its eyes. It looked a little sad. Turning its back, it quietly licked the wounds on his body. Su Zimo felt a little complicated too. In Su Zimo's eyes, the spirit monkey was no longer the initial savior that it was. The spirit monkey was a friend whom he ate, lived and shared weals and woes with. Su Zimo had also thought of bringing the spirit monkey with him, but this was not realistic. On one hand, Su Zimo was worried that the spirit monkey could not get used to the outside world. On the other hand, he was worried that he would not be able to protect the spirit monkey. The spirit monkey was obstinate and unyielding. It was also eccentric and untamed. He did not know what kind of huge trouble it would stir up outside. Life outside might not be safer, happier and more carefree than life in the Tsonglang mountain range. Comrade, you can come in. At this moment, the gentle voice of that lady could be heard coming from inside the cave. It broke the pin-drop silence outside the cave. Su Zimo patted the spirit monkey's shoulders and stepped into the cave first. Although the night was dark, after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo's eyesight was superb. At the sight of Yao Shui, he could not help being slightly stunned. Yao Xue's beauty was astonishing. Her beauty surpassed that of Xianxia and was comparable to Daiyu. It was just that she did not have the unique charisma on Daiyu. Yao Xue had just gotten out of the cold lake. Her black tresses were still wet. She looked like a beauty who had just gotten out of a bath, with a touch of gentleness. She was very attractive. Su Zimo was a little distracted but resumed his normal self after a moment. Looking at the current Yao Xue, he guessed that the effect of the joyful reunion powder had already faded. Su Zimo nodded at Yao Xue and walked to his usual resting place. He searched out the few small cloth bags from the joyful clan and fidgeted with them curiously. "Comrade, I still don't know your name?" Yao Xue smiled and asked. "Su Zimo." Su Zimo responded without even looking up. He continued to fidget with the cloth bags in his hands. Yao Xue looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, recalling the embarrassing state that she had been in when poisoned by the joyful reunion powder. She could not help blushing and feeling shy. Yao Xue gently gritted her molars, her distracted eyes glancing everywhere. She tried to appear casual as she asked, "Just now. Just now. Miss lost your consciousness. Nothing happened." Before Yao Xue could finish her words, Su Zimo added, "Oh." Yao Xue furrowed her brows when she discovered that Su Zimo seemed reluctant to respond to her. He had been fiddling with the storage bags in his hands. She could not help feeling a little annoyed at heart. After watching by the side for a while, Yao Xue could not help asking, "Comrade, you don't seem to be a cultivator?" Su Zimo paused. He observed Yao Xue's eyes and said calmly, "I don't have a spirit root." At the sound of these words, there was not the slightest bit of contempt in Yao Xue's eyes. On the contrary, there was a flash of shock and regret. This subtle change made Su Zimo feel a little positive about Yao Xue. Yao Xue approached Su Zimo. She sat on the ground, not minding the dirt and mess. She said jokingly, "Then I won't address you as comrade anymore. It's only right that I call you Mr. Su. It's up to you." Su Zimo smiled. Yao Xue pointed at the cloth bags in Su Zimo's hands and said, "This thing is a storage bag. It is a very common item in the cultivation world. Almost everyone will bring one with him. It is a cosmos bag and can store a lot of items. Oh, however, the storage bag will only open after one uses spirit chi to stimulate it." While talking, Yao Xue took a storage bag and patted it with her palm. A pile of items dropped onto the ground. Most of them were bottles and jars. There were also dozens of stones the size of a fist. These are spirit stones. This is something that a cultivator cannot do without. There are 3 grades of it: supreme grade, middle grade, and inferior grade. These few are inferior grade spirit stones. As for spirit root, it can be categorized into 5 grades: pseudo-spirit root, ordinary spirit root, superior class spirit root, earth spirit root, and the most rare heaven spirit root. Yao Xue was very smart. Seemingly, she could tell that Su Zimo was very curious about cultivators. Hence, she tirelessly told him about the common information of cultivators. Daiyu hardly talked about such things. Hence, Su Zimo could not help but be immersed in this information. One party was humble to learn and the other party spoke without any reservation. Before they knew it, it was already dawn and one night had passed. Even if one was a cultivator, he would feel tired after having a sleepless night. Su Zimo looked apologetic. He got up and said, "Miss Yao, regarding this information on cultivators, thank you for teaching me generously. I have gained a lot." Yao Xue smiled and said, "If you wish to thank me, give me 3 pieces of wolf skins. This is also my purpose for this trip." There were hundreds of wolf skins inside this cave. Su Zimo waved his big hands and said, "Take as much as you want." Yao Xue said, "Actually, everything on the spirit beasts are treasures. To a talisman master, hides are a necessity. You have so many spirit beast hides in the cave. If you sell them, you will be able to get many spirit stones in return." Yao Xue had told Su Zimo earlier. In the cultivation world, there were 4 types of cultivators with a very special status. Their status was even higher than that of ordinary cultivators. The elixir refinement master could refine elixirs. There were numerous kinds of elixirs with a wide scope of usage. To cultivators, elixirs were indispensable. The weapon refinement master could refine various types and grades of spirit weapons. To cultivators, spirit weapons could significantly improve their ability and were also indispensable. The talisman master could create talismans. The augmentation talisman that Yao Shui used to block the attacks of Joyful 7 earlier was one of such talismans. Without the augmentation talisman, Yao Shui would have long been defeated and captured. The array formation master was proficient in the formation of arrays. Many of the major clans had major defensive array formations. If the cultivators were to fall into any of the arrays set up by opponents, they would be restrained everywhere and their lives might even be threatened. Of course, the prerequisite for becoming one of these 4 types of cultivators was the possession of a spirit root and becoming a chi refinement warrior. Su Zimo shook his head and said, "Even if I can exchange for spirit stones, I have no use for them." "Why not?" Yao Shui said immediately. "You have to know that one piece of inferior grade spirit stone is worth 1,000 taels of gold. In some trading houses of the cultivation world, various and numerous kinds of items are available for sale. One will have to use spirit stones to trade for these items. If you have enough spirit stones, you can even assign some assignments and engage the chi refinement warriors to complete them. Of course, the higher the realm that the chi refinement warrior is at, the higher the cost of hiring." Upon hearing this, Su Zimo's heart wavered. He had a vague feeling that these spirit stones might really be of some use. After pondering for a while, Su Zimo asked again, "At what realms were the Joyful 7 at?" Yao Shui said, "Those 2 guarding the spirit monkey were the weakest. They are level 5 chi refinement warriors. The one who escaped and the fat-faced one were the strongest. They are both level 8 chi refinement warriors. The remaining 3 were level 7 chi refinement warriors." Su Zimo nodded. 1 year of training and experience had not been in vain. Now, even level 8 chi refinement warrior was not his match. Su Zimo even had a hunch that level 9 chi refinement warrior would also be in danger if he were to close in on him. Of course, this was on the pretext that the other party would not execute the sword kinesis flight at the first instance. In fact, sword kinesis flight would deplete a lot of spirit chi. In fights and battles, be it chi refinement warrior or foundation establishment cultivator, they would save as much spirit chi as possible for use in attacking the opponent. With both feet on the ground, the other party could still defeat you by controlling the flying sword even if one were to execute sword kinesis flight. Hence, in the midst of killings and fightings, almost none of the chi refinement warriors or foundation establishment cultivators would execute sword kinesis flight and attack at the same time. This would not only cause distraction but also deplete a lot of spirit chi. Of course, it would be a different matter when it came to the perfected golden core realm. The ability of the perfected golden core was vastly different from the 2 mentioned before. One of the abilities was that the perfected golden core could completely lift himself off the ground without relying on any foreign object. Where do we go to sell these items? Su Zimo had quite a huge harvest yesterday. He had 6 storage bags. There were about 700 pieces of spirit stones in total. In addition, there were other flying swords, elixirs, and so on. Yao Shui said, "In the Great Zhou Dynasty, the largest trading house is the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Sky Treasure Pavilion will set up branch stores in the town of cities where cultivators gather. Most of them are situated in the cities of the various states where the kings live in." "Sky Treasure Pavilion?" Su Zimo said in slight puzzlement. He frowned. "There seems to be one in Songlang City." When he was studying at Songlang City previously, Su Zimo had unintentionally heard of Sky Treasure Pavilion. He heard that it was a place that was even more mysterious than the palace. The gathering of the cultivators? Songlang City, Sky Treasure Pavilion? Su Zimo narrowed his eyes, seemingly pondering about something. Since they are cultivators, why would they intervene in pugilistic and royal court affairs of the mortal world? Su Zimo asked again. Yao Shui explained, "The chi refinement warrior's lifespan is almost similar to that of ordinary people. Even a foundation establishment cultivator's lifespan is at most over 100 years. It is so hard to attain alchemy. When they see that they have no hopes of attaining alchemy, Most of the Qi refinement warriors and foundation establishment cultivators will enter the royal court and enjoy a materialistic and carefree life in their remaining years. Of course, when there are traces of cultivators in various states, most of them belong to the Qi refinement warriors. However, it is said that in the Great Zhou dynasty, one of the armies is solely formed by the foundation establishment cultivators, and there are even some perfected golden cores in the dynasty. This is the reason why the Great Zhou dynasty stands towering like a giant and dominates the various states. Countries such as the Qi and Yan all belong to the vassal states and had to pay tribute to the Great Zhou dynasty every year. Su Zimo suddenly had a realization. It is no wonder the Great Zhou dynasty hardly intervenes in the battles of the various states. This is because the rise and fall of any states will not threaten the rule of the Great Zhou dynasty. That's right. Yao Shui nodded. After pausing for a moment, Yao Shui smiled and said in a profound manner, "The Songlang city is one of the cities in the state, but Sky Treasure Pavilion set up a branch there. It seems that the city lord of this city is conceiving a huge plan. Sky Treasure Pavilion would only set up a branch in places where the cultivators gather." This implied that Songlang city had many cultivators. What did the city lord of Songlang want to do? Was it related to the Su family? Su Zimo vaguely felt that the Su family had very likely gotten itself into a massive vortex, and it would be shattered into pieces in the event of any slip-up. Coincidentally, I also wanted to go to the Sky Treasure Pavilion to trade for something. Where is Songlang city? Bring me there, please, Yao Shui said smilingly. Su Zimo could tell that Yao Shui was very sensitive and considerate. She was worried that he could not enter the Sky Treasure Pavilion on his own, as he was not a Qi refinement warrior. As such, she told him that for fear of hurting his self-esteem. Su Zimo did not expose her lie either. He said, "Let's go. It is also time that I leave Songlang mountain range." Su Zimo packed up many spirit beast hides. Besides these, he also put away the storage bags and flying swords harvested yesterday in Yao Shui's storage bag temporarily to avoid appearing too ostentatious. Outside the cave, the sky was already bright. The spirit monkey curled himself up in a corner with his back facing the two of them. He seemed to be sound asleep. "Let's go. Don't disturb him," Yao Shui said softly. Su Zimo shook his head. He went to the side of the spirit monkey and kicked it without giving any warning. He chided smilingly, "Stop pretending to be dead. Wake up and send me off." This kick was very sudden and forceful. Even Yao Shui was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the spirit monkey who was initially sleeping soundly seemed to be long prepared for this. Swoosh! It dashed up and avoided Su Zimo's underhanded kick. Teeth gnashing and jaws opened, it waved both arms at Su Zimo with a face full of disdain, and rolled its eyes from time to time. Su Zimo smiled faintly and said, "If you don't want to send me off, so be it. Look at you. Damn monkey. Be smarter next time. Don't foolishly go lose to the cultivators when you meet them." Humph! The spirit monkey snorted and waved its fists. "I'm leaving." With his back facing the spirit monkey, Su Zimo waved his hands and left the cave with Yao Shui. Not far away, Su Zimo sensed something and instinctively turned back. He saw the spirit monkey standing at the cave entrance and watching him from afar. Under the reflection of the morning glow, the tall and big figure looked a little lonely and desolate. At the sight of Su Zimo turning back, the spirit monkey felt that he could no longer stifle his expression. Lifting its head proudly, it turned and wriggled back into the cave, disappearing from sight. Yao Shui noticed this and said softly, "In the end, it came out to send you off." Su Zimo hung his head silently. Yao Shui said, "Since you can't bear to leave it, bring it along." After a moment of silence, Su Zimo looked up and smiled. Pretending to be casual, he said, "It's okay. Don't need to bother about him. This monkey has great ambitions. It wants to be the lord of Songlang mountain range, a happy and carefree king of the mountains." Yao Shui found a flying sword from the storage bag and suspended it in the air. She jumped onto it. She then turned to Su Zimo and said, "Come up. It'll be faster in this way." Su Zimo did not decline. He leaped onto the flying sword immediately. Swoosh! Lights from the sword flashed. The two had already disappeared from the place that they were at lightning speed. Sword kinesis flight was as graceful and swift as a startled swan. It was breezy, carefree, and indescribable. Su Zimo would be lying to himself if he were to say that he was not envious. However, he was on the path of demon cultivation. He would have to cultivate the core formation section to rise from the ground and fly in the air. After Tendon's transformation, there were 4 major realms: bone strengthening, marrow cleansing, organs refinement, and orifice clearing. He did not know how long it would take. After 1.5 years, he felt completely different upon returning to Zhonglang City. Looking at Zhonglang City from the heights while on Yao Shue's sword, Su Zimo discovered that this city was much bigger than he had thought it to be. The two landed in a quiet and deep small alley. There was a wall at the end of the small alley. Before Yao Shui reached the wall, she pointed with her finger and released a flow of spirit qi. Before hitting the wall, it had turned as clear as a water curtain at that instant. Yao Shui explained, "This is a kind of array formation. It has the effect of a visual bulwark. Mortals without spirit qi will not be able to discover this place. There are 2 ways to enter the Sky Treasure Pavilion. First, become a cultivator. Second, possess the Sky Treasure Badge." Su Zimo nodded and followed Yao Shui in crossing the wall. It was spacious and bright on the other side. A sparkling and glittering palace appeared right in front of them. 3 words, Sky Treasure Pavilion, was written on the plaque. Under the bottom right corner of the Sky Treasure Pavilion, there was an exquisite and small word, branch, representing that this was a store branch of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. After entering the main hall of the Sky Treasure Pavilion, one could see many Qi refinement warriors loitering around. The main hall was filled with plenty of treasures collected in the cultivation world. There were elixirs, spirit items, talismans, cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and so on. It had everything that one wished for. "Follow me upstairs. These items downstairs are all ordinary ones," Yao Shui whispered. Under the envious gaze of many Qi refinement warriors, Su Zimo followed Yao Shui upstairs. These Qi refinement warriors were aware that only Foundation Establishment cultivators or those with the Sky Treasure Badge could be granted access to the 2nd floor of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. However, it was too difficult to attain a Sky Treasure Badge. Even the most inferior grade Sky Treasure Bronze Badge required a certain number of spirit stones in exchange for the eligibility. On the 2nd floor, there were obviously less cultivation world treasures. However, each of the items looked better than those downstairs. Apart from a few Qi refinement warriors who were selling items, no one else was present. It was very quiet. Yao Shui knocked on the table. She flashed a piece of exquisite gold badge and said in a low voice, "Get your pavilion manager out." The Qi refinement warrior was startled instantly. He responded to the rudeness with a flattering smile. "Senior, please wait here for a moment. Very soon." A figure dressed like a businessman hurried over. He was rather plump but swift in his movements. "Selling something." Yao Shui went straight to the point. She took out the hundreds of spirit beast hides, various elixirs, and the few flying swords. Su Zimo had already planned to sell everything and exchange them for spirit stones. It will be a total of 3,070 pieces of inferior grade spirit stones. The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion calculated before he wiped his sweat and said. Yao Shui waved her hands and said undoubtedly, "Let's round it to 3,100. This? Okay." The manager hesitated slightly but agreed thereafter. Su Zimo suddenly realized that Yao Shui seemed to be born of an extraordinary origin. Every move of hers was filled with a strong aura of elegance. 3,100 pieces of spirit stones, coupled with the 700 other pieces in the storage bags of the Joyful Seven. Su Zimo had close to 4,000 spirit stones now. This was also considered a huge wealth amongst the high-level Qi refinement warriors. "How do you intend to use this sum of spirit stones?" Yao Shui asked. Su Zimo had some plans in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "I want to refine 2 weapons, 1 bow and 1 saber." After the battle with Qi refinement warriors at Zhonglang Mountain Range, Su Zimo discovered his own weakness. He was unable to leave the ground and fly in the sky. If he were to encounter Qi refinement warriors who used sword kinesis flight in the future, Su Zimo would deal with them with his bow and arrows. As for the saber, apart from protecting himself and attacking the enemy, it could also block the spirit item of the Qi refinement warrior and take the chance to reduce the distance separating them. Besides inferior grade, middle grade, superior grade, supreme grade weapons, there was also another type of spirit weapon called pseudo-spirit weapon. The reasons why spirit weapons were powerful were twofold. On one hand, the materials used to refine the weapons were rare spirit items. On the other hand, after numerous hammering and refining by the weapon refinement master, the impurities had been removed. The weapon would not break easily as it was both hard and strong. Most importantly, one had to look at the spirit pattern condensed on it to analyze the grade of the spirit weapon. An inferior grade spirit weapon would have one spirit pattern. Amongst the Joyful Seven, 2 of them had flying swords of this grade. The flying sword in Yao Shue's hands was a middle grade spirit weapon as it had 2 spirit patterns. Weapons with 3 spirit patterns were superior grade, while those with 4 spirit patterns were of supreme grade. Before the cultivators engaged in a fight, it would inject the spirit qi into the spirit weapon. This would invigorate the spirit pattern to shine. The more lines there were, the more powerful the spirit weapon. The so-called pseudo-spirit weapon was referring to weapons made of the same materials as the real ones. They were also made by the weapon refinement master, but there was no spirit pattern condensed on them. To Su Zimo, whether the weapons had spirit pattern or not did not make a difference. He could not invigorate them at all. As long as the weapon was strong and hard enough to block the impact of spirit weapons and cause death and injury to the Qi refinement warrior, it would suffice. The manager of the Sky Treasure Pavilion said, "It costs very little to refine 2 pseudo-spirit weapons. Including the costs of materials and hiring the weapon refinement master, a few hundred inferior grade spirit stones are enough. How long will it take?" Su Zimo could feel that the Su family was going to face a calamity soon. He wanted to improve his ability as soon as possible. "At least 3 days, the manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion said. On a separate note, it is easy to refine the bow but not the bowstring. Yao Shui pointed at Su Zimo's waist and smiled gently. "The python tendon on your waist can be used as a bowstring." Su Zimo was still clad in a beast hide and a python tendon was used as a belt. Yao Shui reached out her hands and gently pushed Su Zimo, covering her nose. "Quickly bathe and change your clothes. You can remove the python tendon then." Su Zimo coughed lightly to conceal his embarrassment. He quickly followed the 2 female waiting staff and left the 2nd floor of Sky Treasure Pavilion temporarily. Not long after, Su Zimo returned to the Sky Treasure Pavilion. When Yao Shui glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, she could not help feeling stunned. At this moment, Su Zimo was dressed in a green robe. He had shaved away his stubble. Bright, clear eyes and delicate features, he exuded a strong scholarly aura. He was like a different person from before. Who is this?" Yao Shui turned both her palms, leaned forward slightly and moved closer to him. She tilted her head and asked with a trace of a smile in her eyes. Su Zimo's gaze was bright and clear. He smiled but was silent. "A young master, indeed. Addressing you as young Master Su is really not wrong." Yao Shui smiled and said. Su Zimo could barely endure this. He cupped his fists and said, "Miss Yao Shui, you're being humorous. All right, I'll not tease you anymore." Yao Shui waved her hands and asked, "What do you intend to use the remaining spirit stones for? How many spirit stones do I need to hire a Qi refinement warrior?" Su Zimo planned to hire 1 Qi refinement warrior to protect the Su family. The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion said, "This depends on the level that the Qi refinement warrior is at. The higher the better. For a level 7 Qi refinement warrior, 5 pieces of inferior grade spirit stones a day will be enough. For a level 8 Qi refinement warrior, you need 10 pieces a day. For a level 9 Qi refinement warrior, you need 100 pieces." Su Zimo did some mental calculations. He had a total of over 3,000 pieces of spirit stones left. Of course, it was good to hire a level 9 Qi refinement warrior. However, he only had enough spirit stones to hire one of them for a month. No one could guarantee when the danger would come. On the other hand, hiring a level 8 Qi refinement warrior could protect the Su family for an entire year. It was relatively more cost-effective. After pondering deeply for a while, Su Zimo said, "I'll hire a level 8 Qi refinement warrior for a period of 1 year." "Okay." The manager waved his hands. One of the female waiting staff nodded and walked towards the main hall on the first floor of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Yao Shui explained, "There are always new missions at the main hall of the Sky Treasure Pavilion. If the Qi refinement warriors are interested in them, they will look for the hirers accordingly." After pausing for a while, Yao Shui passed the piece of gold badge in her hands to Su Zimo. She said, "This is the Sky Treasure Pavilion gold badge. With this badge, you can get half the price for every item of purchase when you come here next time." "So much?" Su Zimo was shocked. The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion, who was standing at the side, explained, "There are 3 types of badges in the Sky Treasure Pavilion. The lowest grade is the bronze badge, which will give you a 10% discount. Next is the silver badge that gives a 20% discount, followed by the gold badge. This item is too precious and costly. I can't accept it." Upon hearing the manager's explanation, how could Su Zimo not know how precious this gold badge was? "Accept it. I still have more of it." Not allowing any further deliberations, Yao Shui tucked the item into Su Zimo's arms and reminded him, "You have to hide it well and don't let anyone see it. Otherwise, you will attract trouble easily." Su Zimo frowned and wanted to decline again. Yao Shui's face turned stiff. "You saved my life. Isn't my life worth this piece of lousy gold badge?" Su Zimo was speechless. The manager at the side rolled his eyes continuously, muttering in his heart, "Lousy gold badge. There are less than 10 such gold badges in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. This madam is so generous. I don't know where this poor lad's good fortune came from." At this moment, Su Zimo was unaware that the Sky Treasure gold badge in his hands was not an ordinary one. Even if he had the ordinary Sky Treasure gold badge, he could only get a 30% discount at the Sky Treasure Pavilion. There was only one place with Sky Treasure gold badges that could give a 50% discount. After stepping out of the Sky Treasure Pavilion, it was already close to noon. Su Zimo turned and looked at Yao Shui. He said sincerely, "I must thank Miss Yao Shui for today's matter. Call me Yao Shui." "That? Okay then." Su Zimo hesitated slightly before he agreed. At the sight of Su Zimo nodding, Yao Shui pursed her lips and smiled. She said immediately, "I'll call you Zimo then." "Su Zimo?" Yao Shui took a sideways glance at Su Zimo and asked, "Where will Zimo be going next?" Su Zimo pondered deeply and said, "I have to stay in Songlang City for a few days to wait for the 2 spirit weapons to be refined. At the same time, I will check out if any level 8 Qi refinement warriors are taking up the mission." After thinking, Yao Shui said, "I'll return to my clan then. I won't keep you company. Have a good trip. We will meet again if we have fate." Su Zimo nodded. Yao Shui jumped onto the flying sword. When she was about to leave the Sky Treasure Pavilion, she suddenly looked back and gave a charming smile. "Not if we have fate. We will definitely meet again." Upon finishing her words, Yao Shui leaped onto her sword and left. She disappeared from Su Zimo's sight soon after. Su Zimo did not think much of it. He left the small alley of the Sky Treasure Pavilion and looked for an inn nearby to stay at. 3 days later, in the mansion of the city lord, Chao Gang, the wolf guard, stepped in and bowed to pay his respects. He said in a low voice, "City lord, my subordinate's guard saw Su Zimo in the city. The strange thing is that this lad seemed to have appeared out of thin air. No one saw him entering the city." Luo Tianwu, the city lord of Songlang City, nodded and said, "Yes, perhaps we have been negligent. No need to worry. I have long received news of this and sent someone to test him. Since we are making use of him to kill, we have to test if this blade is sharp enough. I heard that some time ago Su Hong had a narrow escape from death in the capital of the country of Yen. 16 years of preparation work fell short in the last battle. He nearly lost his life. Now, the capital of the country of Yen is tightly guarded. Many Qi refinement warriors were gathered near the king of Yen. What can this Su Zimo do? Chao Gang frowned slightly. Luo Tianwu smiled and said, Su Hong has black armored cavalry under his wings. He was powerful but also too ambitious. It is expected that his assassination of the king of Yen would fail. But this second young Master Su is different. No one views him as a threat. The more you neglect one's existence, the easier it is for him to carry out a successful assassination. Su Zimo had been in Songlang City for 3 days, but did not hear any news from Sky Treasure Pavilion. The hiring of Qi Refinement Warrior was not as easy as he expected it to be. Furthermore, he wanted to hire a level 8 Qi Refinement Warrior. Su Zimo felt a little vexed. He was prepared to have a meal at the first floor of the inn. Just as he arrived downstairs, he could hear people sneering. Someone said in an eccentric manner, Yo! Isn't this second young Master Su who has been reduced to an inferior commoner? Why do you still have the shame to come to Songlang City? Su Zimo slanted his eyes and saw a seemingly wealthy young man with a graceful bearing waving a fan. Sneering continuously, he had a look of contempt on his face. 2 middle-aged men were by his sides. They were bright-eyed and had a restrained aura. They were seemingly guarding the young man who was sitting in between them. This young man's name was Chu Liang. He could not take the hardship of learning martial arts but was also reluctant to focus on his studies quietly. With the power of his family clan as his backing, he lounged around all day long, bullying the young and weak. Su Zimo had some impression of this man as he had been his classmate back then when studying in Songlang City previously. Although he could not see eye to eye with this man's conduct, the two never had any animosity between them. Su Zimo cast a faint glance at Chu Liang. His gaze was calm and his expression normal. He then turned back and ascended the stairs. The Su family already had enemies on another land. Su Zimo did not wish to attract more trouble. It was pointless to make more enemies. Chu Liang sneered. Boss Li, when did your inn start to take in inferior commoners? Break both legs of this inferior commoner and throw him out, in case he affects my appetite. This? The boss of the inn looked like he was in a difficult position. Yes? You want to break both my legs? Su Zimo halted his steps and turned gradually, his gaze sweeping across the main lobby. The guests in the inn did not seem to be ordinary commoners. They had weapons on the table beside them. Although they were also eating and drinking, their gazes inadvertently landed on him. Moreover, there were traces of hostility in their eyes. This was not a chance encounter. The other party deliberately came here to seek trouble. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had figured it out. Su Zimo strode towards Chu Liang. The 2 middle-aged men by Chu Liang's side showed obvious signs of nervousness. The muscles tightened as they lowered their palms, placed them on the weapon on the waist. Su Zimo smiled and sat on the seat opposite Chu Liang. Who told you to sit down? Chu Liang hollered. Bang! He slammed his hands on the table. Clang! One after another, the surrounding diners rose from their seats, unsheathing their weapons. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. Without looking sideways, he did not seem bothered as he took Chu Liang's wine jar and poured himself a cup of wine. The 2 middle-aged men opposite him looked grave and solemn. They moved towards the middle, blocking Chu Liang behind them. Su Zimo had not made any moves and did not even reveal any trace of murderous aura. Yet, the 2 middle-aged men felt uneasy and had chills running up their spines. The 2 of you are perfected Khanate experts, right? Su Zimo lifted the wine cup and asked casually. So what if we are? One of them responded. The 2 of you. Su Zimo raised his head and drained the strong wine in his cup. He then shook his head. He continued to say, won't be able to protect him. The moment he put down the wine cup, Su Zimo made his move. Snap! The wine cup dropped on the tabletop. The fall was neither hard nor soft, but the entire table suddenly split open. Su Zimo closed in and flipped his palms, enshrouding the top of heads of the 2 perfected Khanate experts. His moves were sudden and he attacked 2 people at the same time. The 2 middle-aged men were terrified. The aura of Su Zimo's palm strike was powerful and suffocating. They could even smell a gust of bloody stench at the wave of his palm. In the blink of an eye, the graceful scholar had transformed into a man-eating beast. The two men unsheathed their weapons immediately to block the attack. Swoosh! There was a deafening and crisp sound. Two extremely sharp weapons had actually been slammed to pieces by Su Zimo's palm. They were scattered on the ground. Bang! Bang! Su Zimo moved forward and kicked both his legs casually. The two Khanate experts were hurled outside. Horror filled their eyes. Their chests were crushed and they were vomiting fresh blood. They were almost dead. In comparison to the spirit beasts in Songlang mountain range, the close combat techniques of the two men before him were really too poor. If Su Zimo were to use all of his strength, the two of them, including their weapons, would be crushed instantly with the pressure of this palm. Chu Liang was so scared that his face was drained of all colors. Never did he expect that the two Khanate experts that he relied on most would turn invalid in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, Su Zimo was already nearing him. Su Zimo grabbed his neck and lifted him up in the air. It was too fast. When Chu Liang landed in Su Zimo's hands, the surrounding diners had not even recovered from their shock. No matter how much they wanted to dash forward, they were fearful of the consequences and full of reservations. "What are you doing? Release my family's young master." A loud and stern voice rang from the surrounding. Su Zimo did not seem to have heard it. He just looked at Chu Liang with an imperceptible smile on his face. "I heard that you want to break both of my legs?" Chu Liang's neck was strangled. His face turned purplish-blue as he let out a weird sound from his mouth. Su Zimo's gaze gradually turned cold. He swung his legs. Pa! Pa! Sounds of bones cracking could be heard coming from Chu Liang's knees. They had been crushed by Su Zimo's kick in that instant. Chu Liang was in so much pain that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His entire body was shivering, but he could not bring himself to say a word. "Who told you to come?" Su Zimo pressed him. Chu Liang could not catch his breath. He rolled his eyes and looked like he was going to faint at any point in time. At this very moment, a loud shout could be heard from outside the door. "Stop!" A man clad in armor with a firm and resolute face was standing at the entrance of the inn. He was leading numerous guards. He dashed in with large and vigorous slides. This man was none other than Chao Gang, one of the 5 wolf guards of Songlang City. "Fighting is forbidden in the city. Su Zimo, quickly release that man." Chao Gang stepped forward and hollered. At the same time, Chao Gang also moved forward 2 steps and whispered into Su Zimo's ears. "Second young Master Su, the city lord would like to meet you." Su Zimo narrowed both his eyes. A thought flashed in his mind and he vaguely understood what was happening. Su Zimo waved his hands and flung Chu Liang aside nonchalantly. "Bring criminal Su Zimo back to the city lord," Chao Gang shouted again. Numerous guards behind him moved forward and surrounded Su Zimo. Yet no one cuffed him up. Su Zimo was expressionless, but he sneered in his heart. He followed Chao Gang and the group and left the inn. This was the first meeting between Su Zimo and the city lord of Songlang City. It was very difficult to read the city lord's mind just by looking into his eyes. He was expressionless and seemingly very deep and scheming. Luo Tianwu was also sizing up Su Zimo at the same time. His first impression of Su Zimo was a cultured and polite man, no different from other scholars. If he had not known in advance the many deeds of Su Zimo in Pingyang town, it was very hard for Luo Tianwu to imagine that such a weak and frail-looking scholar could actually subdue the 2 big family clans. Immediately after, he sensed that Su Zimo was mysterious and unfathomable. The gazes of both parties collided in mid-air. Very soon after, Luo Tianwu revealed a smile first. He said in a loud and clear voice, "I've long heard about the famous second young Master Su. We finally meet today. Please have a seat." From the side, a slouching old servant dressed in a gray robe walked over. Gray-haired, he had a gaunt face and cloudy eyes. He carried a chair and put it carefully in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo's gaze seemed casual as it swept across the old servant. He did not decline and took the seat immediately. Luo Tianwu was very polite to him. However, there was more to this case, and it became more evident that this meeting was not so simple. There must be something going on when things occur out of the ordinary. What was the status, power, and prestige of a city lord? Luo Tianwu had never invited Su Zimo when the latter attained scholarly honors previously, much less his inferior status currently. The gray-robed old servant stood beside Su Zimo and filled a cup of tea for Su Zimo respectfully. Su Zimo's thoughts were deep as he cast a profound gaze at the gray-robed old servant. With an imperceptible smile, he said, "You served me tea. This must have been hard on you." The gray-robed old servant paused for a moment. He placed the teapot on the table without any expression. Thereafter, he retreated to stand behind Luo Tianwu and did not utter a word. Upon hearing this, a beam of light flashed across Luo Tianwu's eyes but disappeared after a moment. Su Zimo's words seemed unintentional, but others were not sure of the implied meaning. He could be mocking himself for his inferior status or pitying the gray-robed old servant for his old age. Of course, there was another possibility. This lad had already seen through the Qi refinement warrior identity of this old servant dressed in shabby and gray clothes. This fellow is not easy to deal with. Luo Tianwu furrowed his brows secretly. The gray-robed old servant had hid himself very well. Yet, he could not deceive the spirit perception that Su Zimo had attained via his near-death experiences. Without a word, Su Zimo raised his teacup and sipped tea in a leisurely manner. Luo Tianwu was silent too. His fingertips were knocking on the table neither lightly nor hard. About 8 minutes passed. The pin-drop silence in the room was frightening. Only sounds of fingertips knocking on the table were resonating. The atmosphere was stifling. The smile on Luo Tianwu's face had already disappeared. In such a circumstance, ordinary people would not be able to withstand the pressure. They would have long spoken up to ease the atmosphere. However, right from the beginning, Su Zimo's expression did not change the slightest bit. His gaze was as calm as an old monk who was meditating. This lad is only 18 years old, and he has such a calm and mature temperament. It is very tricky to deal with him, Luo Tianwu muttered in his heart. He was already feeling a little restless. In actual fact, this was a tactic of psychological pressure. Whoever could not endure the situation and spoke would inevitably be on the back foot. Luo Tianwu had initially wanted to subdue Su Zimo in the first instance. However, he did not expect to hit him on the wrong spot. He felt very upset. "Isn't second young master Su curious about why I invited you today?" Luo Tianwu asked smilingly. Su Zimo put down his teacup in a leisurely manner and glanced sideways at Luo Tianwu. He said calmly, "May I ask City Lord to give me an explicit reason? The two young masters of the Su family are both cream of the crop. Young Master Su's patience and endurance, and second young Master Su hiding your light under a bushel. The 5 wolf guards under my wings and me admire you guys greatly." Luo Tianwu praised. Su Zimo frowned slightly and said, "City Lord, you don't need to probe further. Please come straight to the point. You're straightforward. I admire people like second young Master Su." Luo Tianwu gave a slight smile. "Your older brother has failed to assassinate the King of Yen. He is severely injured and bedridden now. I know that second young Master Su's heart must be filled with fury." Upon hearing this, Su Zimo's countenance changed. Older brother assassinated the King of Yen? He was injured? Su Zimo had not returned for a year. Hence, he did not know that such a severe matter had happened to the Su family. Why did older brother assassinate the King of Yen? Could the King of Yen be the Su family's enemy? Observing the change in Su Zimo's expression, Luo Tianwu was slightly stunned. He asked, "Don't tell me that second young Master Su doesn't know about this?" "I am not aware." Su Zimo shook his head and endured the urge to rush back to Pingyang town. Luo Tianwu felt that he had regained some victory with this. He revealed a slight smile and said, "Actually, I still admire and respect Su Mu, Lord Wooding, the most. How powerful and prestigious were the black armored cavalry under his wings then. Which of the surrounding states doesn't know the famous Su Mu? It is sheer pity." Su Mu. Upon hearing this name, for some unknown reason, Su Zimo seemingly felt pangs of pain in his heart. Su Zimo had already sensed that this man called Su Mu was very likely his father. He only heard Luo Tianwu continuing with his words. 16 years ago, we heard that Su Mu had been framed and schemed against by villains. The king of Yen gave orders to annihilate his entire family. At that time, I was also wringing my fists in sorrow and pain. I mourned for the loss of an outstanding hero. Fortunately, Lord Wooding's bloodline is still inexistent. The two young masters of the Su family escaped. Upon hearing this, Su Zimo already understood in his heart. He had found the answers to many of his doubts. Without a word, Su Zimo's lanky body rose and headed outside. Where is second young master Su going? Luo Tianwu asked quickly. Su Zimo's face was solemn. He turned and looked at Luo Tianwu. Visible red veins could be seen in his eyes. It was extremely frightening. Luo Tianwu was stunned. The gray-robed old man behind him moved a step back instinctively. He slipped his hands into his chest and searched the storage bag inside. In fact, Luo Tianwu did not know that Su Zimo was unaware of the Su family's background. He did not expect that Su Zimo would react so greatly. Luo Tianwu calmed himself down and took a deep breath. He said in a deep voice, I know that second young master Su is keen to take revenge. I also wish to seek justice for Lord Wooding. Why don't we do this? I have spies in the city where the king of Yen lives in. I can try my best to help second young master Su get close to the king of Yen. With second young master Su's capability, we will definitely be able to execute the king of Yen and avenge Lord Wooding if we join forces. Su Zimo shut his eyes. After some time, he gradually opened them. The blood color in his eyes slowly faded and his eyes regained brightness and clarity. This is a private vendetta of the Su family. Why should I bother the city lord? Su Zimo asked. Luo Tianwu smiled and said, Lord Wooding is the person that I admire most in my life. You can only deceive children with such words. Before Luo Tianwu could finish his words, Su Zimo interrupted him ruthlessly. Su Zimo's words were considered a great form of disrespect for the city lord. However, the smile on Luo Tianwu's face did not lessen. He continued to say, Second young master Su is a little angered. You're the one who sent Chu Liang to the inn, right? Su Zimo interrupted Luo Tianwu again and said calmly. Luo Tianwu retracted his smile. There was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, but it disappeared a moment later. He questioned back, What makes second young master Su say that? From the moment that I made the first move till I subdued Chu Liang. It only took a duration of 10 breaths. Su Zimo pointed to Chao Gang at the side and added. Guard Chao suddenly dashed in. It's a little too fast. It was as if this had been prearranged. I only happened to pass by. Chao Gang explained hurriedly. Luo Tianwu waved his hands to stop Chao Gang from continuing with his words. It was just a short interaction and Luo Tianwu realized that this kind of small tricks could not deceive the person before him. To force an explanation would only make a joke out of themselves. Su Zimo gave a sneer and turned back. He paused his steps when he reached the doorsteps and said calmly, If City Lord Luo is sincere in helping the Su family, I, Su Zimo, will naturally be grateful to you. However, I don't like to be made use of by others. City Lord Luo, you better watch your conduct. Having finished his words, Su Zimo left without even turning back. When Su Zimo's figure disappeared from the residence of the city lord, Luo Tianwu's expression turned solemn and sinister. There was already a handprint on the sandalwood table beside him. This green and young lad, he actually dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Luo Tianwu was enraged. He gritted his teeth and scolded. After some time, Luo Tianwu gave a long sigh. He turned and asked, Sir, how do you feel about this lad? At this moment, the gray-robed old servant straightened his back. His eyes were clear and bright. There were no signs of the earlier old and fatigued look. When he heard Luo Tianwu's question, he said in a deep voice, Second young master Su is not simple. Although he is not a Qi refinement warrior, he could see through my identity as a Qi refinement warrior with one glance. This lad's hands are certainly stained with a lot of fresh blood. When he was angered earlier, I could feel trepidation in my heart. He is a very dangerous man. Oh! Luo Tianwu raised his brows slightly. He asked again, "What will happen if you fight with him?" The gray-robed old servant's expression was proud. He said, "I am a level 8 Qi refinement warrior. How can a mortal compete with me?" However, after pausing for a while, the gray-robed old servant changed his stance. Given this lad's temperament and ability, he has a high chance of success in assassinating the king of Yen. As to whether he could escape the capital alive. Ha! The gray-robed old servant smiled but did not speak a word. I am not concerned whether he can escape the capital where the king of Yen lives at. As long as the king of Yen is dead, the country will become leaderless and there will certainly be chaos. It will be the best time for me to invade the city and declare myself as the king. Luo Tianwu smiled. Everything was under his control. Men of letters preferred swords. Even if they did not know any martial arts, they liked to carry a sword with them, as they appeared to be noble and elegant with it. The saber was used by the armies on the battlefield and the ruffians of the pugilistic society. It was totally unlike the aura of the scholar. When choosing his weapons at Sky Treasure Pavilion, Su Zimo did not choose the sword but the saber automatically. He did not know the reason behind his actions as well. Su Zimo finally understood why when he left the mansion of the city lord. That was because he was no scholar deep down inside. He was the son of the mighty Lord Wooding, that all the dukes were in awe of. He should be galloping on the battlefield, killing countless enemies with his fearless and indomitable spirit, blood staining his robe. Originally, Su Zimo could not understand why he was not the least nervous, scared or frightened when the knife that he held pierced Zhou Dingyun's throat that night. Instead, he was slightly excited and eager to try. Su Zimo finally understood everything right now. It was in his blood to kill without the slightest hesitation. Although he had spent more than 10 years studying, he could not hide his true nature. The words that Luo Tianwu said were like sharp thorns that pierced Su Zimo's heart. He was in agony at hearing them. His older brother was seriously injured. How was he doing? Was he in a critical state? Was Xiaoning frightened out of her wits at the calamity that befell the Su family? Upon passing by the inn that he stayed temporarily last time, Su Zimo chanced upon the unique mark made by Sky Treasure Pavilion. Could it be that the two pseudo-spirit weapons have been refined? Su Zimo hesitated slightly before heading to Sky Treasure Pavilion. When he reached the end of the alley, the walls sensed his Sky Treasure gold badge. Turned transparent as water instantly, and Su Zimo walked right through it. Upon reaching Sky Treasure Pavilion, Su Zimo did not stop but continued to go upstairs. There were many Qi refinement warriors at the main hall. Many of them turned to look at Su Zimo with a searing and examining gaze. The atmosphere in the main hall was strange. There was a detection skill in the cultivation world. Therefore, all the Qi refinement warriors present could tell that there was no spirit Qi within Su Zimo, yet he was able to reach the second level of Sky Treasure Pavilion. There was only one explanation for that. Su Zimo had Sky Treasure Badge with him. With the Sky Treasure Badge, one could be given a 10% discount when making purchases in Sky Treasure Pavilion. This was very tempting. When Su Zimo went to Sky Treasure Pavilion for the first time, he had Yao Shui, a foundation establishment cultivator, with him. Therefore, nobody dared to have any designs on it. But now that it was Su Zimo who had the Sky Treasure Badge, it was tantamount to a 3-year-old kid who walked around with a gold brick. He was immortal, yet he had the Sky Treasure Badge. He must have come from an illustrious family. Although many of the Qi refinement warriors were tempted, they gave up the idea of snatching the Sky Treasure Badge, as they did not want to court death. However, there were still exceptions. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing another's greed. There would always be someone who was willing to take the risk in the face of great temptation. A pair of cold eyes trailed after Su Zimo from the corner of the main hall. It followed him all the way to the end of the staircase. Su Zimo had something on his mind. Therefore, he did not notice the fleeting malicious gaze at the main hall. As soon as Su Zimo reached the second floor, the manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion stood up to welcome him with a big smile on his face. Young Master Su is finally here. The 2 pseudo-spirit weapons have been refined. Come and have a look. The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion slapped on his storage bag, and one long saber and a longbow floated right in front of Su Zimo. There were 12 sharp arrows as well. The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion said, "The Cold Moon Saber is about 3 feet long. It has a silver blade and a thick and sharp razor edge, suitable for slashing and killing. It is mainly made up of rare spiritual items. We have added 10 types of hard materials including 7 stars gravel and golden light rocks to cast the saber in accordance with your requirements. Although it had no spirit pattern, it can withstand the impact made from middle-grade spirit weapons, and it would still be good as ever. MMM. Su Zimo nodded, reaching toward the long saber that floated in the air. Just then, there was a look of mockery in the manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion's eyes. He was waiting for Su Zimo to make a fool of himself. Su Zimo asked that the pseudo-spirit weapons to be as heavy as possible. The Cold Moon Saber weighed close to 500 kilograms. Given his level 9 weapon refinement cultivation realm, he could barely handle the spirit weapon with his spirit chi. It was impossible to kill the enemy with such a weapon. The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion believed that the moment Su Zimo took the saber, it would crush his feet. However, the manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion was dumbstruck the next moment. Su Zimo took Cold Moon Saber easily in his hands. He even tried a few strokes with it. It was as light as a feather to him. He nodded and said, "The saber is pretty good. It is just that it is still quite light." The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion. What kind of monster is this man? He has no spirit chi, but he could handle the weapon that weighed 500 kilograms with his physical strength. The most annoying part is that he finds it too light. The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion rolled his eyes. "This is Sanguine Crystal Bow. Take it." The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion could not be bothered to go into details. He was in no mood to explain to him. The Sanguine Crystal Bow was bloody red, and there was a crystal-clear luster to it. It was as if blood was flowing in the bow, exuding a strange aura. It weighed as heavy as the Cold Moon Saber. Su Zimo slanted the Sanguine Crystal Bow over his body, while he tied the quiver on his back, putting the 12 sharp arrows into the quiver. He tied the Cold Moon Saber at his waist. He was all ready. "By the way, young Master Su, we have found someone suitable regarding your hiring notice. However, the person is somewhat different from your requirements," the manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion said. "Oh, he is Song Chi, a level 7 Chi refinement warrior. According to him, if you are willing to pay him with some spirit stones in advance, he could reach level 8 Chi condensation. Of course, if you don't agree, I can say no to his request." He did not know how long he had to wait before a level 8 Chi refinement warrior could take on the assignment. Su Hong was seriously injured. He had no idea of his condition. Now that the Su family had suffered such misfortunes, Su Zimo intended to rush back to Pingyang town immediately. He had no time to wait. "Tell him to come. I would like to meet him," Su Zimo said in a deep voice. The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion brought someone with him in no time. He was a Chi refinement warrior in his 40s. He looked handsome and composed. "This is young Master Su. You can talk to him regarding your requests." The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion stood to the side after finishing the introductions. Upon seeing Su Zimo, Song Chi did not look down on him or flatter him. He cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Su." Su Zimo asked, "Are you in a hurry to use spirit stones?" "Yes. If I have sufficient spirit stones, I will be able to get through level 8 Chi condensation." Song Chi nodded. "How long will it take?" "Well, I can't say for sure. Nobody can tell you the exact timing to break through a realm." Song Chi was being very frank. Su Zimo had a good first impression of the man. He was silent before he asked, "Since you are lacking spirit stones, why don't you join a clan? I am a pseudo-spirit root. No major clans are willing to accept me. Even if they accept me, they will only treat me as a servant." Song Chi smiled bitterly. A pseudo-spirit root was the worst spirit root. It contained the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire and earth. It would absorb a mixture of spirit qi. It was impure and one's cultivation speed was very slow. There were also spirit roots that only contained one element, for example metal spirit root, wood spirit root and fire spirit root. It was akin to the legendary heaven spirit root. It could take in the purest spirit qi, and its cultivation speed was fast. If one did not encounter any mishaps, one would most likely become a golden core. Given that he was a pseudo-spirit root, Su Zimo knew that Song Qi must have been through a lot of suffering to be able to reach level 7 Qi condensation in his 40s. Let's go. Come with me to Pingyang Town. I will give you 1,000 spirit stones in advance, Su Zimo said. Ah! Song Qi exclaimed. He could not conceal his joy. Song Qi did not expect that Su Zimo would agree to his request. After all, he was not a level 8 Qi refinement warrior, and he requested his employer to pay him spirit stones in advance. He felt sorry about it. He did not expect that Su Zimo would give him 1,000 spirit stones right away. Young Master Su, thank you very much. I will do everything possible to protect the Su family. Song Qi thanked him profusely. Upon exiting Sky Treasure Pavilion, Song Qi took out a flying sword from his storage bag. He touched it lightly with his fingertips, infusing it with spirit qi, and the flying sword floated in front of the two of them. Song Qi could tell that Su Zimo had no spirit qi. Since he had a bow and saber with him, he must know martial arts. It should not be a problem to get onto the flying sword. Song Qi said, "Young Master Su, get on the flying sword. Don't be afraid. I will protect you while on the sword. I won't let you fall down from the sword. We will reach Pingyang Town in no time." Su Zimo's eyes swept over Song Qi's flying sword, shaking his head. "Let's walk. We will see how it goes when we exit the city." There was no spirit pattern on Song Qi's flying sword. It was a pseudo-spirit weapon. Su Zimo himself, with the sanguine crystal bow and cold moon saber, would weigh an entire ton. Given Song Qi's level 7 Qi condensation realm, he would not be able to carry all of them. Su Zimo did not point out the truth. They walked out of the city with long strides. There were not as many pedestrians outside the city. Su Zimo was about to execute Plow Heaven's stride to get to Pingyang Town when he noticed something. Someone is following us? Su Zimo did not turn back to check, but he could sense it. Su Zimo did not say anything but maintained his usual speed, walking toward Pingyang Town. Song Qi frowned, not saying anything. In no time, there was the sound of clothes flapping in the wind. The person was moving at a very fast speed. Cultivator? Song Qi was alarmed. He placed his hands on the storage bag as he turned to check. Not far away was a cultivator dressed in a black Taoist robe. He was speeding forward on his flying sword. There was a murderous look in his eyes. Obviously, he had evil intentions. Level 8 Qi condensation. Song Qi let out a low shout before he pulled Su Zimo to a side. He prayed fervently that the person was only passing by. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed Qi refinement warrior stopped in front of them. He leaped down from his flying sword, smiling coldly at Song Qi. "Comrade, you had better step aside. Don't be a busybody. I have an enmity with this man." Song Qi glanced at Su Zimo, noticing that he had no expression on his face. Perhaps he was in a state of shock or that he did not know that there was danger. Song Qi cupped his fists. "Comrade, you must be joking. My friend is a mere mortal. Why would you have any enmity with him?" Buzz! The black-robed Qi refinement warrior touched his flying sword lightly. A beam of light shone from the flying sword. The sword's aura intensified. Inferior-grade spirit weapon. Song Qi had sweaty palms. The other party's cultivation realm was one level higher than him, and he had an inferior-grade spirit weapon. If they engaged in fights, he had no chance of winning. "Since you are dense, don't blame me for being ruthless," the black-robed Qi refinement warrior said coldly. "Young Master Su, you should run for your life." Song Qi hurried to whisper to Su Zimo before he slapped his storage bag, and a flying sword landed on his hand. "Gee!" Song Qi controlled the flying sword, making the first move so that he could take the other party by surprise. The flying sword turned into beams of lights, speeding toward the black-robed Qi refinement warrior. They reached him in no time. It was merely a pseudo-spirit weapon. "How dare you act arrogant in front of me?" The black-robed Qi refinement warrior sneered before he took his time to tap his sword, sending it flying forward, colliding with Song Qi's flying sword. Sparks were flying everywhere as the swords clashed into each other. Song Qi's flying sword was not as powerful. It almost flew off from the collision. The Qi refinement warrior's body was relatively weak. This posed a danger to them when in fights. If one was not careful, one might be injured by the other party's spirit weapon, and one would have no chance of surviving. Song Qi seemed to be on the losing end after sparring for a few rounds. He had no way to attack but could only defend himself. Fortunately, Song Qi was composed. He used all his energy to spar with the other party. His flying sword circled him, forming an impenetrable defense. Su Zimo nodded as he watched the scene from the side. Song Qi could have left under such circumstances. After all, he had gotten the 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. There was no need to put his life at risk for a mere mortal. Even though Song Qi knew that he could not defeat the other party, he did not leave by himself. Proved that he was a man of his words. Su Zimo could be reassured that Song Qi could be left in charge of protecting the Su family. Song Qi and the black-robed Qi refinement warrior was still in an intense battle. They were one level apart in terms of cultivation realm, and their spirit weapons were of different grades as well. Song Qi's defenses gradually weakened in no time. The flying sword was not as steady as before. He had used up too much of his spirit Qi and he was weakened. Right then, Su Zimo asked, "Why do you want to kill me?" The black-robed Qi refinement warrior felt that he had the situation under control. He cast a sideways glance at Su Zimo before saying in a pitiful tone, "I will tell you the reason so that you will know what caused your death. You are just a mortal, yet you had the Sky Treasure badge. This is why you must die." Song Qi turned to check in the midst of the battle, realizing that Su Zimo was still standing on the same spot. He could not help but be anxious, shouting out to Su Zimo, "Why didn't you leave?" Swash! Song Qi was distracted and the other party made use of the chance to cut through his defense with his flying sword. The flying sword was right before him. It was chilling. Song Qi had no time to steer the direction of his flying sword. He panicked and could not be bothered with maintaining his dignity. He had no choice but to roll on the ground, barely escaping from death. He was muddy all over, looking like a terrible sight. Su Zimo smiled but did not say anything. Song Qi was helpless, saying through clenched teeth, "I am not his opponent. Young Master Su, you should leave as soon as possible, or it will be too late." "No one will be able to leave today," the black-robed Qi refinement warrior hollered, and the flying sword sped up, hitting Song Qi's defense. Sound of metal clashing against one another could be heard. Right then, the two of them who were in a fierce fight heard a long sigh. "Yes, you would not be able to leave today." Both Song Qi and the black-robed Qi refinement warrior were shocked. Before they could figure out what Su Zimo meant by that, they saw a terrifying sight from the corner of their eyes. Su Zimo was standing 40 feet apart from them, but Su Zimo reached them within 2 to 3 strides. There was a murderous glint in his eyes. He was like a human-devouring beast that had the single intent of killing the person in front of him. Song Qi, who was by the side, felt a sense of fear, let alone the black-robed Qi refinement warrior who had been targeted by Su Zimo. "It's not good." The black-robed Qi refinement warrior's heart jumped a beat. He retreated while he maneuvered the flying sword, thinking of changing its direction to kill Su Zimo. However, the black-robed Qi refinement warrior was too slow, and in Su Zimo's eyes, he had too many weaknesses. Su Zimo had a cold glint in his eyes. He had a backhand grip on Cold Moon Saber, swinging it in front of him. There was a flash of light from the saber. It was blinding. Poof! A large head was hurled off and it was cut neatly at the neck area. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Song Qi opened his mouth slightly. He was confused. He stared at the scene, dumbstruck, unable to recover himself. Dead. A level 8 Qi refinement warrior was dead from one single slash of the saber. By luck, Down on his luck? Careless? Good saber. Su Zimo looked at the cold moon saber. It did not have the slightest drop of blood on it. He praised the saber and put it back into its scabbard with a backhand motion. Song Chi could not help but swallow his saliva. What kind of man would be so calm after killing a level 8 Chi refinement warrior? In Song Chi's eyes, Su Zimo had turned out to be a mysterious man. He was a different person from the frail scholar that he knew previously. Song Chi could not help but think of the scene just now. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. He broke out in cold sweats thinking of it. He realized to his horror that if Su Zimo used the saber on him, he would have no way to dodge it. Su Zimo took the storage bag that was tied at the waist of the black-robed Chi refinement warrior. He did not take another look before he threw it to Song Chi. Take it. I cannot take it. For some unknown reason, Song Chi seemed to be nervous around Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled. Keep it and cultivate to level 8 Chi condensation as soon as possible. When Su Zimo smiled, he seemed to look like the frail scholar again. Song Chi relaxed slightly, no longer feeling as stressed, accepting the storage bag from him. Su Zimo continued. You can concentrate on maneuvering the flying sword to reach Pingyang town as soon as possible. Song Chi agreed and was about to ask where was Su Zimo going when he realized that he was no longer in the same position. He strode forward, covering 20 feet at one time. His speed was amazing. It was not until now that Song Chi realized that his employer was no simple man. Song Chi hurried to maneuver the sword to keep up with Su Zimo. Su Zimo and the other man arrived at Pingyang town one after another. Su Zimo did not want to attract attention. Therefore, he told Song Chi to put away his flying sword and to walk with him to Su family's residence. The door to the mansion was tightly shut. Su Zimo had good hearing. From the intermittent sobbing sounds coming from the mansion, he could tell that it was Su Xiaoning. Su Zimo frowned, striding forward, exerting strength in his arms and pushed the door open. The crossbar behind the door broke into pieces. Who's there? A dozen black armored cavalrymen dashed to the front door right away. They were seeing red, looking ready to kill. They were stunned at the sight of Su Zimo. Second young master? Su Zimo nodded, bringing Song Chi toward the direction where the crying sounds came from. Song Chi swept his gaze over the guards, slightly fearful of them. He could sense the murderous aura of the guards. They had obviously been through a lot on the battlefields to have such a fearsome aura. They were no ordinary pugilistic experts. Many people from the Su family were gathered outside Su Hong's room. Some of them were standing while some were sitting. Everyone looked solemn and crestfallen. Sorrow and misery hung in the air. Second young master is back. Uncle Zheng stood up and said. Su Zimo squinted his eyes as he asked, How is brother now? There was a look of worry on Uncle Zheng's face. He shook his head. Wait for a while. Young master is still unconscious. Su Zimo swept his gaze over everyone in the Su family, saying in a low voice, Do you still intend to keep it from me now that things had come to this stage? Everyone in the Su family looked at each other, giving out a long sigh. My father used to be Su Mu, Lord Wooding of the country of Yen. Is that right? Su Zimo said softly. Everyone in the Su family looked alarmed. Uncle Zheng was shocked. Second young master, you? Luo Tianwu came to look for me. Upon hearing his words, Uncle Zheng suddenly saw the light. He sighed before saying, Luo Tianwu is no good man. He has rapacious designs. He dreams of being the king in troubled times. He sought young master, wanting to collaborate with him, but was refused. The Su family and king of Yen may be enemies, but young master does not want to implicate the people in the country of Yen. Your father had been on the battlefield all his life. His troops, the black armored cavalry, were famed for guarding the frontier, resisting the external enemies. The country of Yen did not lose a single piece of land in the battles. The general made a vow that he would protect the people of the country of Yen all his life, so that they would have a place to live and be spared from the pains of wars. Young master would continue his father's mission. Therefore he refused to join hands with Luo Tianwu. Speaking of this, Uncle Zheng had no wish to keep things from Su Zimo anymore. He continued to say, over the years, young master would always be on the road. He was in fact gathering the former black armored cavalry under the pretense of selling horses. He was training them while waiting for the opportunity to take revenge. How many people are there now? 5,000. Where can so many people hide? How can they hide from the spies of the countries of Yen and Qi? Su Zimo frowned. Uncle Zhang replied, they have been hiding at a ghostly village near the country of Yen. A few decades ago, the entire village was devoured and wiped out by packs of wolves. Even fowls and dogs were not spared. There was not a soul to be seen. No one dared to live at the village. In the end, it turned out to be the best cover for them. Su Zimo thought before asking, Uncle Zhang used to hint that the enemies of the Su family are Qi refinement warriors. What do you mean by that? A few decades ago, there were many Qi refinement warriors in the capital city of the country of Yen. They guarded the king of Yen, and therefore we had to keep postponing the plan of assassinating king of Yen. Young master waited patiently for a chance when the spies in the palace sent news a month ago that king of Yen was going hunting at the southern suburb. The black armored cavalry would only be most powerful in wide terrain. The Qi refinement warriors would die if they make the slightest mistake when sparring with them. Su Zimo nodded. Qi refinement warriors had weak bodies. They were no different from normal mortals. If armies went into battles and there was a storm of arrows, a few Qi refinement warriors would not be able to change the outcome. They might even die. Uncle Zhang shook his head and let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, the assassination this time failed. There were not a few but dozens of Qi refinement warriors beside the king of Yen. There was even a Cultivation clan as the king of Yan's support. Su Zimo was shocked to hear this. In the Cultivation world, the clan leader had to at least reach the Foundation establishment realm before he could establish a clan. Uncle Zhang continued. Young master was worried that they would attract attention. Therefore, he only brought over thousands of black armored cavalry with him, and they went into the city in small groups. But they were besieged by dozens of Qi refinement warriors at the southern suburbs. They suffered heavy losses and young master was heavily wounded, while only a few dozen black armored cavalry survived out of the thousands of them. Song Qi came forward and whispered, Second young master Su, I have an essence nourishing pill. It is very common in the cultivation world. It can be used to stabilize the foundation and nourishing the essence. It should be useful to young master. Thanks. Su Zimo nodded. Uncle Zhang said in disappointment, It's easy to heal the body, but it's difficult to heal the heart. The failure this time was too big a blow to young master. Su Zimo frowned. Brother has strong willpower and determination. Why would he be defeated after one failure? Uncle Zhang smiled forlornly and sighed. Young master knew that if there is a Cultivation clan to support King of Yen, there will be no way for the Su family to take revenge. There is no grief so great as despair. I guess there is no way to change things. Young master is awake. Right then Lu Yu walked out of the room with a grave expression on his face. There was a strong pungent smell of medicine upon reaching the door. Su Zimo turned and looked toward the bed. His brother, Su Hong, lay silently on the bed. His injuries were serious and his breathing was getting weaker. Brother! Su Xiaoning, who stayed vigil beside the bed, cried out loud, running into Su Zimo's embrace, bursting into tears. Older brother is seriously injured. Second brother, can you think of a solution? Su Zimo patted Su Xiaoning gently on the back, comforting her with soft whispers. He helped her to the side before he went to check on Su Hong. Su Hong's hair had turned white. He had just reached 30 years old, but he seemed aged. His face was gaunt and yellow and his lips were cracked. He stared blankly at the roof, as if he had lost his soul. His hair turned white overnight. Indeed, there was no grief so great as despair. Su Zimo's heart ached at the sight of his older brother. There were tears in his eyes. The Su family had been ensnared in a blood feud for years, and his brother had to seek justice for the family by himself. For the past 16 years, this man protected his younger brother and sister from harm, for fear that they would suffer any slightest grievances or be hurt. He remained tight-lipped, worried that they would be embroiled in it. This man bore the hatred and feud by himself for 16 years. He could not imagine the kind of life that he led over the years. Had he ever be able to have a good night's sleep in the past 16 years? How painful and torturous it must be for this man to be living in hatred all the time for 16 years. Brother? Su Zimo's lips quivered as he called for his brother. There was never a moment where this word sounded so depressing as when Su Zimo spoke of it. Su Hong turned his head slowly, resting his blank gaze on Su Zimo's face for a long while before there was finally some sparkle in his eyes. He moved his stiff lips, forcing a smile on his lips, as he spoke softly. Zimo, you are back. Su Zimo knelt down on the floor, holding Su Hong's cold hands in his palms. He squeezed his lips tightly together, fighting back the tears in his eyes. Zimo, I won't be able to make it. Su Hong sighed softly. Su Zimo lost control at his words. Tears trailed down his cheeks, wetting his sleeves. This was the first time that Su Zimo cried in the past 18 years. Su Hong tried to lift his arm to wipe the tears on Su Zimo's face. But his arm was too weak and it fell back onto the bed in midway. Don't shed tears, don't shed tears. The men in the Su family only shed blood but not tears. Su Zimo lifted his sleeves to wipe his tears, nodding. Zimo, after I die, leave with Xiaoning and the Su family. Go to a place as far away as possible, Su Hong said. Su Zimo lowered his head, keeping silent. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his skin, blood oozing out of it. Su Zimo raised his head after a long while, looking calm. Brother, have a good rest. Don't think too much. There was something else that Su Zimo kept to himself. He would take revenge for the Su family. Su Zimo left the room. Uncle Zheng noticed that Su Zimo looked odd. He hurried to chase after him, saying in a low voice, Second young master, don't be foolish to attempt another assassination on the king of Yen. The Su family could leave for a faraway place. The world is huge. We will have a place to go. Uncle Zheng, you have been worrying too much. I am not thinking of assassinating the king of Yen. Su Zimo shook his head. He did not seem like he was lying. Uncle Zheng nodded, not totally believing him. I intend to move to the ghostly village to stay low for the time being. There are after all still 5,000 black armored cavalry over there. It will be safer. Second young master, you should come with us. I have some matters to attend to. I will go to the ghostly village to look for you later. Su Zimo changed the topic, pointing to Song Qi at the side. This is Mr. Song Qi. He is here to protect the Su family. If there's anything, you can discuss with him. Uncle Zheng did not think too much into it. He thought that Song Qi was a friend from the pugilistic society that Su Zimo knew. Su Zimo turned to leave. He had reached the door of the mansion when Song Qi caught up with him. Young Master Su, are you thinking of going to the city where the king of Yen lives? Song Qi could vaguely sense the murderous intent of Su Zimo. Therefore he asked of his intention. Su Zimo kept on walking and he remained silent. Song Qi caught up with him again, saying in a deep voice, Young Master Su, I know that you have the ability to kill Qi refinement warriors and you are very powerful in close proximity fights. However, that is only for one-to-one fight. You will not be able to reach the Qi refinement warriors when you are surrounded by the huge army. You won't have any chance. Even if you manage to kill King of Yen, will you be able to escape from the closely guarded city where the King of Yen lives in? There are the city army, the elite imperial army, the siege crossbows and various killing devices, as well as the attack by the Qi refinement warriors. There is no way for perfected Qi refinement warriors to assassinate the king of a country, let alone you. There is no chance of survival. All right. Su Zimo turned abruptly, his face gloomy. Song Qi was startled. Su Zimo was expressionless. Your mission is to protect the Su family. Don't worry about me. But Song Qi was about to persuade him further, but Su Zimo waved his hands to stop him. I will leave my brother in your hands. I hope that you will be able to nurse him back to health. As for his concern deep down inside of him, leave it to me. I will resolve it for him. With that, Su Zimo executed Plow Heaven's Stride and disappeared out of sight in the blink of an eye. There was only a single way to resolve Su Hong's concern, and it was King of Yan's head. Su Zimo hurried along the streets in Pingyang town. There was nothing but coldness in his eyes. He could feel a burning rage inside of him. It was flaming. He could only douse the flames with the fresh blood of his enemy. Su Zimo reached his mansion in no time. He pushed the door open and walked straight to the cultivation field. Dai Yu was still lazing around on the green stone in the cultivation field. She had an indifferent expression on her face as she cast a glance at Su Zimo. It had been a year since he last saw Dai Yu. Nothing seemed to have changed about her. She still looked very beautiful. It was as if she had not aged at all in the past 1 year. Su Zimo had thought of all kinds of scenes where he met up with Dai Yu after 1 year. But he had not expected that it would be like this. "I am leaving." Su Zimo lowered his head, speaking softly. He dared not look at Dai Yu. "Oh." Dai Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. "Now that I leave this time, I might not be able to come back." "Courting death." "Sort of." Since Su Zimo wanted to enter the capital and kill the king of the country, he had to face not a man, but an entire country, as well as the multiple Qi refinement warriors and a cultivation clan. It was the cultivation clan that had foundation establishment cultivators with them. Su Zimo did not dream of coming back alive from his trip to the country of Yen. This might be the last farewell for the two of them. Dai Yu looked at Su Zimo. There was a tenderness in her eyes. "Even though you know you are courting death, you are going to go anyway?" Su Zimo remained silent. Dai Yu continued. "Actually, you have other better options. You can choose to take it lying down and continue to cultivate until you are strong enough." Scenes seemed to flash in Su Zimo's mind. It was as if it was 16 years ago. He saw how his parents died a terrible death under the saber. He saw how the Su family was massacred, and the river turned into blood, the corpses piled into a mountain. He saw how his older brother protected he and Xiaoning, and escaped from the city. He suffered a slash at his face, and it went unnoticed even though it was covered with blood. In the end, Su Zimo's gaze rested on his brother's white hair, his gaunt and yellow face, and his blank eyes. "Why do I cultivate?" Su Zimo blurted out all of a sudden, as if asking Dai Yu, but he seemed to be muttering to himself as well. "I cultivate not to take things lying down. If I want to do so, I would have knelt down at perfected Songlang's bullying behavior 1 year ago. If I wanted to do so, I would have pleaded for mercy when Zhou Dingyun came to take my life." The next moment, Su Zimo suddenly looked up. He could feel the blood surging in his body, his eyes bloody red. He shouted, "Since I feel unjust, I will make sure to seek justice. So what if he is the king of a country? So what if he has a cultivation clan to support him? I will kill to my heart's content. It is better to do things on a grand and spectacular scale this moment than to take things lying down for the entire life. I cultivate so as to go all out to exact revenge. I cultivate as I believe in an eye for an eye." "Good." Dai Yu nodded. In the 1.5 years of cultivation, Dai Yu had never praised him. This was the first time that he heard this word coming from Dai Yu. "Remember what you said today. It concerns your future and achievements." Dai Yu made another remark which Su Zimo could not understand. There was a demonic glitter in Dai Yu's eyes. Thereafter, there were several sutras in Su Zimo's mind. This is the Bones-Strengthening Sutra. It is taken from the Divine Steed Demon King. The Divine Steed was headstrong. It had the fastest gallop. It was forceful and resilient. There was a strong momentum and explosive power in its gallop. I will impart another 3 styles to you: Divine Steed Dismemberment, Divine Steed Trampling, and Divine Steed Fleeting. You can try to figure it out along the way. If you are able to comprehend it, you might be able to be on par with level 10 perfected Qi refinement warriors. Dai Yu leaped down from the green stone and began to show him the moves. Su Zimo did not blink at all. He was focused on learning the 3 styles. He knew that this could be his last hope at killing the King of Yen and returning alive. Dai Yu was done with the demonstration of the 3 styles in no time. She looked toward Su Zimo as she said, "Go along. 1 word of reminder. Demon cultivators are best at skipping the levels and killing the opponents. Given your capabilities now, although you are not as good as Foundation establishment cultivators, if you are able to be in their close proximity, you will still be able to kill them instantly. Su Zimo nodded. Foundation establishment cultivators would release an explosive energy when they maneuvered flying swords. It was far better and much more flexible than Chi refinement warriors. They might have other attack and defensive moves that were sufficient to kill Su Zimo. But this did not mean that Foundation establishment cultivators had no weaknesses. Although they had stronger bodies than Chi refinement warriors, their physical strength was still no match for Su Zimo. If Su Zimo had the opportunity to get close to them, he would still be able to kill them on the spot. It sounded simple, but it was in fact as difficult as reaching the sky. Su Zimo looked at Daiyu, no longer hiding his reluctance to part with her. He smiled lightly and said, "Miss Dai, goodbye." Daiyu turned with her back facing him as she waved to him. Su Zimo took a deep breath and walked out of the cultivation field, looking toward the capital city of the country of Yen that was far in the distance. He clenched his fists as he said softly, "King of Yen, wash your neck clean. I am coming." Su Zimo headed north from Pingyang town, crossing Tsonglang mountain range and entered the territory of the country of Yen. Su Zimo did not ride a horse along the way. Given his full speed right now, no horse was powerful enough to be able to catch up to him. The weather had turned cold, and early winter had arrived. But Su Zimo was burning hot, white clouds of vapor rising from the top of his head. While Su Zimo hurried along the way, he was applying the bone-strengthening sutra. His legs alternated in an amazing speed. Not even a shadow of his could be seen. Divine steed fleeting. This style in the bone-strengthening section was known for its speed. Plow heaven stride was used to train the strength in the legs, and every stride came with tremendous force. On the other hand, divine steed fleeting was all about speed. Through mastering the foundation of body tempering section and tendons transformation section, and by working one's muscles and shaking one's tendons, the bones were strengthened through constant beating and hitting. If one achieved initial success in the bones strengthening section, once the person exerted strength, there would be cracking crisp sounds of the bones. When the person achieved phenomenal success, all the tendons and bones would give out loud sounds. After cultivating the bones strengthening section, one's physical strength would be significantly increased. By using the divine steed style, one could travel 500 kilometers a day and 400 kilometers a night. No other demon could match up to this kind of superb stamina. To travel from Pingyang town to the country of Yen, a level 10 perfected Chi refinement warrior would need about 10 days while traveling day and night without rest. After mastering divine steed fleeting, Su Zimo was able to reach the country of Yen on the 8th day. Along the way, Su Zimo walked at full speed, as swift as the wind, constantly using the breathing and expiration method of bones strengthening section, never stopping for 1 second. This was all thanks to the scarlet flame fruit that sealed the huge source of essence in his body. This was why Su Zimo was able to keep cultivating. Su Zimo carried the sanguine crystal bow on his back and the cold moon saber around his waist, and was travel-worn when he arrived at the capital city of the country of Yen. He had yet to enter the city, but he could tell that the city was tightly guarded. There were dozens of armored guards standing on the 2 sides of the city gate, checking the pedestrians one by one. Su Zimo carried a casual expression and walked up to the city gate. One of the guards stopped Su Zimo, sizing him up. There was mockery in his eyes as he smiled softly. "You were just a poor scholar. Why did you carry a bow and saber with you? Bluffing people?" Su Zimo was clad in his usual green robe. He had a fair complexion and delicate features. He did not seem like someone who practiced martial arts. That was why the guards found it odd that a scholar carried a bow and saber with him. Su Zimo remained composed, carrying a smile, not making any comments. "Hey, that poor guy. Take the saber at your waist and let me take a look. Has it been edged?" "Ha." Another city guard who was further away joined in the fun as well. There was a change in Su Zimo's countenance as he slowly reached his hands toward Cold Moon Saber. Su Zimo had no wish to start a fight at the city gate. Once he started the killing spree here, all the city guards would come at him. Qi refinement warriors might even be here as well. Even if Su Zimo managed to survive and go all the way to the palace, the king of Yen would have gone into hiding. Just when Su Zimo's hand rested on the hilt of Cold Moon's saber, the commander of the guards who stood by the side saw the scene and laughed while he lamented his troops. Damn, you guys only know how to bully a scholar. Hey scholar, you can ignore them and enter the city. Su Zimo relaxed slightly and nodded toward the man. Before he entered the city, Su Zimo located Sky Treasure Pavilion and went to the second level. He intended to deposit Sanguine Crystal Bow and Cold Moon Saber at this place for the time being. These two weapons were too eye-catching. It was impossible for him to bring them into the palace. With the Sky Treasure Badge, Su Zimo was able to deposit items for free. The manager of the Sky Treasure Pavilion at the country of Yen gave a soft sigh when Su Zimo took out his Sky Treasure Badge. He smiled as he asked, "Young master, can I take a look at your badge?" Su Zimo handed his Sky Treasure Gold Badge over. There was an odd look on the manager's face when he looked at the badge. "Why, is anything wrong?" Su Zimo frowned. The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion immediately shook his head, smiling as brightly as before, handing the Sky Treasure Gold Badge back. "There's no problem. When do you intend to retrieve the items?" "If everything goes as planned, it will be tomorrow." With that, Su Zimo turned to leave Sky Treasure Pavilion. After Su Zimo left, the smile on the manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion vanished and he looked grim. "Manager, is the Sky Treasure Gold Badge fake? The person is no Qi refinement warrior, yet he has a Sky Treasure Gold Badge. He is indeed suspicious," one of the workers at Sky Treasure Pavilion asked. "It's not fake. It is 100% real." The manager shook his head, frowning, deep in his thoughts. The morning of the next day, the ministers gathered outside the palace, ready to go to the royal court to see the king of Yen. Su Zimo was among one of them. After achieving initial success at tendon's transformation, Su Zimo was able to shrink and move the muscles on his face, making changes to his facial appearance. But he was unable to change his body shape. If he reached phenomenal success at tendon's transformation, he would be able to have a complete transformation, changing his body shape. If he could achieve phenomenal success at bone strengthening, he would even be able to shrink and expand his bones, changing his height to become a totally different person. Last night, Su Zimo knocked a civil official named Shangguan Yu unconscious, and took his place to attend the morning session today. "Brother Shangguan, I have not seen you for a few days and you seem to have grown taller." One man next to him came over to chat with him. Su Zimo remained silent, not reacting to his words. One was bound to have a slip of the tongue if he talked too much. Moreover, Su Zimo might have changed his facial appearance, but he was unable to have the same voice as Shangguan Yu. Seeing that Su Zimo did not reply to him, the person turned around in embarrassment after inviting a snub. He no longer chatted with Su Zimo. Clang! 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 The bell tower rang. All the civil and martial officials tidied their appearance and walked in 2 rows toward the palace. An old man in his 50s to 60s, with a crown on his head and in a dragon robe sat in the center of the palace, perched high up. His gaze was fiery, looking majestic and awe-inspiring from sitting on the throne for many years. This was the king of Yen. There were 4 Qi refinement warriors in Taoist robes on the 2 sides of the king of Yen. They looked relaxed, as if they were taking a short rest. The civil and martial officials entered the palace, kneeled before the king and shouted in a loud voice, "All hail the king!" This sound echoed in the palace. It was loud and forceful. He Zhao Qian. While the officials were greeting the king, someone sneered among the crowd. It was particularly jarring. Zhao Qian was the name of the king of Yen. Who dared to call the king by their name in front of the king himself? All the officials were alarmed, looking toward the sound. A man was seen walking out from the crowd. He took off his official's robe, revealing a green robe inside. "Shangguan Yu, you must be crazy. How dare you offend the king?" One of the martial officials snarled, but he noticed that the facial appearance of the green-robed man was undergoing odd changes. He turned into another person in the blink of an eye. All the officials thought that they were seeing things. They rubbed their eyes and widened their eyes to take a closer look. He was not Shangguan Yu. The four Qi refinement warriors who sat next to the king of Yen frowned, sweeping their gaze over Su Zimo. They sneered when they discovered that the man had no spirit Qi. To them, changing facial appearances was merely a small trick. The king of Yen remained composed all along. His gaze was swift and fierce. He stared at Su Zimo, speaking in a cold voice. "Who are you? Don't you recognize me?" Su Zimo smiled and asked, "Do you still remember Su Mu?" Pest! There was a commotion within the officials. This name was a taboo in the country of Yen. No one dared to speak of it in front of the king of Yen. The king of Yen squinted his eyes and took a closer look at Su Zimo. The king of Yen raised his head and laughed after a long while. "Ha ha ha ha. Are you his son?" "Yes." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. "Su Hong is my older brother." "Oh." The king of Yen raised his eyebrows and ridiculed him. "What is your intention by coming to my palace?" Su Zimo said softly, "I am here to kill you." "Hee hee. Ha ha." All the officials broke out into laughter. To them, Su Zimo, the frail scholar, was like an idiot who spoke conceited nonsense. Poof! The king of Yen could not help but laugh as he nodded. "This is interesting, very interesting." Su Zimo once told Uncle Zhang that he never thought of assassinating the king of Yen. He was telling the truth. Regardless of whether it was covert killing or assassination, to Su Zimo, it was not enough to appease his rage and the injustice done to his family. That would be letting the king of Yen off too easily. Su Zimo had to kill the king of Yen, and he would do it openly, in front of all the officials. Su Zimo wanted the king of Yen and the entire world to know that it was Su Mu's descendants who killed the king of Yen. It was only through this way could he feel the slightest pleasure and appease his anger and hatred. The king of Yen shook his head, feeling slightly emotional. "I didn't expect that the two sons of Su Mu would be vastly different. Su Hong endured it for 16 years and planned the assassination for years. He only dared to lay an ambush and to assassinate me. How dare you have the impudence to come to my palace and threaten to kill me? How dare you, and on what basis?" The king of Yen sneered. "To me, Su Hong is considered as somewhat capable. And you? Hehe. You are merely an ignorant man who is brave, but lacks wisdom and tact." "Ignorant man?" Su Zimo smiled, raising his head as he asked, "Zhao Qian, have you heard of this saying? Once the ignorant man was enraged, he would cause bloodshed within 5 steps. At close combat, a man could be even more powerful than the combined strength of an entire country." With that, there was a bright glitter in Su Zimo's eyes. He exuded a piercing cold and murderous aura. The temperature of the main hall seemed to drop suddenly. Not good. The Qi refinement warriors sitting by both sides of the king of Yen stood up suddenly. Their countenances changed greatly. It was extremely dangerous. Suddenly, this seemingly weak and frail scholar had changed into a different person. The aura that he emanated made the 4 Qi refinement warriors terror-stricken. Such was already the case for the Qi refinement warriors, much less the rest of the people in the main hall. Some of the civil officials were so frightened that they dropped to the ground, paralyzed and numb. Bang! Both Su Zimo's feet landed on the floor and gave out a deafening thud. The floor laid with gold bricks split on impact, causing a long and huge crack to appear on it. Below the cracks was like a dark and spooky hell that emitted a cold and sinister aura. The entire palace was shaking violently. Dust fell. The sky and ground were seemingly on the brink of collapse, and the atmosphere was absolutely terrifying. If one did not see it with his own eyes, no one dared to believe that the scene before them was caused by one individual. Su Zimo had already disappeared from the earlier spot. His figure dashed ahead like a divine and savage steed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the king of Yen. Fast. It was too fast. The earlier spot that Su Zimo stood was at least 10 feet away from the king of Yen. However, everyone only felt their eyes blur for a moment before Su Zimo appeared just 1 elbow away from the king of Yen. At this moment, the 4 Qi refinement warriors beside the king of Yen had just searched out their spirit weapons from their storage bags. The reaction time of the two sides were on completely different levels. It was not until this moment that everyone in the main hall finally understood Su Zimo's earlier words. Although he was 10 feet away from the King of Yen, to Su Zimo, that was only considered an elbow's length. At such a close range, one would not be able to beat an ordinary man even when he had the aid of the entire country. Why you? What are you doing? The King of Yen was so frightened that his liver and gall were almost splitting. Scared out of his wits, his eyes were filled with horror and he backed off instinctively. Su Zimo's expression was chilling and cold. He conveniently hurled off the crown on the King of Yan's head. The latter's hair fell all over his face, making him look unkempt and embarrassed. Su Zimo stepped forward, reached out his palm, grabbed the King of Yan's hair and lifted him up. Ah! The King of Yen screamed when he felt the severe pain coming from his scalp. Beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead and his limbs turned cold. Mortal, how dare you? Release the King of Yen quickly. Otherwise, you will face death for sure. 2 of the 4 Qi refinement warriors were controlling flying swords. Another one was directing a long saber. The remaining one was controlling a roulette with sharp edges. Out of the 4 spirit weapons, only the roulette had a spirit pattern and was an inferior-grade spirit weapon. The other 3 weapons suspended in the air were pseudo-spirit weapons. They were aimed at the vital points on Su Zimo's body and were waiting for an opportune time to strike. Su Zimo did not seem bothered. He dragged the King of Yan's hair and took a few steps back. He used his backhand grip to pick up the long saber that was placed horizontally on the rack behind him. Clang! Sounds of sharp blades unsheathing resonated across the main hall. The lingering sounds were so creepy that it sent chills up one's spine. Su Zimo placed the long saber on the King of Yan's neck horizontally. The King of Yen could feel the coldness from the sharp blade. Shortly after, he was having goosebumps all over. My name is Su Zimo. Remember me. Su Zimo's voice rang in his ears. There was not the slightest change in Su Zimo's emotions. Yet, the King of Yen felt very nervous. Su Zimo, do you know that the Imperial Army and Royal Guards total over 150,000 people? Coupled with the Immortal Cultivation clan behind me, you won't be able to escape even if you can fly. The King of Yen was the ruler of a country after all. When his life was at stake, he tried his best to regain his composure, forcefully suppressed his fears and said while gritting his teeth, "Why don't I make a deal with you?" Hee hee. Su Zimo laughed. At the sound of this laughter, the King of Yan's heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. He could sense that Su Zimo was hell-bent on killing him. Swoosh! At this very moment, the King of Yen could hear the sounds of weapons moving in the air at lightning speed. The Qi refinement warrior is taking action. The King of Yen rejoiced in his heart. As long as the Qi refinement warrior could kill Su Zimo with one slash of the sword, he would still have a chance to live. The Qi refinement warrior who made the move was standing behind Su Zimo. The distance between the two was too close. He was less than 10 feet away. The flying sword stabbed towards the blind spot of Su Zimo's sight. It approached the back of Su Zimo's brains like a flash of light at that instant. The eyes of the other 3 Qi refinement warriors lit up. It looked like the flying sword was going to stab the back of Su Zimo's brains. As if eyes were grown on his back and without turning his head, Su Zimo suddenly swung his arms behind his head and wrapped that flying sword gently, seemingly not using much strength. The expression of the attacking Qi refinement warrior changed. He discovered that he had actually lost control of the flying sword. The Qi refinement warrior had wound his own spirit Qi around the flying sword to control the weapon. He could direct the sword with his hands for the purpose of attacking or defending. However, how powerful was the bovine-tongued saber? Under the wrapping, the spirit Qi of the flying sword dissipated instantly. Su Zimo flipped his hand and threw the sword away. Poof! The flying sword pierced through the chest of the Qi refinement warrior and drew out a streak of blood. Unhindered, it pierced into the wall of the main hall ruthlessly, the blade trembling non-stop. The entire process seemed slow when narrated, but it occurred very quickly. From the moment that the Qi refinement warrior took action to the point where the sword pierced through his body, It took less than the moment of a breath. This man's expression was dazed, his eyes filled with disbelief and losing focus as he landed on the floor with a loud thud. Pest! The remaining 3 Chi refinement warriors gasped and took a few steps back instinctively. They were trying to distance themselves from Su Zimo. If the earlier sword from Su Zimo was thrown towards any of them, none of them could have dodged it. The speed of that sword was completely beyond their response time. Hurry! Go and notify Senior Brother Liu for reinforcements. One of the 3 Chi refinement warriors looked terrified. He dashed towards the back of the main hall and disappeared in the blink of an eye. To the King of Yen, these few moments of breath seemed 100 years long. They had failed. Even the Chi refinement warriors failed when they took actions. All this while, the long saber on the neck of the King of Yen had never left him by an inch. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly and whispered into the ears of King of Yen. Zhao Qian, do you know that, the moment that I stepped into the palace, you were already a dead man? If I say that I will kill you, no one can save you even when you search high and low for a savior. There was pin-drop silence in the wide and spacious main hall. Seemingly, everyone had been stunned by an individual's aura and kept mum out of fear. Su Zimo's voice was not loud. It was light and calm, as if he was chatting with the King of Yen. However, behind this voice, everyone could feel the murderous intent that made one's heart shudder. The King of Yen was shivering with fear all over. His teeth clattered loudly non-stop. Zhao Qian, you don't need to be afraid. It is just one slash. There won't be any pain. Su Zimo's gaze was icy cold. He said word by word, I will send you on the road to apologize to my parents. Poof! The large head of the King of Yen had been cut off by Su Zimo in one slash. He was holding it in his hands. Even upon his death, the King of Yan's eyes were popped out wide and filled with horror. In fact, before the slash, the King of Yen had already died of fear. He had been frightened till death when he was alive. Ta, ta, ta. Successive footsteps could be heard coming from outside the palace. The imperial army of the Kingdom of Yen had already rushed here. Su Zimo tied the King of Yan's head on his waist and surveyed the surroundings. Shaking the long saber in his hands and exuding a murderous aura, he said coldly, The King of Yen is already dead. Anyone who stops me shall not be spared. Just as Su Zimo beheaded the King of Yen, the hundreds of civil and military officials in the main hall panicked and were at a loss over what to do. Some fainted on the spot with their eyes rolled back, while some fled outside without even turning back. Among the crowd who fled, there was an excited gleam in the eyes of one of the martial officials despite his terrified expression. When this person ran to a corner outside the palace, an ordinary-looking soldier nearby immediately joined him. The person said in a low voice, Quickly leave the palace and send a pigeon post to City Lord Luo. Tell him that the King of Yen is already dead, and the important event can be realized. Order received. That soldier quickened his steps and left the palace. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the crowd. In the main hall, Su Zimo held the long saber with his right hand. With the King of Yan's head hung on his waist, he wanted to dash outside, but he suddenly heard someone hollering behind him. Who are you? How dare you come to the palace and behave so atrociously? Su Zimo looked back. Both Su Zimo and that person who spoke were frozen for a moment. The person who spoke had a gaunt and thin face, and he wore a wide and long robe. His left sleeves looked empty. He was a one-armed man. This person was none other than the level 8 Chi refinement warrior from Joyful Clan, who escaped a narrow death when Su Zimo paralyzed one of his arms in Songlang Mountain Range. It's you. The one-armed Chi refinement warrior recognized Su Zimo at one glance. The fearsomeness in his eyes instantly turned into fear and panic. Although the condition of his wounds had already stabilized, he was often awakened by nightmares in recent nights. That wild man in Songlang Mountain Range was even more terrifying and savage than spirit beasts. He was like a recurring nightmare that would not go away. Su Zimo laughed. With a sinister stare, he said in a spooky manner, So, you are the one. All of you. Stop him. I'm going to send a message to the clan. The one-armed Qi refinement warrior could sense Su Zimo's murderous intent. He did not think of resisting at all. After shouting, he actually escaped to the direction where he came from atop his flying sword. The one-armed Qi refinement warrior was very clear of Su Zimo's weakness. If he wanted to escape from Su Zimo's clutches, he would have to use sword kinesis flight. The ceiling in the palace had a certain height, and he was worried that he would not be able to leave Su Zimo's range of attack. As long as he escaped to the outside to the boundless sky and sea, he could then survive. Su Zimo slid his sawls and dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of one of the Qi refinement warriors. He supinated his hands and gave a punch. Bang! Just as this man drew out his spirit weapon, his head exploded on the impact of Su Zimo's punch and he died on the spot. After he was enlightened about divine steed fleeting, Su Zimo's speed increased further and he could close in with even more ease. Once Su Zimo closed in on the Qi refinement warrior, it meant that the latter's death was imminent. G. The only level 8 Qi refinement warrior in the main hall directed the inferior grade spirit weapon towards Su Zimo. There was a flash of radiance on the roulette spirit weapon. The spirit pattern shone. The power and speed of the spirit weapon increased greatly. Without even looking at it, Su Zimo supinated his hands and slashed with his long saber. Snap! The long saber broke and the roulette's speed reduced greatly upon the huge and astonishing impact. Su Zimo stretched out his palm and placed it on the roulette gently. Rap and vibrate. The roulette had already fallen into his hands. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo had never paused. He bumped into the arms of another Qi refinement warrior, exerted all his strength and leaned towards him. Bang! This man was flung off instantly. In mid-air, his body suddenly exploded and disintegrated. Broken arms and legs were flying around and blood and flesh splattered all over. In a few moments, Su Zimo had broken away from the encirclement of the few Qi refinement warrior and dashed towards the one-armed Qi refinement warrior. The one-armed Qi refinement warrior was escaping very quickly. While he was flying on the sword, he was furiously penning down something. It was uncertain what he was writing. The moment the one-armed Qi refinement warrior escaped out of the palace, he threw the thing in his hands towards the sky. Su Zimo watched carefully. There was a lifelike white paper crane the size of a palm in mid-air. It was shining with spirit light. After fluttering its wings a few times, it flew towards a distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo vaguely guessed that this white paper crane was a talisman of the cultivation world. It was a means of communication. Although he was aware of this, Su Zimo could not stop it. The sword kinesis flight speed of the one-armed Qi refinement warrior was not as quick as Su Zimo. With the delay, Su Zimo almost caught with him. This man was terrified. He rampantly circulated spirit Qi into his flying sword. The flying sword rose and dashed higher up in the sky. You were lucky to have escaped the last time. Today you will stay here. At the sight of the Qi refinement warrior about to dash into the sky, Su Zimo hollered and threw up the roulette that he had picked up in passing. Ooh! Ooh! The roulette transformed into a flash of light, broke through the empty sky, giving out intense and terrifying sounds as the winds roared. Although one was in the sky and the other on the ground, they were not too far from each other. The one-armed Qi refinement warrior wanted to avoid it but was too late. In that split second, the one-armed Qi refinement warrior gritted his teeth. Disregarding whether he would fall off, he controlled the flying sword on his feet, wanting to block the roulette that was shooting over. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as the sword and roulette clashed into each other. The one-armed Qi refinement warrior's expression suddenly changed. The spirit Qi on his flying sword actually dissipated instantly. The flying sword lost control upon the impact of the collision and reversed towards him at an even faster speed. Poof! The entire flying sword pierced into the belly of the one-armed Qi refinement warrior. That was a Qi refinement warrior's lifeline and sea of Qi. The broken sea of Qi meant that over 10 years of his cultivation from painstaking efforts had gone to waste. The one-armed Qi refinement warrior fell from the sky and landed heavily on the floor. Dust flew all over and successive sounds of bones breaking could be heard coming from inside his body. Looking ghastly pale and blood foaming from the mouth, the one-armed Qi refinement warrior saw Su Zimo striding towards him. Endless malice and resentment flashed across his eyes. With a ferocious expression, he laughed crazily and said, "You are finished! I have just notified the clan. Not long after, Foundation establishment cultivators will rush over to slay you. You will come down to keep me company very soon." Ha 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 ha. Oh! Su Zimo raised his brows and said, "So there aren't any Foundation establishment cultivators in the capital then?" The one-armed Qi refinement officer was stunned. "Thanks for the information. It looks like I, Su Zimo, am not destined to die yet. Even the capital city of the country of Yen cannot stop me." Su Zimo's expression was cold and aloof. He stepped forward and trampled on the skull of the one-armed Qi refinement warrior, crushing it. He took this man's storage bag and put it away in his arms before dashing outside. If there were Foundation establishment cultivators in the capital, coupled with other Qi refinement officers, city guards, and the Imperial Army, it would be very difficult for Su Zimo to leave the capital. This was because there was a huge gap of one realm between the Foundation establishment cultivator and Qi refinement warrior. This was a great leap in quality, and the strong powers erupted by Foundation establishment cultivators was enough to kill Su Zimo. On the other hand, without the Foundation establishment cultivators, even level 10 perfected Qi refinement warriors would be of little threat to Su Zimo. "I have to make my way out as soon as possible." Su Zimo told himself quietly if he were to dawdle too long in the capital, he would eventually land himself in a hard battle when the Foundation establishment cultivators from Joyful Clan arrived. It would be hard for him to escape death then. The Imperial Army of the King of Yen formed a massive array, holding spears as they dashed forward fearlessly. At one glance, they were impenetrable. Kill! 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 Hundreds and thousands of the Imperial Army hollered angrily together. The sound was deafening. A massive and powerful aura engulfed the entire place, slamming towards Su Zimo as if wanting to drown him. The Imperial Army was absolutely loyal to the King of Yen. They were resolute and determined. Although Su Zimo was so powerful that he could kill Qi refinement warriors, the Imperial Army was fearless and did not back off. Every member of the Imperial Army had a gaze that was as sharp as a sword. Carrying a chilling expression, they had strong murderous intent. The congregation of hundreds and thousands of the Imperial Army erupted a powerful and unwavered determination that astonished the minds and hearts. This was the power of a country. Enshrouded by this massive aura and the frightening willpower, even Qi refinement warriors who came would have long been scared out of their wits and turned cowardly prior to fighting. However, Su Zimo's expression remained unchanged. Instead, the brilliance in his eyes intensified. Su Zimo took a long and deep breath and circulated the Anaconda Eclipse Heart Sutra. His chest bulged and lifted, seemingly wanting to devour the sun and moon. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly opened his mouth. "Ah!" Su Zimo gave a long yell. A humongous flow of energy surged out of Su Zimo's mouth. His voice was booming and high-pitched, penetrating gold and cracking stones, and shrouding the shouts of the 100,000s of the Imperial Army instantly. Many members of the Imperial Army revealed a pained expression. The weapons in their hands dropped and they covered their ears with both hands. In Songlang Mountain Range, Su Zimo had personally witnessed a spirit demon roaring loudly and shattering the body of small and weak spirit beasts with that force. Although his yell was not that lethal, it was still astonishing and powerful. How could ordinary people withstand that? Boom! Su Zimo took a step out, causing the ground to tremble. Black bricks split open and sandstones flew all over. The King of Yen is already dead. Who dares to stop me? At this moment, it was as if Su Zimo had been possessed by a powerful ancient demon. The murderous aura was stifling, seemingly wanting to destroy the entire world. It subdued the aura of the hundreds and thousands of the Imperial Army troops almost instantly. Many of the soldiers in the Imperial Army turned ghastly pale with dazed expressions. They actually fell to the ground with wobbly legs. The Imperial Army was in chaos. The strong and powerful aura gathered earlier was swept away immediately, revealing faint signs of defeat. At this juncture, Su Zimo laughed loudly. He was looking disdainfully at everyone out of the corner of his eyes. The aura was towering. The ordinary man in the eyes of the king of Yen was repressing the power of a country. The imperial army suffered a major setback. Su Zimo had not even made any moves to attack. He only dashed around madly in the swarm of soldiers with plow heaven stride. In 10 minutes he had already forced his way out. Bang! 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 The areas that Su Zimo had passed through were in great chaos. There were hundreds of thousands of the imperial army trying to hold him back. Yet, he was seemingly in a no-man's territory and no one could halt his steps. Su Zimo circulated body petrification. The muscles in his entire body tightened until they were as hard as rocks and his defensive ability increased greatly. When the imperial army pierced Su Zimo with the golden spears in their hands, the spears would either slip off or break on the spot. They could not hurt Su Zimo at all. Not long after, Su Zimo had already dashed out of the palace. At this moment, Su Zimo sensed great danger in his heart. When he was running, he suddenly made dodging moves and lowered his body like an anaconda slithering close to the ground. Swoosh! A cold beam of sword light streaked across the top of Su Zimo's head. It was a chi refinement warrior. Su Zimo rose. He dashed diagonally towards the direction where the sword came from like a wild bull, hurling off many of the imperial army by the side. The chi refinement warrior who was hiding in the crowd saw his flying sword come to nothing. Just as he tried to redirect the flying sword, before he could even recover his senses, he discovered that all of the imperial army in front blocking him from view had already fallen to the ground. The blood-drenched Su Zimo had already closed in on him. It was too late for this person to dodge. Bang! Su Zimo casually punched him and the latter was flung away. The eyes of this chi refinement warrior had lost focus. His chest collapsed. His bones shattered and pierced into his lungs. Before his body touched the ground, he had already stopped breathing. With the power erupted from Su Zimo's body, even if he did not make any moves, the chi refinement warrior would not be able to withstand any one casual punch or kick from him as well. At this moment, the capital was in great chaos. More and more chi refinement warriors gathered as they rushed over from various places across the city. During this time, there were already about 10 of them who had taken hostile action against Su Zimo. Initially, these chi refinement warriors hid among the imperial army and guards while directing the flying sword to attack Su Zimo. However, after Su Zimo killed a few of them, the remaining chi refinement warriors were feeling scared. They realized that Su Zimo could find them even if they hid in the crowd. The imperial army and city guards could not stop Su Zimo at all. One after another, many chi refinement warriors rose into the air, surrounding and attacking Su Zimo. Although this would deplete their spirit chi faster, Su Zimo could not pose a threat to them then. The worst situation had occurred. In such a circumstance whereby dozens of chi refinement warriors constantly attacked him, Su Zimo could still circulate body petrification to endure the attacks from the lower-level chi refinement warriors. However, Su Zimo had to dodge the attacks from the level 9 and perfected chi refinement warriors when they unsheathed their inferior-grade spirit weapons. The hardest part was that Su Zimo had no way to retaliate. In addition, Su Zimo's speed would definitely decrease if he were to rely solely on his spirit perception to dodge the attacks of the chi refinement warrior. Coupled with the constant harassment by the imperial army and guards surrounding him, Su Zimo could very possibly lose his life in the capital. Everyone, there is no need to panic. This lad can't leave the place. As long as we unanimously join forces and detain him in the capital, the Foundation establishment cultivators from my joyful clan will arrive very soon. In mid-air, a perfected chi refinement warrior said loudly. At this very moment, Su Zimo suddenly turned back and smiled at that person. He had a strange look in his eyes. This person's heart froze. He flew on the flying sword and quickly retreated so that he could distance himself from Su Zimo. Barely anyone had noticed that Su Zimo came all the way to the palace from an inconspicuous corner and not the main gate of the capital. That was where the Sky Treasure Pavilion was located. Su Zimo rushed out of the Imperial Army's entrapment and headed towards a wall ahead of him. Swoosh! The moment that Su Zimo hit the wall suddenly transformed into a glistening water curtain and Su Zimo's figure disappeared from sight. Many members of the Imperial Army were stunned on the spot. Some people did not believe it. They slammed their skulls on it but ended up falling to the ground with broken and bleeding heads. The Chi refinement warrior in the mid-air furrowed his brows tightly. Of course, they were aware that the place was the Sky Treasure Pavilion. However, what shocked them was that Su Zimo could enter and leave the Sky Treasure Pavilion as he wished, although he was not a Chi refinement warrior. This proved that he had the Sky Treasure badge. "Senior Brother Li, what should we do?" one of the Chi refinement warriors asked in a low voice. The Sky Treasure Pavilion was the largest trading house in the Great Zhou dynasty and had a superior status. Killing and fighting was banned in the premise. There was once a situation where Foundation establishment cultivators stirred up trouble in the Sky Treasure Pavilion and ended up being killed on the spot. There had been rumors in the Great Zhou dynasty that the Sky Treasure Pavilion's backing was the monarch of the Great Zhou dynasty. No matter how gutsy these Chi refinement warriors were, they dared not enter the place to catch people. No need to worry. This person cannot always hide inside. He will have to come out sooner or later. When the clan elders rush here and communicate with Sky Treasure Pavilion, I don't believe that Sky Treasure Pavilion will jeopardize their relationship with Joyful Clan for the sake of one mortal. On the second floor of the Sky Treasure Pavilion, the manager of the Sky Treasure Pavilion had been startled awake. Blinking his sleepy eyes, he asked the waiting staff beside him, "What happened outside? Why is it so chaotic? I heard that the King of Yen has been killed and the murderer is on the run. He's not caught yet?" "No." Listening to what the people outside said, he did not seem to be a Chi refinement warrior. However, he knows corporal mortification martial arts. He is invulnerable and has very strong close combat ability. Many Chi refinement warriors have already died in his hands. Could it be him? The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion muttered and frowned as a figure flashed across his mind. At this very moment, he could hear footsteps coming from the main hall. The speed of the visitor was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the footsteps had already ascended to the second floor. The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion focused his sight. He only saw a young man drenched in blood heading over directly with a bloody head hanging on his waist. That face on the bloody head no doubt belonged to the King of Yen. "I came to collect the cold moon saber and sanguine crystal bow," the visitor said in a deep voice. The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion trembled all over and sobered up instantly. Swallowing his saliva, he nodded and said, "Okay, I will get them." After a few moments, the manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion brought the Cold Moon Saber and Sky Treasure Pavilion to Su Zimo. These two pseudo-spirit weapons were too heavy. The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion had to use spirit chi to control them and could barely bring them over. "Thank you so much." The visitor hung the Cold Moon Saber on his waist. Fastening the quiver on his back and holding the sanguine crystal bow with his hands, he turned and left. It was only until the visitor disappeared did the waiting staff at the side heave a long sigh of relief and gradually calm down. "This man is very scary. I even have feelings of fear and trepidation when I stand before him," the waiting staff said. After pausing shortly, he then had a moment of realization before exclaiming in shock, "Don't tell me that he is the one who killed the King of Yen? Who is he? Why did he kill the King of Yen?" The manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion had a grave expression. After considering for a long time, he searched out a white paper crane from a storage bag. Releasing some spirit chi from his fingertip, he wrote a line of words, "The King of Yen is already dead. The group is now leaderless and the capital is in chaos. The murderer is not a Chi refinement warrior, and he has the third princess's Sky Treasure gold badge. His identity is suspicious." After writing out the message, the manager of Sky Treasure Pavilion walked to the window and sent off the paper crane in his hands gently. The paper crane fluttered its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Dozens of Chi refinement warriors gathered in the air, discussing countermeasures and staring at the entrance of Sky Treasure Pavilion at the same time. Soon after, Su Zimo stepped out of the Sky Treasure Pavilion with a long saber hung on his waist and a blood-colored huge bow in his hands. "Su Zimo, you won't be able to get away." If you surrender, your Su family may still be pardoned. Otherwise, humph, your Su family will definitely be annihilated, one of the perfected Qi refinement warriors said worriedly. Within such a short time frame, someone had already told the Qi refinement warrior from Joyful Clan about Su Zimo's background. You wish to annihilate the Su family? Su Zimo sneered. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified as he suddenly drew out 3 arrows from his quiver and coldly said, I will exterminate you first. He bent the bow and knocked the arrow. The sanguine crystal bow weighed thousands of pounds. Coupled with the huge tendons of the spirit beast anaconda, the power that it could erupt would weigh at least 10,000s of pounds. There were 2 key points in archery. First, the force. Second, the accuracy. The sanguine crystal bow in Su Zimo's hands was heavy enough. Although its precision was lacking a little, it did not matter in a situation whereby the dozens of Qi refinement warriors were gathered at the same place. Su Zimo did not even have to aim. He just had to shoot towards that crowd of people. Swoosh! Bow like a full moon and arrows like shooting stars. Almost simultaneously, 3 sharp arrows were shot. There was only the sound of them breaking through the air. Poof! 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 Sounds of sharp weapons piercing blood and flesh could be heard. Before they could react, 3 Qi refinement warriors were shot by Su Zimo and dropped to the ground. It was too fast. Many Qi refinement warriors in the air were caught by surprise. They did not expect that Su Zimo would have a means to deal with them. The expressions of the remaining Qi refinement warriors suddenly changed. They hurriedly redirected their flying swords and fled behind Su Zimo to distance themselves from the latter. Terror filled their eyes and fear lingered in their hearts. Given the power and speed of the 3 arrows, even perfected Qi refinement warriors would not be able to dodge them. At the sight of this, Su Zimo did not hide the contempt in his eyes. He laughed out loud. With such capabilities, you still wish to stop me? Su Zimo strapped the sanguine crystal bow on his back and unsheathed the cold moon saber with a backhand grip. Thereafter, he dashed towards the outside of the capital. With the cold moon saber by his side, Su Zimo was like a tiger with wings. Although the Imperial Army and guards won in numbers, no one could stop Su Zimo's killing momentum. It was in complete disarray after Su Zimo fought his way through them, leaving behind rows of corpses and blood flowing like rivers. The dozens of Qi refinement warriors in mid-air had not given up. They followed Su Zimo from afar, but the spirit weapons under their control no longer posed any threat to Su Zimo. When a flying sword shot over, Su Zimo no longer dodged them. With a wave of his saber, the flying sword would be hurled off. The level 9 and perfected Qi refinement warriors could barely control the inferior-grade spirit weapons hit by the cold moon saber. However, the other Qi refinement warriors did not have such control. Although the cold moon saber was a pseudo-spirit weapon, it was integrated with too many rare spirit items. Its toughness did not lose out to middle-grade spirit weapons. Complemented with Su Zimo's strong and powerful body strength, just one slash from it could dissipate all the spirit Qi on the flying sword directly. There would be a massive number of casualties if the spirit weapon that lost control were to hit the crowd of the Imperial Army and city guards. Over time, feelings of fear and terror started to spread between the Imperial Army and the city guards. When one person started to retreat, many people would follow suit subconsciously. The initial unwavering determination of the Imperial Army and guards had finally been crushed. Fear was contagious. The dozens of Qi refinement warriors lingered in the air, their expressions ugly, and they were filled with hesitation. In actual fact, the moment that Su Zimo picked up the sanguine crystal bow, he was already in complete control of the situation. Many Qi refinement warriors wanted to dodge the sharp arrows from Su Zimo and had to distance themselves from him as much as possible. When the distance was greater, the power of the sharp arrows would inevitably reduce. The deviation from the target would also increase tremendously to allow more reaction time for the many Qi refinement warriors. But at the same time, with the increase in distance, it also meant that they needed to use more spirit Qi to control their flying swords and would not be able to hang on for too long. If they were to go closer to Su Zimo and the latter suddenly turned back and shot an arrow, one of the Qi refinement warriors would drop from the air. One had to know that the 20 sharp arrows in Su Zimo's quiver were also forged by the remaining materials used for the sanguine crystal bow. It was not any different from pseudo-spirit weapons. Once they were shot, be it at the vital body point or not, it would cause devastating damage to the body of the Qi refinement warrior if the powers contained in the sharp arrow suddenly erupted. If they were shot in the arm would become paralyzed. If they were shot in the thigh would become fractured. If they were shot in the body would explode after the sharp arrow pierced through it. At the sight of Su Zimo on the brink of fighting his way out of the capital, many Qi refinement warriors felt extremely helpless. They were torn between advancing or retreating. At the gate of the city, many guards stationed at the site had long closed the gate. 10 monstrous-sized ballistae for defending the city walls were placed in a row at the gate. The ballistae arrows were thicker and longer than the spears in the hands of the guards. The arrowheads were shining with sinister and cold lights, aiming at Su Zimo and ready to be launched at any point in time. Su Zimo's killing momentum was on the rise. Seeing that the city gate was right in front of him, he did not care about the ballistae. He held the cold moon saber and charged forward. Release! The leader of the guards standing beside the ballistae lowered his arms and yelled. Swash! 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 10 huge arrows shot out, tearing the air instantly and making terrifying sounds. How powerful was the ballistae arrows? The arrows shot out could even destroy the city walls. However, now all 10 ballistae arrows were only targeting a single living person made of flesh and blood. The ballistae arrows had not been used to attack a city but to kill a human instead. This kind of situation was unprecedented in history. It was also a rare sight in the future. The ballistae arrows traveled at lightning speed and Su Zimo was still charging. In a split second, the ballistae arrows had already appeared in front of Su Zimo. The 10 ballistae arrows came together like a huge stone pillar smashing over. The aura was appalling. Ha! Su Zimo's eyes shone as he exhaled and yelled while gripping the cold moon saber. Faint sounds of vibration emanated from the bones in his body. His large tendons pulsated and sounds of bowstring vibrations rang. The muscles in his body knotted together, seemingly doubling his body size. Break it! Su Zimo raised his saber and slashed the 10 ballistae arrows with all his might. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, sparks flew as the 10 ballistae arrows actually broke in half and scattered all over the ground by the cold moon saber in Su Zimo's hands. Pest! When everyone in the capital witnessed this scene, their pupils instantly contracted into needle heads as they gasped. Even this could not hurt him? How could this be the power of a human? Although Su Zimo had blocked the 10 ballistae arrows, he had also taken a half-step back due to the impact of this force. He flung his slightly sore arms and grinned at the numerous guards at the city gate. All of you are finished. The guards at the city gate were so frightened that all colors drained from their faces. The power of the ballistae were great, but loading the bow needed 10 people to pull the string and 3 people to carry the arrow over to reload it. During this time, Su Zimo had already dashed before them, not giving them any chance at all. Poof! 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 Flashes of blood appeared consecutively. No one could stop the powers of Su Zimo's slash. What postnatal experts, perfected Khanate expert, after Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, these pugilistic experts were as useless as chickens and dogs. This was the power of cultivation. Once he stepped into the cultivation world, Su Zimo did not even need to bother about using conspiracy or endure for 16 years to plot an assassination. Let me tell you openly that I want to kill you, and you cannot escape either. Even the tightly guarded capital with Qi refinement warriors could not stop me. In the blink of an eye, one after another, the guards at the city gate were fleeing desperately. Seeing that he had hopes of leaving the city, Su Zimo was instantly invigorated. He could not help lamenting. With every 10 steps a man is killed, leaving no trails in 1,000 miles, left in anguish after the matter, hiding one's light under a bushel. Ha 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 ha, the capital of the country of Yen is only as such. Su Zimo's laughter filled the sky, displaying extreme arrogance. At the foot of the city gate, The leader of the guards was alone and holding a steel saber. Although he could not hide the endless terror in his eyes, and the arm holding the saber was trembling slightly, he did not move half a step back. When the imperial army and guards dared not step forward, when they were fleeing everywhere, he stood his ground and guarded the city gate. Neither did he once leave or waver. His name was Guolian, and guarding the city gate was his responsibility. He would not cower as long as he was alive. "Come on! Step over my dead body!" Guolian glared and shouted hysterically. He was using this kind of method to vent the fears in his heart. Swoosh! A strong stench of blood hit his face. Su Zimo was already in front of him. After getting a clear glimpse of Su Zimo's face, Guolian's jaws dropped slightly. There was a flash of surprise followed by endless regret in his eyes. Earlier on, Su Zimo was covered in blood in the crowd. Even his face was splashed with many drops of blood. He looked like a slayer that had just stepped out from hell. Hence, Guolian could not recognize Su Zimo. It was only when the two faced each other did Guolian vaguely recall that he was the one who let this person into the city. That green-robed scholar with delicate features and carrying a bow and saber, who was mocked ruthlessly by his underling. At the same time, Su Zimo also recognized this man. The cold moon saber that had just landed on the top of Guolian's head moved away suddenly. Without halting his steps, Su Zimo brushed shoulders with this man and said softly, "You are the one who let me into the city. I will spare your life." Having encountered a close brush with death, Guolian felt drained of energy. He collapsed onto the ground, kneeling, panting heavily and drenched in his own sweat. Guolian's mind were resonating with Su Zimo's words. He could not help muttering softly, "If I had not let him enter the city, given his powers, could he not fight his way in? Perhaps this is karma." Guolian could not resist the urge to look back. In the next moment, an even more appalling and terrifying matter happened. Boom! A deafening noise. The tall, wide and sturdy gate of the city had actually fallen apart under the impact of Su Zimo's collision. Su Zimo left the capital like a ghost, his feet barely touching the ground. In the blink of an eye, the capital of the country of Yen was far behind him. Dozens of Qi refinement warriors from Joyful Clan chased him out of the capital. Looking at the diminishing view of Su Zimo, they did not choose to pursue him any further. On the one hand, they had almost used up all of their spirit Qi when they fought with Su Zimo in the air earlier. On the other, these Qi refinement warriors could tell that their speed was no match for Su Zimo even if they were in their best condition. How exactly did this person train his body till this extent? Someone could not help asking. The shock and terror in his eyes had not gone away. A person beside him said, "I heard from the clan master that some top clans have geniuses with heaven spirit root who can cultivate at a faster rate. Coupled with sufficient resources from the clan, before core formation, they would integrate spirit Qi into their body to temper their flesh, blood and veins, refining both Qi and body simultaneously. However, this person is clearly not a Qi refinement warrior. The body of that kind of cultivator is indeed stronger than us, but they are far from reaching this stage. The body of this person is even more terrifying than spirit beasts. Don't feel discouraged. When the clan masters rush over, we will kill him together. I just found out that the Su family has been hiding in Pingyang town all these years. They are all mortals and can't run too far away. Yes, when the time comes, we will annihilate the entire Su family, not even sparing the fowls and dogs to vent all our hatred. On the 7th day of the king of Yan's death, in Songlang City, a pigeon carrying a message fluttered its wings and flew into the residence of the city lord. It took about 7 days to send a pigeon from the capital of country of Yen to Songlang City. Soon after, an order was passed down from the residence of the city lord. Passed down orders to the entire army. Prepare to attack the country of Yen. Luo Tianwu wore a golden armor with a long saber hung on his waist. He strode out of the residence of the city lord in a dignified manner, as if he was the ruler of a country. Looking far in the direction of the country of Yen, he could not help smiling. I didn't expect Su Zimo to really kill the king of Yen. This is heaven's will. Heaven wants me, Luo Tianwu, to become the king. This is where the events are leading to. Who else can stop me? Congratulations, Your Highness. The gray-robed old elder standing beside Luo Tianwu said smilingly. Su Zimo is quite smart, but he still fell into Your Highness's scheme of killing with a borrowed knife. After murdering the king of Yen, he will also die in the capital of the country of Yen. Ha ha ha. Luo Tianwu laughed complacently. This is an open scheme. Su Zimo knows that I am making use of him, but he still fell into the trap and helped me kill the king of Yen. Su Zimo, haha. He is just an ordinary man without any major use. He has wasted his time studying for more than 10 years. Mister, don't worry. When I become the king, I will definitely confer you the title of the country's advisor. Luo Tianwu said in a deep voice. The gray-robed elder bowed slightly, cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Luo Tianwu waved his arms and said loudly, Let's go. Follow me into battle. Success and dominance is happening right at this moment. Luo Tianwu had long waited for this day. The troops in the city sharpened their swords and were long prepared. Within 15 minutes, 50,000 soldiers and horses led respectively by the 5 wolf guards of Conglang City had already gathered. The army left the city, detoured Conglang mountain range and entered the borders of the country of Yen. The nearest city to the borders was Jianan City in the country of Yen. In a deserted village not far away from Jianan City, not a soul could be seen. This place was termed as the Ghost Village. The Su family had moved to this place more than 10 days ago. None of them were residing in Pingyang town anymore. These days, using elixirs refined by Song Qi to nurse his health, Su Hong's body gradually showed signs of improvement. He had recovered much. However, as predicted by Uncle Zhang, it was easy to heal the body but difficult to heal the heart. Su Hong was still bedridden and had lost his appetite for food. His eyes were empty and soulless. Each time he thought about the Su family losing all hopes of avenging the blood feud, his heart ached unbearably. Uncle Zhang and the rest were also at a loss over what to do. Looking at Su Hong recovering physically but becoming more dispirited as the days passed, everyone in the Su family mourned and sighed. On this day, Lu Yu, the head guard of the Su family, suddenly rushed into the courtyard with a complicated expression mixed with sadness and joy. He said loudly, Mr. Zhang, something serious has happened. What is the matter? Uncle Zhang's heart sank. Lu Yu said, Luo Tianwu and his 5 wolf guards are leading an army of 50,000 to attack Jianan City. They have already arrived at the foot of the city gate. Uncle Zhang drew his brows together and said in puzzlement, Luo Tianwu has been plotting for a long time, but why did he suddenly send out his troops? There must be some reason. Otherwise, he won't act rashly. Mister's conjecture is correct. Lu Yu nodded and said, According to the information from the spy, Luo Tianwu claimed that the king of Yen is already dead and the country of Yen is in great chaos. It is just that the news has not spread outside the capital. As long as the city lord of Jian and city surrenders, he will be conferred the post of premier or other additional titles. Uncle Zhang frowned, carrying a grave expression. He pondered deeply and said, Since Luo Tianwu has already sent his troops, this news is very likely true. However, the king of Yen had the protection of dozens of Qi refinement warriors. How did he die so easily? Who killed the king of Yen? Suddenly, Uncle Zhang seemed to have thought of something. He exclaimed in shock, Second young master. Where did second young master go recently? Did anyone see him? Lu Yu shook his head and said, Second young master is indeed very powerful, but I don't think he will be able to sneak into the capital and kill the king of Yen before the eyes of dozens of Qi refinement warriors? Uncle Zhang let out a long sigh. He gradually calmed down before nodding and saying, That's also true. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qi, who was beside them, could not help saying, But I am afraid that your family's second young master might really be the one who killed the king of Yen. Upon hearing this, both Uncle Zhang and Lu Yu were momentarily stunned at first. The two turned their heads, looking shocked. After staring at Song Qi for a long time, they then said slowly, How is this possible? Pardon me for being frank. Although both of you are members of the Su family, I'm afraid you don't seem to know much about your family's second young master. Song Qi said, Second young master Su is not a Qi refinement warrior, but he has the ability to kill them. I'm a level 8 Qi refinement warrior, but I dare not say that I will win a fight against second young master Su. During the past 10 days, Song Qi had already achieved a breakthrough in the realm and cultivated till Qi condensation level 8, using the inferior grade spirit stones from Su Zimo. You're a Qi refinement warrior? And a level 8 Qi refinement warrior? Second young master has the ability to kill Qi refinement warriors? Even a level 8 Qi refinement warrior dare not be sure about beating second young master in a fight? A string of doubts emerged, making the Uncle Zhang duo a little dazed and lost in their senses. They had always thought that Song Qi was just a friend from the pugilistic world that Su Zimo knew. They interacted with him for days but did not know that the latter was a Qi refinement warrior. Song Qi added, The purpose of my trip to the Su family this time is also because of second young master Su. He entrusted me to protect all of you. These words surprised the Uncle Zhang duo even more. Second young master actually had the ability to give instructions to level 8 Qi refinement warriors. Uncle Zhang pondered for a while and realized that Song Qi would not sprout nonsense that did not have a basis. All of a sudden, Uncle Zhang's countenance changed greatly as a thought flashed across his mind. He suddenly asked, Second young master killed the king of Yen. Can he still escape from the capital? Song Qi's eyes dimmed and he smiled bitterly. He did not reply. Uncle Zhang's expression turned ugly. He seemed to have aged a lot instantly. He watched Su Zimo grew up and looked upon the latter like his own child. In his heart, the blood feud of the Su family was definitely important but not as much as 1/10 of Su Zimo. Sigh. Uncle Zhang shut his eyes and gave a long sigh. Lu Yu said resentfully, It's all Luo Tianwu's fault. If he didn't tell second young master about what happened 16 years ago, second young master would not have died. Uncle Zhang frowned badly and shook his head. He said, News of the king of Yan's death has not spread here. The city lord of Jian and city is also not a fool. Will he believe Luo Tianwu's words? Although Luo Tianwu is leading 50,000 troops and horses for the attack, he may not succeed in taking down Jian and city either. Lu Yu's eyes were filled with endless fury. He said coldly, That Luo Tianwu is merciless and cruel. He did not forcefully launch an attack. Instead, he gathered the innocent villagers of 10 villages near Jian and city and put these villagers at the front line to shake Jian and city. As long as these villagers retreat, Luo Tianwu would give orders to slaughter them. These villagers are unarmed and have no other way out. They can only run to Jian and city. What? Uncle Zhang was stunned. This tactic was extremely vicious. If 100,000 villagers were dashing towards Jian and city, it would create a massive force that could not be ignored. As long as the city lord of Jian and city opened the city gate, the villagers would swarm in like bees. Right on the heels of them were the 50,000 troops of Luo Tianwu. Jian and city would definitely be taken down. If Jian and city refused to open the city gate and chose to look on indifferently, the soldiers on the city wall would have to watch on helplessly as their people of the country of Yen were being slaughtered. This would result in massive fear and panic in the city and also affect the morale of the army adversely. Moreover, there was a high possibility that some of the villagers at the foot of the city gate were their relatives. The huge battle had not even started and Luo Tianwu had already won half it. However, these innocent people of the country of Yen were sacrifices behind his victory. Although the Su family had been staying at Pingyang town all these years, they had always regarded themselves as a citizen of the country of Yen. They were born in the country of Yen and grew up there. They had a great sense of belonging to the country of their origin. Uncle Zhang waved his hands and suddenly said softly, You can tell young master about the news of the king of Yan's death. However, please don't tell him that Luo Tianwu is driving away the people of the country of Yen and attacking the city. Given young master's temperament, I'm afraid. At this moment, the doors to a bedroom situated a short distance away suddenly opened. Uncle Zhang and trio turned to look behind them. Holding on to the side of the door, Su Hong was standing there. His face was still pale and his body weak. However, his pair of eyes was gradually regaining some luster. "Bring me my armor," Su Hong said softly. His tone was firm and resolute. "Young master, you—" Tears welled up in Lu Yu's eyes. He was choking on his words. The man before him had patiently endured for 16 years for the sake of avenging the Su family's blood feud. After learning that there were no longer any hopes of revenge, he was almost down and out, bedridden and dejected. Nevertheless, when he heard that the people of the country of Yen were in trouble, he stood up without any hesitation. Although his body was weak and his injuries had not recovered, he did not hesitate the slightest bit. This was because he was the son of Lord Wooding, Su Mu, a descendant of the Su family and the young master of the Su family. "Young master, your health is not good. How would you have the strength to fight a battle? Pass down your orders. Our 5,000 black armored cavalry will help you to fight this battle." Lu Yu gritted his teeth and said. Uncle Zheng looked anxious. He said, "Second young master is unlikely to have survived. Young master, please don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, the Su family's bloodline will be lost." There was a flash of deep sorrow in Su Hong's eyes. He had carefully hidden the feud of the Su family as he did not wish to burden his younger brother. Never did he expect to end up with such an outcome. "You don't understand." Su Hong suppressed the grief in his heart and shook his head. "If Zimo is really the one who killed the king of Yen, I should go and stop Luo Tianwu. This is because if the king of Yen is dead and Jianan city is taken, Zimo will definitely become a sinner of the country of Yen and leave a bad name for ages. How can I, Su Hong, bear to let this happen?" But the Uncle Zheng pair wanted to persuade him but was interrupted by Su Hong. "Father once swore that he will protect the people of the country of Yen for life. Let the commoners have a safe and peaceful place protected from the flames of war to live in. Now, the people of the country of Yen are in trouble. I, Su Hong, would rather die on the battlefield with the horses and corpses than to hide here." Su Hong took a deep breath, his eyes glistening brightly. He said in a deep voice, "Anyone who attacks the borders of the country of Yen must be killed. Anyone who slays the people of my country of Yen must be killed." At this moment, Uncle Zheng seemed to have seen Su Mu's shadow on Su Hong. In a daze, he seemed to have returned to 20 years ago when he followed Su Mu in gaining victories across the battlefields and advancing courageously all the time. Such familiar words, familiar scene, same boldness and same display of one's prowess. There was nothing to fear. Su Hong raised his voice and said, "Where is the black armored cavalry?" It was not sure when, but the 5,000 black armored cavalry had already gathered outside. Each of their gazes were burning like fire and emanating boundless willpower to fight the battle. Suddenly, Uncle Zheng's old eyes teared up. Kneeling down on one knee, he said loudly, "Xianxia is willing to follow the general to attack and kill the foreign enemies and protect our country of Yen and my people." All the 5,000 black armored cavalry dismounted from their horses and knelt down on one knee in a coordinated manner. They hollered, "I am willing to follow the general to attack and kill the foreign enemies and protect our country of Yen and my people." Su Hong clenched his fists and said loudly, "Prepare the horses and follow me into battle. May the glory of the black armored cavalry return." Watching this scene, Song Chi's heart was suddenly full of admiration and respect for this man before him. As a level 8 Chi refinement warrior, he could look down on all mortals, but at this very moment Song Chi took his hat off to Immortal. He experienced the enthusiasm that he never had before. He experienced the family feud and country hatred that he never had before. He experienced the feelings of deep love for the people and deep love for the land under his feet. At this very moment, Su Hong's body trembled. He suddenly turned with his back facing everyone and stretched out his palm to cover his lips. Thereafter, he put down his hands, looking normal and without any traces of oddity. However, Song Chi could see it very clearly. In the palm of Su Hong, there was a pool of glaring red blood. Although Su Hong's body was weak, it was no longer in a severe condition. As such, it was impossible that he would cough out blood. Song Qi was well aware that such a situation would only occur when a person's heart had ached too much, but had no place to vent the pain. Although Su Hong did not express much upon hearing the news of Su Zimo's death, he had chosen to conceal his sorrows deep in the heart. Previously, Song Qi was hired by Su Zimo to protect the Su family from dangers. However, at this moment, Song Qi really wanted to protect this man from the bottom of his heart. Such a man did not deserve to die. Outside Jian and city, more than 10,000 villagers had been forced to flee and leave their homes by the 50,000-strong enemy army. All of them flocked to Jian and city's gate. Chao Wenxing, the city lord of Jian and city, stood on top of a defensive tower, watching coldly as the villagers fled for their lives. He waved his hands and shouted his orders. "Release the arrows, Lord. They are our people of the country of Yen." A deputy general behind Chao Wenxing stepped forward to stop him. He could not bear to kill his own people. Chao Wenxing glanced sideways and asked, "If the inferior commoners rushed here and broke into the city, the 50,000-strong army of Luo Tianwu's would follow right on their heels. Wei Mingcheng, tell me, who will bear the responsibility for it? All of us will die if Jian and city falls. Whoever dares to question my orders will be punished according to martial law." Chao Wenxing shot a harsh glance at the deputy general. The deputy general, who was named Wei Mingcheng, lowered his head. Although he felt indignant, he dared not voice his opinions any further. Chao Wenxing swept his gaze over the soldiers by the city wall as he shouted, "Release the arrows." Some of the soldiers clenched their teeth and shut their eyes before releasing the arrows. Swash! 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 There was a storm of arrows. The storm of arrows was able to wipe out all the defenseless people of the country of Yen. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of villagers collapsed onto the ground after being shot by the arrows. The entire place outside the city was filled with casualties and corpses. It was a heart-wrenching sight. They would die if they take another step forward. But they would die if they retreated as well. The remaining thousands of villagers knelt down outside Jian and city. They kept kowtowing and crying helplessly for rescue. It was heartbreaking. The 50,000-strong army of Zhonglang City were stationed a couple hundred meters outside Jian and city. Luo Tianwu stared coldly at the helpless people of the country of Yen. He did not feel any sympathy for them. It was these innocent people who were the first to suffer from the war between the two countries. "City Lord, please open the door. Let us go in. My 2 children are dead on the battlefield. You can't treat us like this." Chao Wenxing looked indifferent. He was not the least moved. A 7 or 8-year-old child was frightened. The child broke out of a woman's embrace and ran toward the faraway distance. He had only taken a few steps when Luo Tianwu ordered his troops to shoot him down. He dropped onto the ground dead. "Ah!" the woman screamed, rushing madly to Luo Tianwu. She had yet to get close to him, and she was shot down by dozens of arrows. The woman fell to the ground, losing focus in her eyes. She stared at the sky above her head, whispering, "Heaven, please take pity on us. Who will save us?" Bang! Boom! Boom! Right then, fumes and dust billowed in the wind from not too far away. The ground violently vibrated. There was a thunderous sound of hooves. A large troop of black armored cavalry came galloping ferociously, closing in with a menacing aura. The leader was clad in silver armor, holding an iron spear of the flowing spring. There was a hideous scar on his face. His eyes were sharp and he hollered, "Luo Tianwu, prepare to die. Release the javelins." The troops were still far away from each other. The archers were unable to release arrows as it was not within shooting range. Su Hong sat atop his horse pointed forward. The 5,000 black armored cavalry jumped into action simultaneously. It seemed as if they had been through countless training as they moved in unison. They released the long spears that they held. The flying spears seemed like locusts that ravaged the entire area. The 5,000 long spears flashed a cold glitter as they went soaring into the sky, letting off a whining sound. It was an intimidating sight. Most of the black armored cavalry were postnatal experts. If they exerted all their strength to throw the spear, the shooting range would be further and more powerful than arrows. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior's countenance changed. He had to avoid clashing head-on with the array of spears. He used his flying sword to protect Luo Tianwu while they retreated. The 50,000-strong troops of Zhonglang City were caught off guard. Many of the soldiers fell off their horses and corpses were strewn everywhere. The black armored cavalry kept on advancing, not slowing down at all. By the time that Zhonglang City troops recovered their senses, the black armored cavalry had already arrived right in front of them. The arrows that the Zhonglang City troops prepared were rendered useless. Instead, it was a hindrance to them. "Change formation," Su Hong yelled as he led the troops from the front, with Song Qi right behind him. The 5,000 black armored cavalry took the long sabers from their waists and took the form of an awl. They were on a roll, looking imposing and domineering. The awl-shaped formation helped them to break into the Zhonglang City troops. Bang! The two armies crashed into each other. They fought hand to hand, and blood was spewed everywhere. It was tragic. The 5,000 black armored cavalry created a huge opening in the formation of the 50,000-strong army. The soldiers on the city walls gave a shout of joy at the sight of this scene. Wei Mingcheng was thrilled. He pointed toward the 5,000 black armored cavalry outside the city, speaking in a quivering voice. "They are the black armored cavalry. They are the black armored cavalry of the country of Yen." All the soldiers in Jian and city were in awe upon hearing that the black armored cavalry were here. To the soldiers who had been guarding the border, the black armored cavalry had a well-known reputation. Under the leadership of Lord Wooding, the black armored cavalry had always been able to defeat the enemy troops with a force inferior in number. They had always been their pride and the pride of country of Yen. Unfortunately, after the sudden change in circumstances in the capital 16 years ago, the black armored cavalry had disappeared as well. However, their name had been deeply buried in the memories of each and every soldier. Is it General Su? General Su is not dead. He is back with the black armored cavalry. Some of the soldiers were exhilarated and they wept softly. Wei Mingcheng stepped forward, saying in excitement, "Lord, I volunteer to lead a troop to lend support to the black armored cavalry. We will definitely send the enemy away." Chao Wenxing looked at him with cold eyes, speaking in an indifferent tone. "No!" Wei Mingcheng felt as if he was struck by lightning. Chao Wenxing said, "Su Mu revolted against the country of Yen and he died. The person outside the city is definitely not Su Mu. But they are the black armored cavalry. I wouldn't be wrong. So what if they are the black armored cavalry? There are only 5,000 of them. How long could they fight against the enemy? By the time Luo Tianwu gets his army under control, the black armored cavalry will be dead meat." The black armored cavalry dominated the battlefields, sweeping up victories wherever they went. "Lord, don't you remember their reputation? This is the pride of the black armored cavalry." General Su had spent all his life on the battlefield. He had never lost a battle. Chao Wenxing was getting impatient. He waved his hands. "Wei Mingcheng, it is a meritorious achievement if we manage to guard Jian and city. Now that the two armies are fighting it out outside the city, it is the wisest choice to stand by watching others battle. No matter who wins and who loses, it will be beneficial to Jian and city." "But," Chao Wenxing suddenly looked back, staring at Wei Mingcheng with a murderous look, interrupting him. "If you dare to continue with your nonsense and affect the army's morale, I will not hesitate to kill you." Wei Mingcheng stared at Chao Wenxing in shock, disappointment evident in his eyes. In no time, with the gray-robed Qi refinement warrior's help, Luo Tianwu had stabilized the army and was in a confrontation with the black armored cavalry outside Jian and city. "Su Hong, you must be crazy," Luo Tianwu shouted in rage. "The king of Yen feuded with the Su family and was slain by your younger brother. I am taking revenge for you, yet you are stopping me. You have lost your mind." Luo Tianwu might have plans and ploys, but he had never expected that Su Hong would stop him in this crucial moment. The most troubling thing was that there was a Qi refinement warrior with Su Hong. Su Hong sneered. "Luo Tianwu, listen well. The Su family may have a family feud with the king of Yen. But your army raids the land of the country of Yen, intruding our borders and territory, slaughtering our people. This is national enmity. Family feud and national enmity are different. My father was a general all his life, and he had never lost a single battle or lost any of the lands that belonged to the country of Yen. If I allow you to succeed, I will be too ashamed to face my father. His impassioned words resonated deep down with every soldier in Jian and city. They were touched and moved by him. Wei Mingcheng looked towards the back of Chao Wenxing. His gaze hardened. His hand reached slowly toward the long saber at his waist. "What are you doing?" Right then, Chao Wenxing turned around suddenly, discovering that Wei Mingcheng had his hands on the hilt of the saber. He said coldly, "Wei Mingcheng, how dare you defy your superiors and have the notion of killing me? Unscrupulous official, I disdain to be in your company. I will slay you today." Wei Mingcheng gave a loud shot as he drew his saber and rushed forward. Chao Wenxing sneered as he waved his sleeves and rapped the oncoming long saber. He flipped his palms, landing a heavy thrust on Wei Mingcheng's chest. Wei Mingcheng was at the postnatal realm. He was not the opponent of Chao Wenxing, who was at the connate realm. Wei Mingcheng dropped to the ground, threw up a mouthful of blood, staining his sleeves. He laughed in desperation. "Chao Wenxing, you might be able to kill me, but can you kill all the people of Jian and city? Take a look at the soldiers around you. Is there anyone who is willing to work under you and risk their lives for you? You're a coward." Chao Wenxing looked around him. Everyone from the lowest rank soldier to the deputy general next to him had anger and resistance in their eyes. Chao Wenxing panicked slightly. The connate expert might be powerful, but he was unable to defeat all of them. If all of his troops turned against him, he would not be able to survive. Outside the city, Luo Tianwu had a grim expression as he said coldly, "Su Hong, given you only have 5,000 cavalry, and you want to fight against my 50,000 elite troops? Our strength is 10 to 1. You don't have any chance of winning." Right then, there came a mighty sound from the top of the city tower. Could be heard everywhere on the battlefield. "What about if you count me in? Luo Tianwu, what are the chances of winning now?" No one had any idea when a man covered in blood appeared on the city tower. He had a head hung at his waist, carrying a bow on his back and a saber with him. It was as if an ancient heavenly deity descended from the heavens. The person looked domineering and majestic. Although he seemed to have gone through hardship, he had a burning gaze that one could not help but avoid. Author's note. The introduction stated that the man was a heroic genius that heaven was jealous of. He was gifted the best of the best among the geniuses. He could be hailed as a fiend. Right now, Zimo has only begun to reveal his fiendish characteristics. He has yet to show the true terror of a fiend. Let's talk about the title. In Immortal Sword God, the word immortal had a special meaning. So did eternal in Eternal Sacred King. I would not reveal the details here. As the book said, the Great Zhou dynasty is only a part of the vast continent. Zimo would leave Pingyang town very soon and enter the cultivation world. In the vast continent, there are many clans. It is said that there are 9 immortal sects, 8 demon clans, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, for dissident groups. To me, this is a vast immortal and martial arts world. A fantasy in abundance, bizarre and motley, covering everything under the sun. The powerful cultivators have superhuman skills, having the ability to carry the mountain and catch up with the moon, burn the sky and boil the sea, possess the power to summon wind and rain, and to pluck the stars using a single hand. The powerful fiendish demons could take in and breathe out the entire heaven and earth, traveling unhindered all over the world. Upon hearing the voice, Su Hong and the rest had a big shock. They paused momentarily before they slowly turned back. Second young master. Second young master is back. Second young master is not dead. The crowd cheered. Su Hong pressed his lips tightly together, feeling emotional. He was very weak and feeble from the injuries, but there seemed to be a sudden influx of invisible force, and he felt energized. Unlike Song Hong and the rest, although Song Chi was just as happy, he was more surprised and shocked. Song Qi was very clear that it was very difficult to slay the king in the capital and to then fight one's way out of the heavy encirclement. The capital of the country of Yen had not just 2 to 3 Qi refinement warriors, but an entire cultivation clan with them. No one would be able to escape under the siege of the imperial army as well as the Qi refinement warriors. Song Qi knew that even if he reached level 10 perfected realm, he would never be able to do it. Perhaps the Foundation establishment cultivators would be capable of accomplishing it. Of course, that was only a possibility. In Song Qi's eyes, Su Zimo had become even more mysterious and frightening. Song Qi turned to look at Luo Tianwu. There was pity in his eyes as he thought to himself, the city lord has yet to realize how formidable the opponent that he faces is. Seeing that Su Zimo had returned safely, given Luo Tianwu's shrewdness, he forgot himself momentarily and was dumbstruck as well. There was disbelief in his eyes. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior behind him was even more shocked, frowning in silence. Advisor, why is Su Zimo still alive? Didn't you say that he will definitely be dead? Luo Tianwu asked in a low voice. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior shook his head. I have no idea as well. Perhaps he is lucky and he did not encounter any Qi refinement warrior. Otherwise, how can he escape from the capital? For some unknown reason, Luo Tianwu could sense fear as he stared at Su Zimo on the city tower. Advisor, should we be defeated, you must make sure to protect me. At most, we can return to Zhonglang City and wait for a comeback. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior replied steadfastly. Your Highness, you can rest assured that if things are not going our way, I will leave with you first. Good. Luo Tianwu relaxed slightly, feeling reassured. On the city tower, Su family? Second young master. Chao Wenxing had a shock upon hearing the shouts from below the city tower. He pointed at the back of Su Zimo, looking left and right, speaking in a low voice. When did this person arrive? His soldiers remained silent. On the one hand, they had no wish to give him a reply. On the other, they had no idea as well. It seemed as if the person appeared out of thin air. Chao Wenxing was used to ordering his troops around. Now that his soldiers refused to say a word, he could not help but scold them at the top of his voice. A bunch of useless fools. How dare you allow an outsider to get onto the city wall? What's the use of having you? Right then, Su Zimo slowly turned to stare at Chao Wenxing with no expression on his face. Chao Wenxing felt his scalp turn numb under this consistent stare. All of a sudden, Su Zimo asked, Did you give the orders to have our people outside the city killed? Yes, but so what? Chao Wenxing took the sword from his waist. He steadied himself and shouted. Nothing much. Su Zimo smiled. His eyes turned cold as he said, As the city lord who guards the border of the country of Yen, not only did you not protect your people, instead you order a massacre of them. At the mention of this, Su Zimo paused slightly. There was a burst of coldness from his eyes that one's heart could not help but jump a bit. He hollered, What is the use of having you? Swoosh! Su Zimo leaped down. He was still in midair, but everyone could hear a loud shriek. The cold moon saber was unsheathed. Su Zimo held the cold moon saber in his hand and jumped from midair, swinging his arm to form a huge arc. It was as if he was trying to split apart Mount Hua. As he swung the saber toward Chao Wenxing's head, this stroke was full of flaws. But this stroke was too vicious. It was so vicious that Chao Wenxing shuddered, unable to come up with a counterattack. He instinctively raised the huge sword in his hands to shield his head. The flash of light from the saber was glaring. Every soldier could not help but squint their eyes. Snap! The sword broke in half. Poof! There were flashes of blood. Su Zimo sheathed his saber. Chao Wenxing widened his eyes in shock. There was a strange, vertical red line between his eyes, cutting his face into two. The next moment, Chao Wenxing's body was split into half, and he flopped down onto the ground. Red blood kept spewing out, staining the bricks red under the wall in no time. All of the soldiers were aghast. One stroke. Chao Wenxing, who was at the Khanate realm, was split into half by the person in front of them. Su Zimo went to Wei Mingqing's side, stretching out his hands to help him up. Can you still fight? Yes. Wei Mingqing disregarded the pain in his chest. He clenched his teeth and shouted, Mister, please be assured. I will get the troops to aid the black armored cavalry outside the city now. We will get rid of the external enemies. No need. Su Zimo waved his hand, shaking his head. There must not be any internal strife within Jian and city because of this. We must not implicate the people in the city. Wei Mingqing hurried to say, Mister, you are being too polite. It is our honor to be able to fight along the black armored cavalry. No one would say no to it. We are willing to fight along the black armored cavalry and behead the enemy. The soldiers on the city walls shouted. It was not until then that Su Zimo finally understood the heights of glory that the black armored cavalry achieved back then, as well as the important figure that his father was to the soldiers. His father's achievements were so great that the king felt uneasy and insecure. This was why calamity befell him. Su Zimo said softly, Open the gate and let the people of the country of Yen in first and settle them down. If you still want to slay the enemies, then you can join us outside the city to fight against the enemies. Wei Mingqing agreed immediately. He looked at the soldiers around him and swung his arms, shouting, Let's go. Let's open the gate first. Wei Mingqing paused for a second before he turned to look at Su Zimo. Once the gate is open, all the people would flock in. Mister, you will not be able to go out for the time being. You would have to wait. No need. Su Zimo smiled and turned toward the side of the wall and jumped off. Everyone on the city walls were shocked. Jianan City was one of the cities along the border of country of Yen. The city wall was sturdy and much higher than other cities. It was as tall as 100 feet. A small piece of stone would split into pieces if it fell off from the city walls, notwithstanding human beings. Wei Mingqing and the rest hurried forward to take a look at the bottom of the walls. At the same time, the two armies who were engaged in a fierce battle on the battlefield noticed this scene as well. All the soldiers could not help but gape in shock, their eyeballs almost falling out. Su Zimo fell from the top of the city wall at an alarming speed. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Many soldiers could feel the tremor in the ground. Su Hong and the rest could not help but break out into a cold sweat for Su Zimo. They certainly knew that Su Zimo was not a fool or a madman. Since he did this, he would definitely be all right. However, what he did was still very shocking to all of them present. The postnatal experts, Khanate experts, and even the two Qi refinement warriors from the two sides of armies could not help but shiver. The muscles on Luo Tianwu's face twitched slightly. He paled as he tried to maintain his composure. When Su Zimo dropped to the ground, a lot of dust and gravel came flying up. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, a figure loomed in the billowing dust. He took steady strides as he walked towards them, and they could gradually make out his outline and facial appearance. As Su Zimo approached, the sky suddenly darkened. A drastic change of weather. It was without any signs. Dark clouds loomed, covering the entire sky, shrouding Luo Tianwu and the 50,000-strong army behind him in darkness, leaving them with a tightness and unbearable feeling of suffocation in the chest. The dark clouds were constantly changing. It evolved into a ferocious man-eating demonic beast. It looked very realistic as it opened its large, fierce-looking mouth. It was a frightening and hideous sight. Bang! Boom! Boom! There were deafening and heart-pulsating sounds from the sky. On the one hand, it sounded like thunder. On the other, it seemed as if the demonic beast was yelling and snarling. Luo Tianwu, do you still remember what I said to you before I left Songlang City? Su Zimo stopped in front of the two armies, looking straight at Luo Tianwu, who rode a tall and mighty horse in the far distance. Luo Tianwu maintained a calm expression. Many thoughts flashed across his mind, and he smiled suddenly. Second young Master Su, congratulations on taking your revenge. Lord Wooding can rest in peace having such a son like you. Pingyang Town is proud to have you. As the city lord, I am very proud as well. I will return to Songlang City and prepare a banquet to celebrate second young Master Su's victory. The two of you from the Su family must make sure to come. Luo Tianwu knew that there was no hope in taking down Jian and city anymore. He quickly made the decision to retreat to Zhonglang City. The king of Yen was dead and the country had become leaderless. It was a great opportunity for him. However, Luo Tianwu still decided to give up. In the world of chaos, ambitious and formidable people like him had to make a decision without the slightest hesitation. Luo Tianwu would not have come this far without this resolution and drive. I had warmed a snake in one's bosom and fell short of success at the last stage. If I had known, I should have killed the two of them when they were still kids. Luo Tianwu lamented inside his mind, but he still had a bright smile on his face. In Luo Tianwu's opinion, Su Hong would definitely not chase after him if he did not fight back and return to Zhonglang City. In fact, as Luo Tianwu expected, Su Hong came all the way only to protect the people of the country of Yen. As long as he was willing to retreat, Su Hong would not lead the black armored cavalry to chase after him. Once they went into battle, the black armored cavalry were bound to suffer losses. Su Hong would try to avoid such a situation. However, Luo Tianwu had miscalculated. Because he was not against Su Hong but Su Zimo. Su Zimo raised his eyebrows in question. Are you thinking of escaping? Luo Tianwu pretended not to know and had a smile on his face. Second young Master Su, what do you mean? Before I left Zhonglang City I said that I hated to be made use of, and I told you to watch your conduct. It is a pity that City Lord Luo doesn't seem to have taken my words seriously. There was mockery in Su Zimo's eyes. He stared at Luo Tianwu as he said coldly, Are you thinking of running now? Are you able to run away? Bang! With that, Su Zimo tapped his feet on the ground and suddenly launched forward. His strides were so rapid that it seemed like shadows. He was right in front of the Zhonglang City's army in the blink of an eye. There was an army of soldiers in front of Luo Tianwu. However, Su Zimo barged right into them, creating a bloody path as he advanced. No one was able to stop him in his path. Ah! Luo Tianwu was aghast, retreating automatically as he shouted, Advisor! Save me! Gee! The gray-robed man executed his flying sword immediately. A beam of light shone on the flying sword. It turned out to be an inferior-grade spirit weapon. Swoosh! The flying sword flew in at an alarming speed. It turned into a bolt of lights, dashing toward Su Zimo's head. Su Zimo sneered, not reducing his speed in the slightest. Just when the flying sword was about to hit his glabella, he ducked to avoid the flying sword by bare inches, and continued to advance. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior's pupils constricted in shock. He had not expected that his flying sword would miss the target, and he was most surprised at Su Zimo's alarmingly fast speed. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior immediately controlled his flying sword so that it would change its directions to stab Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo made a leap and was already right in front of the gray-robed Qi refinement warrior, saying softly, You are too weak. Bang! Su Zimo flipped his palms and rested it on the top of the gray-robed Qi refinement warrior's head. His brains burst and blood came shooting out. The gray-robed Qi refinement warrior had yet to utter a word and he dropped dead from his horse. Su Zimo lowered himself to step onto the strong horse that the gray-robed Qi refinement warrior used to ride on, and leaped into the sky once again, dashing toward Luo Tianwu, who was not too far away. Luo Tianwu was scared stiff. He had not expected that the Qi refinement warrior that he highly valued would be dismembered and slain by Su Zimo after seeing each other face to face. It was too fast. Luo Tianwu had no chance to escape. Ah! In the life and death moment, Luo Tianwu tried hard to suppress his fear. He roared loudly, taking out his long saber at his waist, using all his strength to swing the saber at Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not dodge. It was unnecessary. Su Zimo reached out his palm, grabbing the oncoming long saber, coldness evident in his eyes. There was a loud splitting sound. Su Zimo made use of his palm to break the long saber into two pieces. Luo Tianwu knew that all hopes were dashed to pieces at that moment. Su Zimo grabbed Luo Tianwu by the throat, saying loudly, If I allow you to flee back to Zhonglang City, Who will take responsibility for the innocent people who died because of this? When there's a war between the two countries, it's difficult to judge who's right and wrong. But you sacrificed the lives of innocent people for your ambitious dreams. I will not let you live. Snap. Su Zimo exerted strength in his palm and snapped Luo Tianwu's neck, throwing his corpse aside. He swept his gaze over the surroundings, shouting loudly, Luo Tianwu is dead. Aren't all of you going to retreat? The 50,000-strong army of Zhonglang City were stunned by the aura of one single man. No one dared to move forward. Su Hong, other people, and the 5,000 black armored cavalry stood motionless in the far distance. It was not that they did not think of aiding Su Zimo, instead it was that everything happened too quickly. All the people that were present did not expect that Su Zimo would make that move. They also did not imagine that he would be so swift and powerful. He killed Luo Tianwu instantly like lightning. Song Qi had just executed his flying sword and did not even manage to send it flying. In the fights with the other army just now, he had sparred several times with the gray-robed Qi refinement warrior. Although both of them belonged to level 8 Qi condensation, the gray-robed Qi refinement warrior was far stronger than him. But the gray-robed Qi refinement warrior only executed one style when dealing with Su Zimo, and he was slain by him. Chao Gang, the wolf guard of Zhonglang City, was the first to react. He took in a deep breath before he cupped his fists, saying, Young Master Su, thank you for letting us go. Let's go back to the city. Chao Gang grimly carried Luo Tianwu's corpse. He felt deeply about the turn of events as he let out a sigh. The city lord racked his brains in scheming, but it was a pity that everything was just destiny's game plan. Without Su Zimo, the outcome of today's battle would be totally different. Chao Gang recalled what happened 1.5 years earlier. The young man refused to bow to perfected Zhonglang and was reduced to an inferior commoner. He had lost almost everything that he had. Who would have thought that it was this young man who came and changed everything? Before leaving, Chao Gang could not help but look at the figure standing proudly in the far distance. The figure seemed to gradually integrate with the young man from 1.5 years ago, becoming one. Chao Gang suddenly realized that letting off the young man back then might have been perfected Songlang's biggest mistake in his life.